Las Vegas, Nevada. If you are here for Multiversus at Evolution 2022, let me hear you say yeah! How are we doing today for this top 8 right now? Let me know. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. It may have just been because I didn't have the right perks equipped. All right, let me go ahead and check them real quick, and we'll try that one more time. I said if you are here for Multiversus Top 8 at Evolution 2022, let me hear you now. That's what I thought, that's what I thought. Now we have an action-packed buster for you today. On the Team 1 side, we actually have Tiffany with their teammate of Stolly. On the opposite side, we have Zayd teamed up with Courage. And I'm incredibly excited to be here watching for the very first time some amazing high-stakes match. But I honestly can't bring it to you, and I'm sorry. It's because one of my good friends wanted to come talk to you about something special. Let me bring him up. Tony, are you there? Now, Tony, I heard you had some news for us.
I do. Thanks for coming out, everyone. We've got some great news for you. Yeah, I just want to talk about what's coming up next for us. So, with that said, I want to show you a quick roadmap. Rick and Morty are coming. More characters are coming as well in Season 1. New cosmetics. Classic arcade mode. It's cooperative, so you can play with a friend. A cooperative arcade mode. Whoa. Let me get away from that. Okay. All right. And then finally, a new ranked mode. I just want to thank everyone for coming out, bearing with us. It's the first one of these for us. I just want to thank everyone from the bottom of our hearts. Thanks.
All right, everybody, let me hear you say, thank you, Tony! And with that, let's go ahead and get this top 8 started right. Let me hear you say, yeah, for Multiversus at Evolution 2022!
All right, everybody, it is time for the very first official offline top 8 for Multiversus. Let me hear you.
Oh man, oh man, oh man, Ajax, we're here. I'm so excited. The crowd here at Evo 2022. I mean, I can't believe this. And I'm so happy.
It is going to be phenomenal, Vicky. We have come such a long way leading up to this point. Could not have asked for better teams, better action, and better developers to show the love. Player first. Of course, attached to that name. And these players coming up first are going to be putting on an amazing show. Like Sharpie was just leading up to, we have the only Taz still in top 8, attached to Courage with Sage, that double up of Velma and the Taz going up against Tiffany and Stolly, who were able to continue to climb through quite a few extremely close matches. Heartbreaker, of course, for one team that I was kind of rooting for myself, but getting that W over Chavo and Zoo with that Superman and Velma. Superman being a real problem, like you were just pointing out, one of the highest picked characters just below Velma and Bugs this tournament.
You were highlighting Taz being the only character. Well, you know, on the other side of that coin, the one that isn't the only character is that Velma. Coming in second right behind Velma is that Bugs. I believe we've seen 4 Bugs in this top 8. But let's waste no time right now, Ajax. Let's dive into the first game of this top 8.
Absolutely no time wasted at all. Losers, top 8, and 1 stock already going, being lost on the side of the stage. Trophy's Edge number 2, having that open space in the center to be able to find more of those downers, more of those spikes, especially from Superman. A lot of ice debuffs are going to be going out to try and slow those down so they can force that situation in the center.
I'm excited to see how this is actually going to play out here. You can see the way that Velma's being able to control so much of the space. You can see the megaphone there too to be able to put in that target for those words. Worlds hurt sometimes, man. It can actually give you a little bit of a paper cut, but look at the space that we're seeing so far. You have to worry about that Superman. You have to worry about that command grab.
Other things that hurt too is salt and pepper, that tasty debuff that can happen for Taz. A lot of that got put onto Superman, but no worry whatsoever. 113 damage doesn't mean that much. Meanwhile, Taz trying to find his way back on. Gonna get away behind the center. A downer comes, and that's gonna be the first one for Sage to get the first 2 points on the board.
And that was fantastic there too, because Tiffany was over to the other side, but with Superman being able to take to the skies, you have to worry about getting sent all the way up into the ceiling.
Revenge KOs immediately right after. 2 lives already on each side. 65 here on Trophy's Edge too. You have a lot of room to separate, but everybody's fighting on the center. Both of them having those potions down. Another one being lost. Saida coming through. Are you gonna be able to make this back? No, you're gonna get doubled up on, and Tiffany and Stolly get game number 1.
Ajax, how is the first game going to be so volatile? That was like, what, 30 seconds? It basically felt like it was so short.
There's no world where this crowd and us walk away from this top 8 with our voices intact. And now, reminder as well, all the stress that has been leading up to this point, we are now in best of 5 territory. So that first game going to the side of Tiffany and Stolly. First bit of Trophy's Edge 2 we've pretty much seen all day. You kind of run the risk with that center platform, but if you have a good zoner comp, you can make that work. But because of that mobility attached to Superman, Vicky, they were able to really kind of manipulate the control in center and move them over to the side and walk them right to the abyss with those downers.
I know we've highlighted Velma and Bugs for so long, you know, but after Velma and Bugs, it's Superman that has been a problem. I love how you highlight the mobility, because you could currently see the way that Tiffany and Stolly have been able to bounce off of each other. You and I were kind of discussing it actually before we started diving into top 8, wondering what we're going to see from Tiffany and Stolly specifically. We had seen the Bugs, but it's the Superman that has made an impact on this team. Tiffany being a great ladder player, by the way, actually in the top 15 on the ladder online, and now bringing in this experience off of online into LAN has really paid off for this squad.
Yeah, every single one of these players has made it towards that top of the leaderboard before, and you're looking at the difference between these 2 perks. One thing that Tiffany and Stolly have over Courage and Sage, if they have the ability to get cooldown reduction faster by hitting people with an active debuff. They have it stacked so they get their cooldowns back within a second every time they get a melee hit. That's allowing them to get a lot more refreshes from Velma and a lot more access to the word bubbles, but you got to be able to get out of center stage there because Taz is going all the way down. Tasty debuff attached to Superman, just trying to run away.
Wants to take a big chunk sometimes here too. You have to worry about that middle portion of the stage when it comes to Trophy's Edge, and that's what Superman's going to be able to excel in. Not only with the mobility, but you can see how they're trying to isolate Courage at the same time. Probably the best Taz that we have currently going on, but being not only the best, but the only one here in this top 8. Look at the pressure though and the space that Tiffany and Stolly have been able to buy in, just forcing Courage and Sage to be by the ledge.
And speaking of Stolly, using all of that armor over the side, but immediately dipping out of that situation is Courage, because you saw that both of them were set up on the right. That's going to be a knockout off the top. Courage is going to get the pile up. That's a lot of damage. Sounds like the belt's trying to force multiple defensive options to be used, but because of that word bubble coming in from Tiffany, allowed him to get away only momentarily.
He stopped for a little bit on the top side of the screen, and he still was able to actually get inward. You can't go anywhere. You have to worry about some of these spikes, especially with how big it is off to the stage.
Exactly, and something you might not expect from Taz is being a zoner. Look at how many of these apples are being thrown out, and every time they line up on one of those platforms, Vicky, they always have the ice potion down to set themselves up to make sure if they do decide to approach, they're going to be very slowed down, easy to find those Taz tornadoes.
And look at the follow-up that
Oh,
we're
no!
currently seeing from Tiffany right here too, but when Tiffany's going off, you have to think about Sage, but it doesn't matter. They still are able to get Courage at the same time, and you saw that Sage was actually trying to cover them by trying to punish Tiffany with the spike.
Exactly, but Stolly's movement is so good off stage, especially against a character like Taz who has minimal mobility off stage. It's so difficult to make it back, but that tornado's gonna come through, that's gonna break the armor, and that's gonna find the up air, and that's gonna get Courage in Sage. 3 lives up to 2.
You can yell at them all you want with that megaphone right there, but you saw that Stolly was isolated over to the side of the stage here. Courage and Sage having the advantage currently right now. They're actually playing, yeah, momentarily, but but momentarily, maybe not for long, maybe taking the game instead.
It was just a build up to the moment. Just needed to find that one mark, walked them off to the side, not able to get that wall touch. There were still defensive resources able to get in there, but because of the fact that Taz followed you all the way down to the blast zone, you can't afford to take that dare, you can't afford to take that tornado. You pretty much have to just write that life off, and if you have your teammate there, they can come in and try and hit him first, but it's very difficult with the positioning they had separating Tiffany and Stolly.
I feel like Tiffany and Stolly, too, at the very beginning, were a lot more shoulder to shoulder at the very start there. They were able to actually be very oppressive, controlling a lot of that stage, very similar to game number 1. But at the very end, the way that Courage and Sage were able to reverse that after that first spike was fantastic.
Exactly. Now we're going to take a trip away from Trophy's Edge 2 and go to just normal Trophy's Edge. No more center stage issue. Now, that was really good to control the center, like you were just alluding to. The red team, as each match progressed, even though they had the edge guards on the side of the blue team, red team was working way better. But avoiding that up special from Superman, you could be at 40, it doesn't matter, that could take you out.
And you know, it's about just getting that grab right there too. That's why you have to worry about the spikes that you go in for Superman, because if you mess up once, that is just too risky right now.
It's extremely dangerous, and now trying to get out of this situation over here. Taz coming on through, that Nair coming through, but gonna get hit in the middle of all that is Tiffany. However, a lot of resources gone. Gonna get that wall touch at the bottom though. They got that hit to stop that sniper punch that could have also taken out Sage.
I really like the follow between Sage and Courage right now, but you see in the moment that they are put in that situation, Courage actually recognizes that, gets right beside Sage here. It's essentially just duking it out. There's a little reset right there between Tiffany and Stolly, so that way they can actually back up. You have to worry about the light, nice little spell right here too, but then you leave yourself opened up to get hit from right underneath.
She's thinking, and she found exactly the right answers. Got right underneath and got that up air, but able to get an answer back is that side air from Sage to get them at least one on the board. They have Superman at 90. They can find one soon, but Superman being the heaviest character, not in Iron Giant. When you got a double up like that, they're lucky they went to the left instead of the right.
Now everyone's got a big head, but just temporarily right now there too. Do you want to lower some of those cooldowns a bit here? Citra's trying to block out any projectiles at the same time here, but they're going to be able to reverse this here. Look at the way that Tiffany Stolly have just slowed down their own gameplay in the middle of all of this.
I think it's the right idea too. You're trying to make them overextend, hopefully walk towards you, take advantage of this Superman armor, which is exactly what's happening right now. The up attack coming through, fully charged, 151, but one of those up airs could have connected, but because of Tiffany's awareness, the megaphone stopped it.
Oh, he wants it so bad, but the tornado actually sending him off to the bottom. It's a trade for trade here, and the wait by the wall to wait out on the teammate before actually trying to jump forward.
That was very smart, making sure you utilize your teammate to get you out of the situation, but only for so long as Tiffany and Stolly answer right back and get themselves up 2 games to 1.
But this is what I love about top 8 here, Ajax. It's 3 out of 5 territory right now. Sure, they're sitting at match points, but the way that Courage and Sage have been able to adapt, especially after that second game, has been fantastic there. The follow-ups and the awareness from Courage specifically on that last life, you could see he's just cleaning onto the wall, waiting for Sage to come back before actually trying to commit to get right back to the stage.
They did an incredible job kind of invalidating the Taz as the match went on. Everybody was 250 plus damage, but Courage sitting over there at the 114 mark because of the fact that they just kind of overwhelmed Courage off to the side of the platform, got him off stage. And like you said, having to stay down there at the bottom, Taz does not have great mobility in those spots. Only so many options you could choose because everything's pretty much a horizontal based recovery. So you got to jump or dodge directly into the Almighty Superman, and usually you're not walking away from that.
Especially when you're forced to use that utility. Of course, it is limited in this situation. You're stuck by the wall. You don't want to have to burn 2 jumps, get set forward, and then be forced to use your 2 specials, or the fact that you have to use your air dodges at the same time.
Exactly, and remember, this is elimination side now. This is now what could be set point for the run of Courage and Sage, keeping themselves in this run. And look in the crowd, everybody just watching this incredible top 8. Appreciate all of you this weekend who have been here with us, enjoying the very first official offline Multiversus event. Remember, 100,000 on the line in total prizes for the very first event. And these two are fighting for more of that. It is not over for Courage and Zage just yet.
Do you know what's crazy here, Ajax? You mentioned the $100,000 prize pool, but you know the player that's going to be walking away, regardless 7th or 8th here in this top 8, is lowest $3,500.
That is
Insane. It's beautiful.
That is not McDonald's money. In fact, that is a trip over to the steakhouse where we're going to see if Tiffany and Stolly get a little bit more to add to that, as they get a lot of they get a lot of salt and pepper attached to them right now. This the ice debuffs being attached, but because of Superman's aerial mobility, Vicky, it's kind of hard still to slow him down even with all those stacks.
It's insane there too. You know he's going to be able to try to get a lot closer to you. You have to worry about some of those perks so that way he can help out his own aerial accelerations there too. But the way he is dancing around Courage to focus on Zage, if you want some of the sauce, you're going to get some too here.
I agree with it heavily too, because if you take a look at Taz, look at all those cooldowns that are up right now. It is so difficult to try and box out because you don't have the pile-ups. You don't want to go for Tornado in that spot because it's obvious, so you try to overwhelm them in that situation. Very close game right now, though. A lot of life still to be had. 111 attached to Superman doesn't really mean that much, but a good side air sending Taz off stage can easily find them early knockout.
What's really scary is not just the aerial mobility that Superman has, but he is the heaviest character that we have currently in the game right now. That since we're not playing Iron Giant, as that first life is going to be lost here. Courage and Zage, despite taking a lot of this damage, have been doing a really good job at staying grounded.
I like what Zage did there, kind of moved forward with that string instead of staying in place to go for the reset, catching Tiffany, trying to move forward to save Stolly out of that damage. Stolly already has 68 damage. You gotta watch out for the Sniper Punch, though. That could have easily sent them deep off stage. Might have not found the knockout, but Taz getting in the way, helping helping Zage get back on the stage.
It could be a little tricky there too, since you currently have Tiffany doing a really good job at kind of frontlining just temporarily. You have to worry about Stolly, who's going to be coming in from the back. Oh, he grabs a grab attempt, sit back down. You see the thunder. Oh! What happens when you try to spike Superman, Ajax?
She had a big old head and he snatched it, brought her all the way down to the bottom of the stage, just trying to look over like, what you think you're doing here? And now 1 life apiece, but 133 attached to Taz. It's not the smartest move to want to run right in, but you have to find one of these knockouts attached to this heavy amount of damage they have here, Vicky.
That ice breath when his head is humongous is also humongous. It's actually insane the amount of space that creates right there too. But can we talk about Tiffany's survivability right now?
It's been absolutely phenomenal. If you can keep yourself in these positions and then box your way out the way that Tiffany just did, catching that up air, but the falling up air answered right back from Zage.
Such a close game right now here between both of these teams currently. I love the way that Tiffany and Sully have slowed things down a little bit, have taken a different approach going into these next few games here. They do have that advantage that we were mentioning before. It is 2-1 currently, but the way they're getting popped up, the stall with the beam, so that way he can actually try to get out of that range, but then gets caught with the landing.
I love what Zage did there too. Got underneath the tornado, so you couldn't see that fact that they were kind of hanging around there, and snuck that up air right underneath Stolly. Now they only need 1 more to go, but because of his great health, it's making it a little bit more difficult for blue team to rack up that damage.
Don't worry about that ice breath controlling some of that space there too, forcing the red team to stay by the side of the stage like you were talking about. That stage control is so important right now, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Tiffany and Stolly.
Yeah, that frost breath, that's kind of nasty. I'm gonna hide over on the side too. I'm not trying to talk to you while you're doing that, but that is such a good stage control method. And then here comes the downers, and they get themselves on the board. Everyone, we already have our very first game 5 of top 8.
This is what I love to see. This is what I was expecting. Within the last day and a half, I have been able to get so excited to see the different diversity of compositions that we've seen between so many of our teams. And although we have been seeing a lot of the Velmas, we have been seeing a lot of the Bugs, we have been seeing so many Supermans, it's the way of the way that a lot of these teams have actually been able to change things up in terms of their approach here. And the fact that we're already having such a close game in our very first set in top 8, it's a cherry on top, Ajax.
You could not have asked for better. You could not have asked for better from these teams. You see Evo all the time. You see how you put 2 competitors up on that big stage to try and make it all the way through multiple days to like get to that top situation. But here, relying on a teammate, working together, getting all the way through has been phenomenal. And I cannot wait to see what happens in this game 5. Remember, loser goes home here. That's it. It's over. And that's just to get 7th place.
Yeah. You gotta get that $3,500 though. At least you get to walk away with some of that extra pocket change. But you know what, Ajax? It's the big money prizes that we got our eyes set for. We saw a lot of trophies, Ed, but we are going straight up here to the Haunted Mansion Scooby-Doo stage.
It is now time to ruin some property. We are in the mansion and we are gonna set one of the 2 pillars already down. Walls have been broken, and if you want some survivability, well, you got it here. You're gonna be bouncing off of those quite a bit. It all depends on how active they keep those out. One thing that Zage and Courage were doing early earlier in the bracket though, Vicky, was they would let the Velma go off to the side of the stage and let Taz stay on the other so they could constantly poke out. And if you had to approach Velma, you had to jump, and that's a free commitment option you can punish.
And honestly, that's something else that I'm seeing right here as we see that the red team is stuck close to the ledge right now. You see the follow-up from some of these downers too, but it can be tricky in general with those ceilings being provided there. You don't really have to be so scared about that Superman command grab.
Yeah, after all of that spot of trying to control it for Velma, I cannot believe that miss. I cannot believe that miss, but it didn't matter because you got the follow-up hit anyways, and they get 2 on the board. Tiffany Stolly striking first with 2 lives in the lead.
The repositioning into the fact that he was able to cover so much of that, that down air, actually almost being able to get that so big because he was right on top of Sage when he got hit by that.
Exactly. Now the biggest thing is to be in this position is to stay calm. You have those projectile block perks. You have the ability to not get juggled, but 82 damage attached to Taz already. Everything has been working in favor of Tiffany and Stolly on their counter pick here for this last stage.
You can hear the crowd going absolutely crazy right now for both these teams currently. Almost got that follow-up right there, but it's those ceilings that we really have to think to really help out Courage and Sage, despite the match point going in favor for Tiffany and Stolly right now.
Sage getting the snipe with the apple, and Apple Day keeps Velma away, and I think I like that idea, and you gotta keep that going if you can get through this, but that's fully charged armor, but saving them at the last second to get through that upper-charged attack.
He's staying so close though by the ledge right there. You have to worry about that. Nice little trade right there for Sage as he's gonna be able to come right back in.
This is extremely close right now. 174 on Superman. You can't afford to take that hit, and you also can't let Tiffany take a lot of damage. So Tiffany's defense has been phenomenal, but right now Sage currently facing a 2v1, just trying to get away, but Courage coming back in.
He's at 204 and climbing and climbing. He's still alive. How is he still alive? The survivability of Superman is insane.
The structural foundation of this building is something realtors wish that they could sell to everyone, but somehow Superman is staying in this whole time. Great health attached to help avoid some of that knockout. A lot of debuff, but it does not matter. Pile up is going to finally find the mark though. 2 lives apiece.
It had to have been done. It had to have been done. He is the Man of Steel for a reason out here though, but he lived for as long as he could.
Let's see if we can see that same thing out of Taz. 7 gray health. Finds him off stage. You pretty much have no other options here. As Courage, you cannot engage. Here comes the cops. You gotta watch out. But the immediate break to stop that. But the neutral attack is gonna stop it. And Tiffany and Stolly continue here in loser side of top 8.
Stolly Superman is disgusting. The repositioning options too to be able to go on the other side of the stage right there. He did it before. He did the option coverage to actually go for the downer, but then he does it again and he makes sure he's gonna take it all the way downtown over to the horizontal side of that blast zone.
Easily the MVP pretty much of this losers run that they have been on. They were looking incredible in winner's side, but they were originally running a lot of Bugs Velma, and since that switch to the Superman, everything has changed. Superman's ability to tank, Superman's ability to get early knockouts off the side of the stage, because it doesn't matter if you're 100 plus. If you get hit once by that side air, once by that neutral air, or this gets snatched up, Superman can take that away, and it's such a scary spot to be in, and they took advantage of that. Not to mention they took advantage of Mansion extremely well.
Exactly. You know, I know how we were talking about it as if it was a double-edged sword when it comes to these command grabs, sending you up to the ceiling, but then that also worked in Superman's favor as we take a look at the replays from our very first set here in top 8.
This starting things off here on Trophy's Edge 2, that is a pretty viable option to try and deal with heavy mobility characters by forcing them to have to go to the center, because even though Superman can find those KOs off the top, usually it's pretty easy to bait someone to jump over, catch a tornado, catch it down air, but that stage control was the issue for the very first game because of how great they positioned themselves, but on that run back on the second time, it was all the Courage and Zade show.
Just the aerial mobility in general of also being able to control so much space, cancel the glide into being able to get that spike was also really oppressive in general of controlling so much of that space below the stage. And you think you're going flying everywhere, but no, this is Superman that we're talking about. You're not just going to get sent to the ceilings, you can get sent over to the sides, and as we saw earlier in that set, sent all the way down to the graveyard.
Exactly, and still very, very solid on Courage and Zade to bring it all the way back to Game 5. But that right there, that was one of the tone setters because of the double up. You're forced to have to hold forward and get back in. But then again, all of these knockouts coming on the side of Stolly, always making sure you line up. That matters so much. You do not have to have the most knockouts. You do not have to have, oh, we need 2 apiece. You took mine away. No, as long as you have that W attached to your win column, you're in a good spot, and they get to feel really good about that as they move forward in bracket.
That's what really matters. And you know, you highlighted the fact that they were playing Velma and Bugs at the very beginning for quite some time in the tournament, but the fact that you were able to adapt and now come out with a different composition that is working out even better for you, well, look at the results that you got. You are moving on throughout the rest of the bracket here in the top 8.
Exactly. And one real quick time, make sure you go ahead and show some love to Courage and Zage for making it all the way to 7th place at the very first top 8, the only Taz in the bracket, and an incredible run all the way through. Big shout-outs and big congratulations to them to get to this point. Like you said, it's not like they didn't walk away with some nice pocket change as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But you know what? It's the eye on the prize with that $10,000 for first place, $5,000 a split between both the players. And you know what, Ajax? It's going to get even better and better as we go on through the bracket.
Exactly.
And the competition as well, with the way that these nerves could play into the situation. A lot of these players playing on the stage have had that experience already with previous games, but it's the way that you have to keep yourself cool when it comes to a new game that you're also trying to figure out.
Exactly. Having that composure and being able to stay calm and rely on your teammate matters so much when you're in these spots. But just to get to this spot in general requires so much endurance throughout the bracket for the 2 days to get here. All the matchups you run into, reacting to so much zoning or rush down, because we saw quite a few good double rush down teams too. It's amazing to watch. We're only in the first one. We have a lot of pride on the line, of course, for everybody to have that very first title, but the first of many, absolutely.
And here at Evo 2022, I mean, what a way to take that title here for the first LAN for Multiversus. I'm loving this so far. I'm loving to see the competition that we've had between a lot of these competitors and their run and the raw emotion that you get to witness on stage. I mean, there's nothing like that when it comes to LAN.
Exactly. I mean, not even just the crowd, all of the developers. Like when Tony was up on stage and he was saying from the bottom of his heart, thank you, he meant that. And everybody who was here all weekend, all of the staff members, could not be happier than what they were able to get from everybody. And of course, all of the crowd, every single one of you who has been supporting all weekend. I know we've shown you a lot, but we're going to keep showing you because you are what keeps these games alive. The community is what matters most. And player first games, make sure they take care of that. We appreciate every single one of you, all of the great competitors who really showed their stuff this weekend. And we know we're going to see a lot more of you who are sitting in the crowd on these top 8 stages as well.
Yeah, we love you guys there. Thank you guys so much for showing your support here for Multiversus. We love to see the hype. All right, he's running.
There we go.
Running.
There we go. Oh my God. Yo, keep it going. 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 Yeah.
Oh,
keep
he's got to take that nose. He's got to
Woo! You know what's great? Of all people, is right next to Jesse, too. So, of course, big appreciation to her and all the other people who have been a part of the ambassador program and everything from WB, who have continued to show so much support for this community. Well, up next, we have quite the team. I cannot wait to see these two. These two have been putting in a big run throughout the entirety of this weekend. Already throwing up some fists. We are going to have two brothers on one side. We're going to have Broskis and Oopsitir versus the biggest pop-off we have seen entirely this weekend. We got Too Easy and Blazy on the other side.
Can we talk about Too Easy, though, with a little flex earlier on in the top 16? I mean, come
that
on.
That was a great rebuttal to the look, you got the holographic cards, but take a zoom in on that. He already got a medal this weekend. That's already one attached. Trying to go ahead and add to that resume right there. That's an Evo medal right there.
He's trying to get it. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You got to get that zoom in. He's dusting it off a little bit, just letting everybody know. Got to remind everybody who this is real quick. He's looking to take another one, too. I believe top 3, actually, is going to be able to walk away with some medals themselves, aside from the cash prize that they're going to be walking away with, too.
Exactly. That may have been second, may have been bridesmaid, not the bride, but there's still an opportunity to go ahead and get to that top right there. Get over to the top of the throne. Get onto the summit, if you will. For this bracket, it is a lot of matches still to be played. We are only in the other half of losers top 8. We already saw what looked like could have been a winners finals quality set a second ago, and that's only going to continue here with Too Easy and Blazy versus Broski and Oopsitir. Now, we're looking at very similar teams to what we just saw. We're going to see Superman and Velma coming back versus Bugs and Velma on the other side. Obviously, Velma being the biggest support and the biggest range character of the entire weekend, has that cooldown refresh, a lot of ability to help you stay in the game and just help get that help get the healing as well. But one thing that they do have, once again, is that cooldown refresh with the ice debuff. They're going to be getting a lot of Bugs Bunny shenanigans back onto the stage.
You know, I'm really glad that we keep talking about the amount of Velmas that we were seeing currently in top 8. You actually numbered it perfectly right there earlier on. How many Velmas currently in the top 8? You said it was 7?
No, I believe it was 6.
6.
There are 6 Velmas in top 8.
4 Bugs that
6.
we've also seen.
Yeah, 4.
So the amount of Velmas. All right.
Yeah.
All right, we got people hyping it
I
up.
like how the Steven universe is the one popping off about that. Like, but we do see the Jake. And, oh no.
It's just Multiversus. Okay, I get it. All right.
We have to eject Noom from the bracket. That's what just happened, bro. Of course it'd be why, bro? Batman's like, you got to do this to us, bro. Like you're the one that puts up the imposter. Okay, but up into this match, we were just talking about the perks, of course, attached to both Too Easy and Blazy, but on the other side, you're going to be seeing a lot of that ice debuff as well. That is pretty much the main thing that Supermans are going for now, to break the ice signature perk. You get that additional damage while ice debuffs are on people, and then you double stack that with Velma between the lasers and all of the word bubbles. You're going to get that back. One thing they aren't doing, though, is they're not doubling up on that cooldown refresh. They're going for one of the projectile block perks. So you're going to get the couple extra seconds to get an immunity to one of the projectiles, stop the issue from happening, get a free burst. Because as Superman, it doesn't take much. He has the armor already. He's going to use the rest to get in.
And that's really good, though, because that's going to allow you to close in that gap that Bugs really likes to put down, obviously, with the projectiles that he has, but with the shenanigans that he has with the burrow tunnel, as well as with the safe going through it, the rockets that come right back down 20 seconds later. It can be a little tricky sometimes to keep track. I know there's a soundbite that actually plays through, so that way you know when the rocket is coming. But it's the fact that they control so much space in general between the Bugs and Velma composition that some of these teams have struggled in the past just to find their way in, and by the time they do, they've already taken a lot of damage.
I feel like if any Bugs player up here on Cromulons would play Baby or Firework to try and show them what they got. I feel like that's the only way to properly do that. But like you were just saying, having access to all of that cooldown reduction matters so much, because you might see 2 rockets on the screen at the same time. You might see multiple saves pop up very quickly, and that will catch you off guard, because those also count not only towards that debuff, but they're very strong hits. And if you are caught slipping in the skies, you will get knocked out quickly. As fist bumps are going out, Vicky, we're getting ready to get the next match started.
I'm super excited. You touched up on the character compositions, the matchup that we were probably going to be able to see here, as well as the perks that we're probably going to have depending on the compositions. But I want to talk about the maps that we've seen so far. We've seen a lot of Trophy's Edge. We've seen a lot of Sky Arena throughout the tournament. We saw at one point the Haunted Mansion coming out as a counter pick. What can you expect for something like this when it comes to the Bugs, the Velma, and the Superman?
I highly doubt we ever see Batcave. I think that Batcave has kind of become one of those stages that everybody's trying to drift away from when they see a Supes or a Bugs, because it's so easy to get that really early knockout. I think Trophy's Edge or Sky Arena, maybe platforms and no platforms, is going to be the healthy dose of what we're seeing here. It looks like they are actually committing to Sky Arena at that. You have plenty of room to work with, plenty of ability to reset as they get ready to get the other half of Losers Top 8 started right now.
All right, let's go. Game number 1 right now. It's about that neutral stage that we were talking about before. You got to have a lot of that space, but that's going to really work well for Too Easy and Blazy currently right now. It's the tunnel that's already coming out. You see the save coming up all the way through, and you see the respect Broskies and Oopster.
That's one of the craziest parts about fighting this team, is that Velma doesn't have the greatest mobility, but you're going to need to get over there and help your teammate ASAP. Velma getting knocked away. Superman already down there too. Both of them getting juggled like crazy. They can't get on the ground. Let them help. They paid venue too. Let them stand.
How is Oopster still alive? He's been spiked 3 times, and then finally, that side special is going to be able to come out, be able to take him out in the air.
Amazing coverage from the blue team. I was entirely on Blazy, just running out there and establishing dominance. There's so much you could do with that charge on that side air to just sneak in and catch Superman slipping. But with that tunnel, they have the ability to dip around. Not a lot of room right now in the tunnel spread, though, to get away.
What's beautiful right there was just not letting go of being able to keep pressuring out, not only with those downers, but Bugs down here is so big, you can see exactly why. He tries to go in again. You see the insurance policy from Oopster, but you can't go anywhere when it's Too Easy, who's also going to be able to throw out that spike.
Broski did everything possible, put out the up air, tried to drift away, did everything to smack away, and then still got hit at the bottom because of that nair conversion into that downer. It's so easy. Gonna chase all the way out stage, though. There's not a lot of options for Velma to get back on. Avoids the down attack, though, Vicky, and gets back on stage.
You have to watch out right there, though. He couldn't overextend because he already used some of those jumps already. He had to use those 2 specials to actually make it back right there as well. You have to think about the utility that you have in your kit to be able to actually come in. He actually tries to get the follow-up. He spikes it right off the stage, but that's the survivability of Superman that we've talked about before.
It's such a crucial factor to how these teams have worked, but dodging underneath that neutral air to go ahead and get that up air, very good answer. But 122 on that, that's gonna be a snipe punch. 3 lives apiece, but 111 attached to Broskies. He cannot afford to take a hit.
Broskies needs to be careful right here. You can see him playing a lot more passively. That tunnel is set up, though. You have to worry about the safe. Otherwise, he's going to be able to take a little bit of a lead.
Oh, my goodness.
Here comes the rocket. You know it's going to be coming down soon.
Somehow 0 for 3 on these rockets. Trying to get him, but it doesn't matter. They find the mark anyway. Too Easy and Blazy striking first, getting themselves the first W on the board.
It's so important to keep track. All right, we're already down 2 lives right now. We have to think about where you're at currently situated in terms of the damage that you've taken if you do happen to lose that life early. And it's essential because right there, you already know that Blazy needed to back up a little bit right there. And it's so difficult sometimes, too, where they're going to see Broskies Broskeys and Oopstier, and they're going to find an opportunity to separate them on purpose to then capitalize off of the only one who has taken most of that
Yes,
points.
and something that Damage dealt just told me is how good they were able to stop the ice debuff, because Superman only had 147 damage that game. Now, Superman can find some really early knockouts, so you can find those edge guards. But when you are stopping the ice debuff, you're stopping Superman from getting in the fray, abusing that armor to just get stray hits, that is very bad. You need him to be it. Oh, he's going again. All right, he's rounded up again. He's ready to go. All right, keep it going.
I love the guy in the back who's just
I swear,
he's giving him the energy.
All right, PFG, I need you to make this an emote. Like, can we make this a universal emote for all the characters? At this point, like, this is what it's all about. Keep it going. That's the community spotlight.
I love it. Shout out to the community here
Yes.
for Multiversus. You gotta swing it up here. I love the energy from the crowd, guys. We are just kicking things off here. This is the second set within this top 8, and we are already down a game.
It's gonna be so funny when he tries to get out of the room tomorrow and he can't lift his arm up to open the door to get out of the hotel. It's like, why can't I check out of the room? I'm stuck. I can't help. My arms are dead. But that man is ready to go as we are getting ready to get into this next match. It looks like we're gonna be taking another return to Scooby's Haunted Mansion. This has been a very common pick for the Supermans all day.
It's just really good in general when it comes to counterpicking here too. Just those ceilings provide a lot more of a creative approach to some of the problems that you're running into when it comes to the duo.
Oh, no!
Oh, you gotta watch out though. Those platforms obviously do break, so you have to watch out for that too.
Yeah, that was actually pretty smart. Like, committed to the charge on the attack, and then as soon as that you did that, they activated the lever. That would have been such a free knockout. Go for the downer off the side here, off the wall, trying to get him. Starting to look like LeBron out here, not able to get it off the backboard though. They're able to keep that life.
Yeah, no ducking here, no passing the ball instead. You have to worry about being on the side right here too when it comes to Oopstier, but you have to also worry about the huge spike that Bugs has with that down air.
I think Too Easy and Blazy have basically just answered their counterpick. Oh, okay, you want to go to Scooby's? Got it. We're just gonna spike you, and we're gonna catch you with the save. Couldn't open it. That one made a lead, and that's gonna go ahead and break and get him out of the stage.
Gotta be big money cashing that save though. Sometimes he really do be hitting you and sniping you from really far away. You see him actually trying to toss it out again. The rockets are help cover him too.
Oh.
It acts as a makeshift shield almost to actually
Oh,
protect him.
snap him up.
But oh no, grabbing him and sending him down.
That was so smart too, because you already got rid of the jump and the dodge.
Yep.
So you're using up air to drift back in the stage and couldn't get back in. A little bit of mashing happening there, and we're gonna see what happens. Hopefully, this is just a quick solve issue. We don't want this to be anything that takes away. Now that stock that happened, that life happened before, of course, from that knockout from Superman was really solid to catch him on stage. Unfortunately, we're gonna go ahead and take a look to see what happened here. The TLs are out there just checking to see the situation, but game number 2, still a lot of time to go. Once we get the clarification on what has happened or what will continue, we will let everybody know. They're just go ahead and getting that clarification from the TOs on the desk at this moment.
So you could be hitting all the buttons in the world out here, Ajax, but the one button you don't want to be hitting is that pause button by accident. Because now as we figure out what we're going to do here, is it going to be a life that we're going to see being lost here, or are we going to just roll it back in again? We're going to have to wait. Maybe there's a situation at hand.
Just go ahead and waiting for the answer, of course, from the crowd. I think that like you said, basically the standard that usually happens in this situation is the player who paused or the team who paused is going to give up one of their lives in response, because that does take away from a potential knockout or just change the entire situation. It does make it kind of resets the game. It resets neutral. So we're waiting to see which one of the two caused it and what was the situation here. But once they get to that point, we're going to go ahead and get, of course, back into this match. It's been phenomenal. It's been a great build-up to this point. Still in top 8. A lot of teams have been making a lot of effort to get here, and I've been loving everybody getting to this point as well.
It's nice and exciting, and sometimes these things do happen right now. We're just kind of figuring out what's going to happen real quick as we get set up. We're going to get set back into the game, wasting no time, though, in general. It was pretty even at the start, but it looks like we did have to forfeit one of those lives.
All right, and once everything is resituated, we'll get right back into this match here, resetting the cooldowns, I believe, as well, because you want to have everything fresh off the start. But once that happens, like I said, we're going to get right back into the game, get everything predetermined here. But still, this is losers top 8.
Yep.
To make sure that you continue in this bracket. Make sure that you stay alive in this bracket. There's still a lot of money on the line. There's still a lot of pride on the line. The brothers over there for Broskis and Oopsitir have made their way all the way up to this point, getting through a lot of incredible teams. And on the other side of it, Too Easy and Blazy, like we said, checking out the crowd who is sticking out with us, of course, this whole time. Shout out to Flash, I see over on the side, to Jake, all the crowd still here with us, having a fantastic time here for the first official offline multiversus bracket.
I just love that we already have props here in the crowd to give that support over to the Multiversus roster in general, guys. Thank you so much for your energy. Thank you guys so much for showing your support to Multiversus. Look at this. We even got the Superman shirt.
That's Niall over there standing up to the crowd with the Superman, flexing on him, making sure everybody who knows what's up, what's good. Superman, of course, being one of those biggest issues, like we said, seeing throughout this tournament. One of the highest pick characters throughout the bracket. And it's been pretty difficult to deal with them overall because of how good that armor has been.
He's literally a wall. That's what Superman feels like, not only with the Ice Breath, and when you have that power-up from Velma, not only do you have the cooldown power-up where you have to worry about it less, but it's the fact that your head is so big that that Ice Breath even gets bigger.
Yeah, exactly. Like we said, that's nasty. Stop that. But it's such a good way to crowd control. It's CC. It pushes people away. You don't want to take that ice debuff because not only is it that slow, but it makes it so much easier for Superman to get in. We're going to get a zoom in on over on the side. Now, I know I saw somebody earlier who was wearing a J-Cat. They did not play Jake, so I'm still staring at you. I got questions. Like,
That's how you mix up the opposition actually from the very beginning before you even get into the character select screen.
yeah, if you come here in a full like Batman cosplay and you end up playing Bugs, I'm not a fan of you anymore. Like I need you to commit to the bit. Stay to who you're playing.
You got to keep the schmicks up even before the game even starts.
All right, but the ruling has been clarified. It is going to be 1-1. Now that is going to be lost inside on the side of Too Easy and Blazy, I believe. So it'll be 1-1 for Broskis and Oobs here. We're going to be running it back. We're not going to go back to Scooby's though. It looks like we're going to be switching over now to Sky Arena with no platforms, which worked out very well pretty much for every single time that we've seen a Bugs and a Velma on the stage.
Yeah, it's the fact that it's one of those neutral stages where, if let's say the platforms aren't around there, when there is platforms, Velma does have the word bubbles that really surround and encapsulates that platform really well, controlling some of the extra space. I know we're talking about the Ice Breath from Superman, but that's also another wall that you have to worry about when it comes to jumping around, forcing certain situations, especially into the welcoming opening arms of Superman.
Yeah, and usually that Frost Breath is very solid against projectiles because it does end up freezing them and breaking them along the way. But that doesn't work against the space of the safe and the rocket. You have to just accept that, and it'll push it out of direction. We did see earlier how it was Oopsatir who, actually it was Oopsatir or Dante who froze a rocket, and it normally pushes it into the ground, but it ended up going over the ledge and following him. He got around it somehow, but that was definitely one of the top 5 scariest moments of the tournament so far.
The rocket can be so scary in general, especially if you have that Velma to help you out with your cooldown in general, but let's not waste any time, Ajax. 1-1 apiece right now, going on to game number 3.
Right back into the action, Vicky here on to Trophy's Edge number 2. This is something we saw earlier too while we were looking at the Courage match as well. Okay, so we're showing off our dribbling skills over on the side, being able to send that through, but that also does let you get access to the item out of the safe potentially, which is currently that TV over there. And now we're gonna have the robot attached. It's gonna go ahead and follow Soups.
All right, we got a little buddy out here too, but oh man, the spikes that we are seeing right now currently from Broskis has been amazing in general. Here comes that megaphone as well. Gonna be able to get that follow-up. Here comes that rocket too. They're continuously keeping the red team juggled a little bit here.
And now advantage to red team on that right platform. You do not want to be jumping on top of that ice debuff stack. It puts them on so quickly. That's why they separated back over to the left-hand side there, Vicky.
All right, because you can see the barrage of words coming in. Look at this respect. It's a showdown right now between both of these teams on each side of the stage.
And that was so smart from the blue team as well because they got access to their Grey Hulk. They stayed over there, got the evidence up from Velma so they can go in if they felt like it, but the red team just waited it out. It's like, we're not going to go for that. We're going to go all the way off stage though, trying to challenge the rocket. Now you're forced in a bad spot. You got to avoid these mallets, but getting away. And then the projectile buff getting in the way, of course, is stopping that edge guard from Velma.
And you saw how low Oops here actually went right there and sending him all the way to the side, making sure the business has been done. Justice has been delivered real quick, and the survivability and the solve between the lasers has been amazing there too. Now getting the follow-up with that side special into the hammer too, now coming in. He's going to be able to be patiently around. You're trying to sandwich both the blue team members, but in general, just the space that Broskis and Oopster has made is insane.
It absolutely has been incredible. Now you got to watch out. You cannot stay off stage when Superman is staring you down like that. Gonna go ahead and use the charge, dashing back in, using the death cancel. Oops!
No
Oops!
way!
You were paying attention to Oops and tearing in the skies. Gonna get one. Another knockout of the up charge on the right and taking advantage of controlling that stage. And you can see Oops and Tear pointing to the camera. One more game.
From the armor into the alley-oop? Are you kidding me? You are never safe around Superman if you're going to contest him up in the air like that.
That is insane. Great dominance and control of the skies and the ground, and they were able to mitigate the problem that is Bugs. That tunnel meant absolutely nothing. They just kept juggling around the safe, going for the gray health as well from Velma onto evidence, trying to get items cycled, but they never budged. They never had to go over there. But once they decided to, instantly dropping that ice debuff was Broskies, forcing them to jump. And what happens when you have to jump, especially when you have no room to run? Here comes Oopsitir.
Broskies and Oopsitir are so good at playing along each other. The armor too, I'm not over that at the very end right there, but I want to pinpoint the repositioning and the way that they were able to actually understand certain situations and then reposition around each other. But again, it comes down to the space that Superman has, as well as the word bubbles that are coming out of Velma. It's so intimidating. Even some of the spikes that we're seeing right here. Okay, hi Wheels FGC.
Shout
okay.
outs to Wheels, by the way, one of the ambassadors who could not make it out this weekend, and we greatly appreciate the fact that you are watching here with us. The ambassador program being one of the great things for the community, of course. And I'm glad that the imposter was taken away from Synoom, so I could continue to pretend that Batman's are perfectly fine. But we are fine, exactly, and we are just as good in this position right now as Broskies and Oopsitir are on Shaggy's, currently up 2-1. It's going to be Too Easy and Blazy who start things off instantly with that grab from Velma to get that free 12 gray health. And the red team said, okay, you got that. We're not going anywhere.
It's a respect at the very beginning there sometimes too, especially when you start off here on Haunted Mansion. Again, another opportunity to actually try to bring this back, try to maybe even up the set scores, especially with the way that Broskies and Oopsitir has actually been able to adapt right here. But it's a Superman again. You see him trying to reposition. He glides too as another option to actually get right back to Broskies. But it's the down air from Blazy who has also been able to put in so much pressure closer to the offstage portion of the stage.
Exactly. Blazy's finding way more dare-to-nairs and keeping that going. But the armor is coming through from Superman, stopping a lot of this as we get another trade-off. Sniper punch coming through, just missing though. Bug's big head, not gonna really matter on that. Another one has been removed. Megaphone over on the side, but you have to watch out. He goes one off stage, tries to go for down air, trying to get back on. He's gonna snatch him. He's got the rocket to come through, but here comes Oopsitir. Double side air, gets him there, and that is gonna be another stack. Answering back right away is Blazy.
It's that down air spike that we were talking about before, but we have to talk about the upside.
Oh no!
Not again! Not again! Oh, everybody's gone! Everybody's gone! Too Easy and Blazy actually capitalizing off of that situation the moment the Oopsitir just spawned.
Just taking full advantage of all of them in center, but that nair doesn't mean anything when you get back, step back on stage. 3 lives apiece. Too Easy and Blazy facing elimination right now if they cannot get this, but they have done a great job keeping themselves in it.
What a volatile game that we have right now in our hands after even getting that lead from that double spike currently right now.
This is insane, but you currently have that. Oh, you have Superman all the way in the skies. You have to avoid getting hit by this up here, but Velma gets directly in the way, forcing him to go for the side special. You have to get back on stage and not gonna get hit by that megaphone recoil off the bottom.
Worry about the words, worry about the save, but worry about these up air swings too. Hey, better with the stall on the words. You can see the insurance from Oopsitir. They take it, they move on!
Broskies and Oopsitir capitalizing. The Supermans continuing to show what they need to do. The Holy Trinity out here and the crowd popping off of them. Of course, everybody with that support down there. And they will not be done here. They will not be settled. They are going to continue in this loser-sided bracket to make their way towards that podium.
Losers quarterfinal now as we move on to the bracket. Ajax, what a final game to wrap up the entire set, like a gift presented to us.
Vicky, I swear, I feel like we've been watching repeated winners final sets. And Too Easy and Blazy, big shout outs, of course, to Too Easy and Blazy, making all the way to top 8 here and getting 7th place. Give it up for Too Easy and Blazy. Amazing job, of course, from them. The best pop-off all weekend that we have seen so far, because there's still more tournament to be played, but amazing pop-off, of course. It was absolutely phenomenal and a lot of passion from the two of them, leading all the way up to this point. One of the many teams that has been able to kind of solidify their names in this, but Vicky, of course, we got to talk about a few other names who were just here a little while ago. We're going to have an extensive breakdown. We're going to send it right over to the analyst to break down exactly how that game went.
Yo, what's going on, guys? We got some analyst action coming for you. It's your boy, Asti. I'm joined here by the one and only Flambeau. We're going to kind of dissect what we just saw there. So let's take a look at this replay, shall we, Flambeau?
No, I'm excited. There were some crazy exciting plays that we did see unfold before us, and I want to go ahead and take a dive and take a little bit of a closer look of some of the things that made the magic happen.
Yeah, so literally what we saw there was we saw a Too Easy and Blazy taking a 3-1 loss to Broskies and Oopsitir. Very big win for them. We saw them even pop off there at the end. So here was a side of game number 1. This is when it was very close with Flambeau. Literally, they were just trying to see who could get up to the top, who can finally find this mark with that kill. And literally, the ring out happened at the very bottom. And all of a sudden, that's when Broskies and Oopsitir started to ramp up.
Yeah, no, it was
immaculate play to see all around. Of course, Superman once again with that up special being such a menace in games we've seen today, getting those quick KOs off the side or the top last one like we saw in that replay.
And we saw another vision, the down air on the edge. It's such a good tool for Bugs. And you see it again right there, just trying to get tons of combos with the side airs and down airs. The mallet's such like a menace move. There was another pick right there with the pop-off, and I love these pop-offs we've been seeing today.
Yeah, same. No, I definitely want to get a analysis of those pop-offs at some point
Yeah,
too.
literally.
If I get a really nice one later
Dissected
on,
and
I'll break it
everything.
apart.
You know, I want to get like the little Madden maps where you got like the little red squares and everything. Like, okay, so this guy right here ended up popping off right at this moment, you know, stuff like that. That would have been really cool. It's very interesting that we keep seeing Scooby's Mansion, by the way, near the end. I'm very shocked that we keep seeing people counterpick to it, but it's a very fun stage.
No, honestly, it's one of those maps that we've been seeing a little bit more as we've been making our way to the top 8 that I didn't expect to see. But with that said, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to Vicky and Ajax, who are holding it down for you guys on the Evo main stage.
Thank you so much, Austin and Flambeau. I love the breakdowns that we have so far in this game. Just being able to break down the action sometimes could be, it's necessary. I mean, some of these matches are so volatile, but I mean, I think we can all agree there's a problem here. I think there's a problem
we
here.
shine a light on that strength right there. Velma being
there's
one,
a problem here.
the absolute menace. Look, don't believe her when she say, "I'm just looking for my glasses."
No.
Like, no. You're gonna hit me with a light bulb in a second. I see through your problems. But absolute, great composure from all of the people so far. And like you were just saying, breaking down this game is so insane because there's so much going on. It's easy to miss some of these plays sometimes, and it's just only going to get better as we get a lot more matches to go. But we still have a lot more matches to go, of course, after this short break. Do not go anywhere as we have more of Multiversus Evo top 8 still to go.
Thanks for watching and supporting Evo 2022. Speaking of support, you should support our monitor and headset partner, InZone from Sony, the newest brand in gaming gear providing you top-of-the-line equipment. The InZone M9 and M3 27-inch monitors bring you incredible high resolution and high dynamic range pictures and reactive experience with 144 Hz and 240 Hz refresh rates, 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response time, variable refresh rate technology, and more. On the audio side, their line of headsets includes the InZone H9, H7, and H3 models featuring 360 spatial sound for gaming. The line offers noise-canceling, wired, and wireless options. With dedicated PC software for both monitors and headsets, the InZone Hub enables personalized settings to your optimization. Sharpen your senses with the brand new InZone products and check them out at sony.net/gaming-gear.
Dash up, back throw though, Mochi got caught for the corner. Are you kidding me?
Fun.
Oh my God.
Fun.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
Fun.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hi, this is the quiet car. You don't remember me. Now,
Talk to me.
I'm not the only one doing a job on this train.
enemies
I recognize that guy.
He was in Mexico.
Tequila?
become
When we get off this train, the White Death waits for you with his army of assassins.
allies.
We need to come up with a plan.
Was that a snake?
It would appear so.
Bullet Train, exclusively in theaters, now playing. Rated R.
All those watching, bear witness! A clash of power and technique! This will be a fierce contest! Who will grasp glory in their hands? Who will eat and who will be eaten? The fateful battle is about to begin! Can you all feel the drama? Their true abilities will be tested. Show me the ultimate fight.
PlayStation Tournaments brings competitive play to all skill levels in the FGC. You can compete for cash prizes, virtual currency, and more. Find your next tournament and sign up at compete.playstation.com.
right, everybody, welcome back to the official first offline Evo 2022 Multiversus Top 8. We've had such a build-up through this whole weekend. We've got through the lower side of bracket. We now are moving to the winner's side of bracket. Of course, my name is Ajax. Rejoined once again to call this action with Vicky Kitty. It's been phenomenal so far.
It's been amazing, and we got to highlight some things that I've been seeing, some aesthetics that are really calling my name. Can we talk about these Astros real quick with the Multiversus side panels? I mean,
this
and the controller.
I play on PS5 pad, and I want to convert to this at this point. That looks amazing. It has the whole front of the Multiversus logo, completely custom designed. Feels really comfortable, actually. But this right here, I need this. Like, is it a problem if this finds its way into my luggage before I take off today? I'm just saying, but
sorry, production.
It
wasn't us.
Having the ability to trade off these, you have these here. Big shout outs, of course, to Astro for providing these. Make sure you go ahead and check them out in their booth. But speaking of that, take a close look on the headsets for our competitors, because our next competitor is coming up. We have moved into winners semis. We are in the winner's side of bracket for Evo Top 8. We have Coxelix and Rexay coming up here versus Void and Nakat.
I gotta highlight Nakat and Void real quick here before diving into the other team, because these individual players have so much potential and have so much synergy together as a duo. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out in the top 8, because they've been consistent so far. That's why they're here in the winner's bracket. But we've seen some of the action, and it looks like we're actually just diving right into it. We're wasting no time.
Going right into it, Coxelix and Rexay, of course, having a lot of history and platformers, being an incredible duo here so far today, making a deep run, getting through on the side where we had an original 3 seed, and after a couple upsets, able to take that over. But Nakat and Void, 4th seed of the tournament. But a little thing of note is that they were #1 on the ladder for a very long time, using a team nobody else is running. The only Wonder Woman still here with that Tom and Jerry.
And Nakat's first Multiversus tournament here too. And the Tom and Jerry being the only one here in this top 8 from Void, we've seen the amount of impact this duo has in terms of synergy and in terms of the individual characters and how well they work with each other. That Jerry just also doing so much of that extra damage there you have to worry about, because that does rack up while Nakat takes the front reign of the team.
Exactly, you have so much damage control, and if you ever see Jerry hiding on the middle as a teammate, you could go ahead and pick him up and use that active hitbox every time Jerry puts on a move. But one of the hardest people to edge guard in the game is Void, and you're gonna get that down here instantly to get rid of that life.
I want to know how many lives Void has been able to take with these pans in general, these down air spikes, but you have to worry about a nice DI coming in, the stall with the down special over and over again to be able to make it back.
That mattered so much because all the resources are gone. He got hit out of the jump because Nakat got out there to help body block. It allowed him to get in, but the up air is gonna finally find the mark on Nakat. Did not have the armor set up, but instantly coming back in to refresh that armor, and they get another life instantly.
And the armor immediately coming right after just losing that first life right there too, and love to see that too, because you have the automatic reset too from the debuffs in general.
And speaking of debuffs, because you're Wonder Woman, you have the ability to cleanse them away. So whenever you use that shield, it stops all of that ice debuff that the blue team has put on, but the juggles coming in, multiple downers, trash cans coming up top. You gotta avoid that shield as well. Easy to find those knockouts, and you have to watch out, of course, for the lasso of truth, as Nakat spaces that very well.
Insane here. You can see though with the Bugs Bunny and Velma, they have not been able to really control that space that they were looking for, especially with some of those tunnels that you have to worry about, because look at the way that Jerry himself is even trying to come up. That forward air coming in too. You saw that attempt from the side, and then you see the safe now coming down. They are now finally able to reverse the situation, but a high recovery into the down air spike. That's what we were talking about before. I want to know how many lives Void has been able to claim that way.
Exactly, Vicky. It's been insane. And Coxelix and Rexay trying to get things going. You have the mobility attached to Bugs to be able to sneak in, and trying to do that right now as they look for the double up because of that shield though, taking a hit. Working up for the side special, going for the side air, getting away. Nakat gonna get in the middle of it all, but the Megaphone finally finds the mark on the Void.
Megaphone having them in their trajectory, perfectly timed right there too. Nice little stall from Coxelix and Rexay over to the side here, but it's Nakat and Void that have that match point that you have to worry about. It's all up to Nakat actually. But they couldn't be able to actually land right there. It could be so difficult, especially with that Wonder Woman up special there too that controls some of that extra space.
It's so hilarious watching that up special come in. Go get him, little buddy. Just sending that rocket right up attached to Jerry. He didn't ask to be there. He did not want want to be on it, but he gets sent up, of course, and all the options covered like you just alluded to. You get around the rocket. Guess what? Here's Nakat with the up special. Oh crap, I got to dodge down. Who's still there? Jerry. There was so much covered, and he already chose to recover high. That revealed a lot of resources were gone, and that puts you in a very, very scary spot that Rek'Sai wasn't able to go help Remedy to get Coslics away from that.
Being able to reset your utility in general on top of the Wonder Woman's shield too is absolutely huge there to be able to actually overextend further and try to go for more conversions if you possibly can get there. You know, Jerry may not have wanted to be strapped up to that rocket, but he had no choice, unfortunately, and neither did this team. So now we're going to get set up going into game number 2. But I really like the dynamic between the Wonder Woman and the Tom and Jerry essentially being that third player for that team.
Exactly, and we're seeing a perk switch up. So it's going to be a perk counter pick from the blue team. They're going to double up on the projectile block perk because Jerry and all of the nonsense that can happen with Tom sending out all of the rackets can just constantly hit you. So you need a way to answer that. And one of the ways you can answer, remember, you don't have to always change your character. You have the perks available to beat the matchups. It's not going to be as easy, though, because something we've seen Void do quite often when people do this is just start getting way more aggressive. And he will start running up with the upcharge, get those cancels, and you will be very surprised by how many times he lands that down air string in center.
And you know exactly what they're trying to cover themselves with when it comes to the perk system and knowing what they want to be able to look out for more often, especially if it comes to protecting yourself from some of these projectiles that we've been seeing from the Tom and Jerry. That's kind of the cue for Void to know, all right, well, if you're going to be able to try to avoid this, well, we're going to see the pressure that I'm able to bring on with the pan off stage. We've seen those pans hits. We've seen those down airs actually land. But the consistency with the way that he's able to micro move on top of them, it's a huge hitbox, honestly.
Exactly, as we continue, as that zoom in showed here with Multiversus top 8. Game number 1 going to Nakat and Void, and already switching up to Trophy's Edge. A lot of room to work with. Vicky, we've seen so many people, especially the Bugs development teams, counterpick to this stage.
Let's highlight that sweet spot, though, from the lasso being on that perk set here for Nakat. That was a little sneaky from the gates, actually, trying to put in some of that extra damage. The tunnel has been putting in, though, and with the wards actually sneaking through, you have to worry about that coming off screen. Sometimes you can miss it. Oh, he just followed up with that!
You cannot get away from the cat. Sometimes he's so good at pushing advantage in center stage. You have the up airs and the up shield that forces you to have to back off. The recovery so good, and they already strike first, even with 105. Remember, Wonder Woman being a tank can get that shield up and help them survive a bit longer. He just taunted to try and catch him with a down air. I see the cat is feeling himself right now.
He did that earlier on in the bracket there too. For top 16, he wants to go in for another attempt, but doesn't want to overextend at the same time. Really risky because you're tossing Jerry out to do the dirty work for you.
What game are we watching right now? This man's accuracy is insane! As he gets another one off stage, they click away all the resources, smacks away the safe with the frying pan too. Void has been impossible to edge guard, and they are up 3 lives to 1 currently in winter semis.
I do not
none, excuse me.
It's just crazy to see how much impact Void has had in the air, not just with these spikes, but even when it comes to retaliating and falling immediately after the cat.
And even with these projectile block perks, Vicky, you finally find one right there, and that lasted forever, but what did Void do at the end? Just wait, and then he started swinging. So you have to find a way around that, and one way to do that is to get in with Bugs. As we see him try to do that right now, the Nair's not going to be enough to line anything up, and still no knockout on the Void.
I like the way of Rek'Sai and actually Coslic being able to use that tunnel to get right back into reposition and get safely away from the cat and Void right there, especially with the fact that they are currently sitting at match point for this game alone. The save coming down in, you see the cat actually shifting a lot of that focus to help out Void.
I like how you pointed that out too. Rek'Sai has been playing Bugs since the very beginning and has a lot of good mobility options with them. He goes out and finds it down there. They still can do this, but it's not. That's a whole lie. I lied to you. They can't do it anymore because 2 game snub are now in favor of Nakat and Void with another incredible position on the projectile. Continuing here in top 8, the crowd's still here with us this whole time. This is the first determination to get into winners finals.
I love how the cat, every time the cat loses a life, he comes back down, it's always immediately with a lasso of truth. Gonna slap up the competition a little bit with that lasso. But coming down in, I like the way that Coslic and Rek'Sai actually were able to really follow up each other, but what are we
wait a
going
minute.
on here? Do we
Wait
have
a minute. Coslic said this to me
change
before,
up?
and okay, so this is the original main from Coslic. That Tasmanian Devil line of being the only one is no longer true. The original main of Coslic is coming out here. We're going to see the switch off the Velma into the Taz.
what could this bring here for this team to make some of these changes? You saw that Velma was not really able to have that impact other than the repositioning from the Bugs Bunny tunnel, but the words weren't really having the impact that they wanted to at least control the space, because you saw how aggressive Void was able to get off stage and the words did not hurt him.
So there's an exchange that happens here. You lose out on some recovery. Even though Velma didn't have a lot of great recovery, Taz does not have the best ability to make it back. So Void is going to be going out there, and he's already doing it anyway. So in exchange, you get access to better scramble options. You were getting crowded by armor a lot, and you were getting kind of overwhelmed by down airs from the two of them a lot. Taz helps that to break up. It stops you. You don't want to go in for those tornadoes. You don't want to go in when they have the pile up. It's going to be on the Cat and Void to hunt down that cooldown. When they see it's gone, rush. And I think that also, it kind of leads me to believe that we're going to see a smaller stage, maybe something along the lines, maybe Batcave finally shows back up, maybe we make another trip to Scooby's Mansion. It entirely depends right now on the counter picks, of course, from Nakat and Void when we get to that spot.
Let's see how that's going to work out here for them, too. I just really like the way that Nakat and Void have been able to control so much of that stage, but some quick adaptation from Rexay and Kosalix. And this is post-patch nerf as well. That is something important to note. And like you were saying before, we're going on to a smaller stage. Ajax, I see you out here. I see you, the prophet, understanding what we got on our hands. It's about that stage control that's been a problem. And now with the change-up, I'm expecting this to really work out better for Rexay and Kosalix.
Going to Batcave is basically saying, I'm going to hold forward and I'm going to do it well. Exactly what Taz does, and get all the volleys off the side. But something that does become more viable for the red team. We already saw how the Cat was able to get a knockout off the top pretty easily. You're able to get one, make them very easy here with those up air strings into that shield.
Oh, the cancel out of the tornado too to just control the left side of the stage real quick, but he's got to help out Rexay at the same time. Yeah, he's got the tunnel if he wants to actually disengage when he does have it here, but it's not going to really be able to be put out because you still have the Cat and Void, not just with that shield to help cleanse too, but it's the fact that they've been able to control one opponent at the same time. But the first life already claimed by Rexay and Kosalix.
Amazing job from Kosalix to force the Cat to have to jump a bunch, already using the pile up to force him to go into the skies, and then immediately covered by Rexay at the end of that. Now, even though it doesn't seem like they have zoning capabilities, remember earlier that Courage was able to get that knockout with the apple off stage. That can happen here as well if either one of them are not paying attention.
Gotta snipe that apple sometimes real quick there too. You also have to worry about the Jerry that's gonna be able to put in some of that extra pressure too. I like being able to go onto the other side. You have to worry about that safe sometimes too. But so quick and very volatile in general with the change-up that we're seeing so far. But the survivability for how long? Rexay, the stall real quick, knowing that's exactly what the Cat wanted to go first, Mike.
I have absolutely no idea how Kosalix got away from that, because afterwards you had to watch out for the tennis ball too coming in, but the red team has started to slow it down, and they answer back. The down air finds the mark off the stage, and they get already a lot of damage onto Bugs.
Talk about the damage itself, actually. Try to throw out the lasso at the same time. Tries to get that sweet spot a little bit, but the follows from these up specials from the Cat, trying to get that follow from Void after swinging it right in his direction.
And the Cat trying to jump in with these nairs quite a bit to roll cancel into a dash jump, a down air like that again, so he can find the big combo starters. They haven't been lining up as well. You gotta respect that move, though. Don't get in the middle of that. That sent you very far.
Oh, he tried to actually use the lasso to help him out. You see the toss-up, though, sending out some of these balls with the tennis racket, too. In general, he is actually able to live for so long, but the damage output from the Cat has been insane. That's the tank that we see from the Wonder Woman as he jumps right above him. That could have been an upper attempt right there, too.
Yeah, Rexay somehow getting out of that situation, trying to get back down, not going to get away from the shield. Now 3 stocks up to 2, 3 lives in favor of 2 right now. Yeah, and you still have a good chance to get back in, though. Not anymore, because winners semis, the first team to make it to winners finals is Nakat and Void.
What's insane here with Nakat and Void now is moving on to winners finals. I did see Void put out a tweet saying, you know, I don't think I've been wrong out once in day number 1. And now bringing in this energy, going into this top 8.
That's right, Wonder Woman strong. We've seen all these Supermans, but where the Wonder Woman's
I need my Diana fans out here. Come on, come on.
Amazing job from the Cat to keep that going. They had the ability to have the armor up all the time, but this is one of the only, one of the few unique teams we have still in this bracket. Up to this point, they have not broken. They have not switched off from this spot. But amazing job from the Cat and Void. The offstage game from a Void was phenomenal, Vicky.
I actually haven't been able to really pinpoint another player who gets as aggressive and as those consistent spikes go on than Void. Void is always on top of following up with Nakat when it comes to seeing them sent off. If it isn't Nakat hitting you with the up special up in the air, you have that shield to also go in for the utility resets that we were mentioning before, but then also enables Void to be able to get sent further off stage, position himself, stall, and then hit with the frying pan down below.
Yeah, I think just because of the fact that it was so difficult to knock out Void, even with the switch up to the Taz, it made so much sense, but it wasn't enough, and we're going to break down exactly why it was not enough in that 3-0 as we send it over to the analyst for the match.
Thank you for stopping by to the analyst desk here at EVO 2022. We're going to go ahead and take a look at some of the replays that made that match such a joy to watch. We did see Void and Nakat ultimately take the victory. A valiant counterpick effort from Kosalix with the Taz, but it was not enough. Osti, let's take a look at some of those replays.
Dude, I cannot understate how smart of a player Void is.
Yeah.
There are just so many moments, especially in that first game, when he was just playing out of his mind with his recovery game, just trying to get back onto the stage, back and forth. He was so smart with how he was like changing it up from like the way he got back onto the stage, where he smacks him with the downer as a way as the counter poke as well. But that means nothing against with Nakat as well. Nakat was doing a very good job of just like letting Void play his game, you know? So we're gonna take a look at some of these replays that we got coming up here, see what we got going on. So in this first one this is game number 1. What is happening here is that we see a bunch of, that's one of the ones I was talking about, where he just turns the recovery back on him, smacks him with the down air, and that's all he had to do. Here's another time when he goes off stage pretty deep, actually gets turned around by the safe, but watch how he recovers. He's out of resources. Goes for the double down air before climbing back up onto the wall. Just really smart stuff coming out from them, right? So just like tons of like really great recovery coming out from Void.
Yeah, no, it's extremely important because you need to slow it down, right? Make sure that you're able to get over there, use that drift to make your way over to the side of the stage to recuperate your resources.
Yeah. So there's just so many opportunities for them in this game alone to be able to, be able to have that recovery in his repertoire to get back on stage. I just really liked it, because any other Tom and Jerry, I feel like they were done for, right? They just would have fallen off, and that would have been all she wrote.
Taking a look at this replay as well. What a conversion coming out here from Nakat, right? The up, down, up, down, up, down.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's so much damage racked up. Using those wall bounces to great effect.
I actually really like that recovery from Rexa, the way he was just trying to like move over to the right, using his side special midair to try to like get over around whoever was approaching him from the top to get back to the right and going for the down special. So much good stuff happening here.
Even the movement from Void as well on the Tom and Jerry, the way he's able to maneuver around the Bugs tunnel and set up his spacing perfect, and then the smack off the rocket, like another level.
Yeah, definitely. So it's like very refreshing to see, like there's no other Tom and Jerry's, there's no other Wonder Woman like at this far in the bracket, and they're definitely like trying to like go move it through the game, you know. So here's the game number 2. This was a really cool moment, right? So we had that spike right there, almost got him from the tennis ball, you know? Could have sent him all the way to the right side of the blast zone.
Nora gets pushed to the side, and then I remember right here, right? Especially Void has just been so nice with the snipes throughout the day, I just want to say, with that Jerry. But then taking a look at this replay, and again, a nice little toss up, the chase up. You can see the beautiful dodge through the up special from one woman. Nakat still in hot pursuit, an up air as well coming from Void.
The taunt? Wait, hold on. Did you see that taunt there for a second?
I did see that taunt. That was frame perfect.
I didn't even see that nonsense. Nakat's a fiend, bro.
Oh, man. And then the Jerry comes out, sitting in the corner, the smack from the claws. The way they hold center stage here is so important. Oh, man. The way they work around the safe, too, has been so good, too. I remember that one recovery where Void was able to just smash the safe and make it back to the stage.
So, yeah, here's game number 3 at the back cave. Literally, this was the closest that Rex and Koslix came to being able to, like, take that victory, right? There's so many opportunities for them to try to, like, make this turnaround happen, and they just couldn't pull it off at the very end. There was some really cool moments here, getting caught by both that was actually a really cool moment when you saw Bugs actually riding the rocket there.
Yes.
Just riding with it, catching him with the neutral charge attack to be able to, like, pop him back up into the air.
And another thing that I was looking for, too, is that from Koslix as well, the use of Dogpile in that game 3 was actually phenomenal. Got a few KOs with it, just wasn't quite able to secure the W. You can see right here, falls down with it. Gets a nice, it sends to the right there, which is a little bit unfortunate. Had it sent to the left, it could have potentially led to a KO, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, just so much action happening right here, especially with, like, the safe. I feel like the safe was such a big moment within the game, just kind of constantly being like an active force that everyone was playing around, not just like the blue team running it, but also the red team. So that was actually the great set. Again, congrats to Void and the Cat getting a 3-0 victory, moving on into winners finals, guaranteeing themselves the top 3 spot as well as some of those prizes.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone is really surprised if you've been following the journey of Void and the Cat. I mean, there's a reason they were the 2 players selected for that first Multiversus player showcase, right? Clearly talented, clearly skilled, and they were able to show that right here.
Yeah, so just a ton of really good stuff coming out from those guys. I mean, just all around good stuff going into winners finals, man. So that's going to be it for us, guys. We're going to toss it right back over to Ajax and Vicky. Ajax and Vicky, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, of course, for that analysis once again of this incredible top 8 action. Nakat and Void solidifying themselves the first half of winners finals. A lot of teams to go through to get to this point. Has climbed all the way to #1 on the rank ladder for quite a while. Kind of paused a little bit on it, but they have shown that they have not lost a beat.
Hey, and Void just came out of winning a singles tournament, what, 4 days ago, showing that consistency could transcend into doubles. And it's nice to be able to see that in top-level play here in the very first LAN tournament here for Multiversus at Evo 2022. We still got a lot more action coming up soon, and I'm excited to see this next set coming up.
I am very excited to see this next match. We were talking about the ladder. We're talking about a lot of the online brackets. Well, you're looking at 2 of the strongest teams coming up next after a short break. We'll be right back with the other half of winners semis for Evo Top 8 right after this.
Shout out to our partner Rushdown Revolt, a free-to-play, fast-paced, and combo-centric fighting game. Experience 10 unique characters, best-in-class rollback netcode, and a fresh take on platform fighter combat. The game's signature spark mechanic lets you cancel any attack into a dash and sets you up to combo opponents like never before. Their alpha is available now on Steam with an open beta release coming August 30th. The beta will have new stages and a new stance character, the chain-wielding assassin Reyna.
girl is Arya Stark of Winterfell.
Time to eat somebody. I am here.
look good in a monocle.
Looking for a new controller? Our partners at PowerA bring you the Fusion Pro 2 and the Spectra Infinity. The remarkable Fusion Pro 2 wired controller for Xbox Series X and S is packed with pro-level features to give you peak gaming performance and comfort. Featuring a mappable Pro Pack, 3-way trigger locks, and much more, the officially licensed Fusion Pro 2 gives you a competitive edge when gaming on Xbox or PC. The brilliant Spectra Infinity enhanced wired controller for Xbox Series X and S lights up your gaming. This one-of-a-kind gamepad offers tons of color combinations you can customize, plus 3-way trigger locks, dual rumble motors, and more. Officially licensed by Xbox, the Spectra Infinity is compatible with both Xbox and PC platforms. Learn more about both at PowerA.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to Evo 2022 here with Multiversus. I'm Vicky Kitty, and I'm joined with Ajax, and we are going through the rest of this top 8. We already have one team sitting in the winners finals with Nakat and Void sitting real pretty with that prize pool looking real nice right now.
Exactly. We've reached the other side of winners semis. 2 of the top teams that we've seen throughout the entirety of all these brackets. And of course, it's time for Batman. We got Sinum and Leviathan coming up here for winners semis versus Mirrorman and Rose J. The menaces, they have been impossible to hit throughout the entirety of the bracket, and Leviathan has snuck on with the imposter. They are going to get their fist bumps out. Everything is ready to go. Vicky, we are looking at the other determination for who gets to play against Nakat and Void. 2 of the best teams in the world right now, this early into Multiverses. We're going to start things off on Trophy's Edge. Game number 1, Batman and Batman and Shaggy versus Bugs Bunny and Velma.
This is great here with Leviathan having that Shaggy, having that Rain Dog. We are mixing things up here between the first seeded team. Getting started off the rip though. You highlighted the Batman before. We highlighted those uppercuts. He goes swinging, but you have to get up there first to be able to get that follow.
Now this is something that was alluded to before the tournament began. Everybody was saying that they have something prepared, but you have nothing prepared for those nairs. Exactly, he has a dodge. Instead though, he gets away from there. What the rage attached to Shaggy and the armor that he can use to get in and close the gap, I think is part of their plan to try and deal with Mirrorman and Rose J.
All right, let's see what he can do actually when it comes to controlling so much of the space that we're seeing from Rose J and Mirrorman. 2 of one of the best players. You saw the down air attempt right there, real scary, but with a nice little stall actually, hanging up by the wall to try to recuperate and get right back next to Leviathan.
It's actually hilarious that the pie and the slow from the debuffs helped him stall a little bit longer, but the first life is going to be taken from that up air against Shaggy. Even with that decent weight, he's still going to be taking a trip off the top of the blast zone.
All right, you can see using the tunnel underneath though to be able to reposition real quick, sending over that safe. It's so hard, but catching the landing right there with the bat, you got to worry about that when it comes to how big a hitbox is. We talked about the spike though before, but now retaliating in, it's Shaggy who also has a really big down.
Mirrorman always there ready to cover the dodges and the jumps when they have been burned. Instantly jumping up though to go for that down special, that dive kick to get in, and then trying to cover a dodge up was Rose J with that side special themselves. But with the great health on and the defense from Velma, they avoided the uppercut to lose that first life attached to Mirrorman, who gets another one, 3 up to 0.
Those words actually sending over that safe there too. Also just hitting so hard. The fall the moment they come right back in though. Rose J and Mirrorman are looking amazing in general, but you can see Rose J making it back, living for so long for as long as they actually could so far.
The fact that Rose J got away from that down air and the spike from Batman was incredible defense in a stall from that side special before, but the cops are here instantly breaking it though underneath the smoke. We never got to see what happened.
Look at those 2 rockets coming back in. Say, hey, how are you? I've seen you so soon now. Coming right back down, not going to find its mark though, but you can use that as a wall to actually reset a lot of that utility, but the bats swinging everybody off of the field.
Absolute dominance of the air and control off stage. Every single time that Batman tried to find his way back on, he has one of the best recoveries in the game. It did not matter. Every time they tried to challenge him in the air, it did not matter because that bat from Bugs stopped those down airs from Shaggy. It stopped the approaches from Batman as much as possible to the point that A could never get close enough to Velma to do any damage, and Mirrorman was just too strong to back them off.
It's actually insane the amount of space they can control in general. With so much of those projectiles though from Rose J, it's nice to be able to see that change up. But Leviathan and Sinum, the way that they're able to just follow from each other, I mean, they've had the history. We talked about it before. This is first seed for a reason.
Yeah, and coming into this bracket, they're going to probably be switched. They have a lot of capabilities to switch. You throw a dartboard at the menu screen and Leviathan can play it. It's one of those situations where Leviathan has so many pockets available to try and make different decisions, and we're going to see if that decision remains the same. It's going to not. It's going to bring out the fluffy boy. Rain Dog has returned to the screen as they throw Rain Dog instantly over to get into the fray.
And with that tether, you're going to be able to pull your teammate right back in. We've seen it before, but the change up between the Rain Dog and the Batman is going to be fantastic because he can just go zooming, quite literally, get really extra aggressive. But it's Mirrorman who's been doing a really good job, not only controlling some of the space with the rockets, but also being able to reposition.
That matters so much because one of the things that was a problem in the last game was the inability to get back on stage, even with that recovery that Batman has. That tether helps get out of those situations. But Mirrorman and Rose J play playing exactly how we saw them before. Even with that projectile buff, it doesn't matter because a straight hit like that will find him as he flies in with the rocket and seals that first life.
It's so much space, not only between the rocket, but the pie going slow as well, controlling that lower end, and then you got to worry about the megaphone and the words, since they do hurt sometimes. They're split up a little bit, and you see that they are trying to isolate Leviathan at the same time. Jumping right back in, though, manages to get right back next to Sinum, but he's isolated over to the side by Rose J. There's that the support that you really get from Rose J when it comes to the megaphone to help cover your landing.
And not being able to catch that up air in the skies was Leviathan trying to find that up air on Velma. Here comes the flying side special. Gonna throw out the projectiles, but there was a few to take the hit. That snatches one. There's a lot of jumps gone, and that's going to be Velma falling and Rose J losing their first life.
So close to attaching yourself to the wall, though, but getting that snipe real quick with that projectile in general. You see Leviathan now all the way on the other side. Loses out on that tether real quick here, too. But it's about the priority of just being stuck on the ground. But you have to dance around a lot of these rockets that have been tethered all the way towards the other team.
Both of them have great mobility to do that. That jump cancel up special from Rain Dog gets out of there pretty quickly. Batman has a lot of options too, but trying to go save Batman, getting caught by the back hit of that up air, and that's going to be Leviathan falling, trying to save Sinum.
Oh, the down air though, it's Spike on the stage. You are out of there right now. Rose J and Mirrorman are looking so powerful against the first seed of this first Multiversus tournament.
This is the second seed right here as well. Coming into this, you could have argued either one of them coming in, like taking over the whole tournament, and Leviathan trying to strike. Mirrorman, you know, we talked about Void before too, has not really lost many, but the uppercut from Batman finally finds its mark. You got to get away from that save. That's now 2 more. They haven't taken a lot of damage, so that even with Leviathan's 85, Leviathan, if he stays close and comfortable away. Oh my god, again, juggled all the way to the skies, but a safe. Can't touch the ground. Trying to find his way down, but Sinum gets in the way to stop it.
Leviathan needs all the help right now. That is not a light dog, unfortunately, in terms of weight, and you have to worry about the amount of damage you've been putting in, but it's these uppercuts that you have to look for when it comes to Sinum, trying to close out some of these lines.
They couldn't go for it either to get out of there. There were 2 rockets in the way. It was impossible, but Sinum can still find a recovery off the top if you can find Velma slipping. But coming through with both the projectiles, the megaphone and the safe. It's so scary. Any straight hit takes him out, and it finds not 1 but 2. And they get 2 games up in the lead.
The way that Sinum and Leviathan were able to reverse the situation, try to even things up real quick, it's Rose J and Mirrorman who are always there to catch their landing, and that's the best thing you could do when it comes to the Batman that wants to go for those uppercuts. You know he's going to be in the air a lot.
301 damage for Velma, 402 damage for Bugs. Those Nair strings into down air resets, consistently getting damage onto the whole team. They couldn't get down. It was insane. The crowd getting still here with us, of course, throughout the entire thing, trying to look at what could be a 3-0 for Mirrorman and Rose J over Sinum and Leviathan. That would send an incredibly dangerous team into the losers bracket. Actually, for that matter, either one of these, nobody wants to see this in the losers bracket run.
It's just scary in general. Can you imagine first seed, second seed? I mean, in general, like what you were saying, both these teams so strong in just being able to bring a lot of different things to the table. The damage, though, coming in from Leviathan, Sinum on the other side to isolate Mirrorman and Rose J.
Oh, Leviathan is now swinging. So at the very beginning of that, there was the command grab from Velma to send him over to the side, and then instantly boxed 36 damage onto Bugs, and then kept it going. Now we're seeing a lot of separation from Bugs, getting away to go fight Batman instead.
The words, sometimes they do hurt, but they see the big hit coming in too. You see him try to go for that down air though. Immediately Rose J trying to reposition right next to Mirrorman. The fact that you currently see Sinum and Leviathan doing a really good job at trying to separate them, you saw that Mirrorman was able to immediately reposition right next to him, the forward special coming in. A little bit here too, you see the safe getting dropped down. Big down air spike coming in attempt as well.
That rocket was so close to the up air's not going to be enough. And look, when Velma says she wants to talk to you, you should probably walk away from that conversation. Maybe just separate it. Don't talk to her anymore because she has been so painful to deal with, and that uppercut is not going to get enough, but the up air is going to be enough as we see another life taken in favor of the red team.
Love the cancel real quick to actually go for the reposition. You got an idea real quick. You see that light bulb coming in too. The tether to try to just bring Sinum right back in just in case. The save too that Leviathan has been able to avoid. Even with the words too, you're trying to be able to catch that landing, but then the down air to come in, the hammer to swing them down and spike them on the stage can be so difficult to DI properly too.
Mirrorman is quite literally impossible to knock out. Never mind, we get 2 on the side of that. The problem was you had to hit both of them at the same time. We're gonna see the blue team even things right back up.
Comes the save coming all the way down again. taking some of that extra damage as you're weakened too here. You're gonna try to set him in as the meter just comes down. The fireball as well as the crystal that's on the stage currently to do some of that extra damage, but it's far off to the side. And Rose and Mirror Man doing a good job not only avoiding a lot of the stuff that Leviathan has been able to throw out, but Sinum also retaliating quickly with that uppercut.
I'm glad you pointed out the retaliation too, because Sinum has been finding more of those jabs into battering, resets, getting free combo damage, but not really the safest spot for Rain Dog on the side. Leviathan just trying to get through, a lot in the way. Somehow didn't get hit by the safest, it got knocked over. They're very lucky that didn't end up connecting.
Crushed by his hair, but it's Sinum that gets taken out instead. Now Leviathan needs to watch out, needs to avoid this bat. He's got the smoke screen, but the full intent. Oh no! The save clocking him on the head instead.
Mirror Man and Roger almost in disbelief, getting ready to pop off during that. Like, wait, it ended. The save gets through and finds the knockout to take out the final life. 3-0 to advance over Sinum and Leviathan.
Actually insane to have that domination already with another team now moving on to winners finals. That's gonna be Nakat and Void first off versus this team, and it's gonna be a fantastic time to be able to see how more of these players have been able to adapt quick, not only with the difference, we saw the Shaggy from Sinum and Leviathan, and we saw the Rain Dog and the Batman there too, but Rose J and Mirror Man now facing off against Nakat and Void is gonna be such a fantastic time in the winners finals.
Exactly, there you have it. Two of the first determined teams to get guaranteed top 3 here at Evo. It is extremely difficult to get to this point, but they have guaranteed that podium seat. They will be playing off in winners finals up against Void and Nakat, like you were just saying, and we are going to take a look exactly why they were able to get to that point with a 3-0 dominant victory over them a second ago as we throw it to the analysts.
Yo, what a fantastic set we just witnessed there, Flambeau, dude. Literally a 3-0 from Mirror Man and Rose J. Not what I expected.
No, I feel the exact same way. I definitely thought it was going to be a little bit closer of a set, but Mirror Man and Rose J did absolute work to Leviathan and Sinum and went out in a blaze of glory, really showing everything they're all about. But we did snag a couple of replays to go ahead and take a look at some of the moments of brilliance they had, even though they did not come out on top.
Yeah, so here's one really cool moment that we saw really early on, right? There was an edge guard situation happening. So, right, this is where it starts, right? Get that up air, spikes them in there. Leviathan's going to be able to get another follow-up on top of that. Now watch Velma as Rose J is going to try to get back onto the recovery. Uses the speakerphone to try to just stall a little bit. Gets back in there. Almost gets caught by it, but unfortunately returns to come back onto the stage. Now you think she's going to get back, right? No, she misses the wall. So just a really good edge guard situation from both Sinum and Leviathan kind of being on the same page there.
Yeah, and I love the actually delayed neutral air coming out from Leviathan in that scenario as well. Going ahead and saying, I'm going to wait a little bit, and then boom, here comes the snipe.
We're going to check out this next clip here momentarily. So this is the really cool moment that we saw, where we saw Sinum coming in, gets the really big combos, trying to get the uppercut here, can't quite find its mark. Then all of a sudden we get the double hits from both players, and they go flying into the blast zone. Really cool stuff coming out from Sinum and Leviathan. Unfortunately for them, you know, it's not exactly how the set went. It just kind of went with Rose J and Mirror Man's for their victory, you know?
Yeah, no, it's one of those moments I love to talk about, how like those double down airs, or rather just the down airs in general, right? When you're hitting someone off of the stage, it becomes a lot more difficult to get that knockback influence in the direction that you want to survive, as opposed to, let's say you got hit straight up by like a Batman uppercut, because then you're like, all right, I'm gonna go toward the side. But when you're bouncing off of something then going up, your brain gets a little confused as to where you're supposed to go, and a lot of KOs happen like that because you don't know exactly which way to use that KBI.
Yeah, dude, it's the velocity for being sent from the ground to the top, and you just explode up there. Never really like a fun thing. But guys, that's gonna be it for that set. We're gonna toss it right back over to our casters. Ajax and Vicky, it's all you.
All right, thank you once again, Austin and Flambeau, for showcasing exactly why we have our two teams in Winners finals. Mirror Man and Roger able to take a dominant victory over 3-0 over Sinum and Leviathan. Completely unexpected on our part. Anyone who's been paying close attention to the early stages of this game know that these two are part of the biggest threats of the entirety of Multiversus. But Mirror Man and Roger also the same on that regard as well. We're going to move out of winner's side into the loser side momentarily as we take a very short break to get everything set up as we continue this top 8 here at Evo.
Thank you to Hori for their continued support of Evo. They've been our supporters for countless years and have had top-notch fight stick and controller products for fighting game competitors. Their newest product is no exception, bringing you the Hori Fighting Stick Alpha for PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, and PC. Check it out for yourself over at horiusa.com.
Dash up, back throw though, Mochi got caught for the corner. Oh, the penalty on the drill! Are you kidding me?
Fun.
Oh my god!
Fun.
Let's go!
That's what I'm talking about!
Hi, this is the quiet car. You don't remember me.
Now,
Talk to me.
I'm not the only one doing a job on this train. Enemies. I recognize that guy.
He was in Mexico.
Tequila? Become.
When we get off this train,
The White Death waits for you with his army of assassins.
allies.
We need to come up with a plan.
Was that a snake?
It would appear so.
Bullet Train. Exclusively in theaters. Now playing. Rated R.
The Evo team would like to give a big thank you to FreshCut, the highlights partner of Evo 2022. Finally, a dedicated home for gaming's best moments. Find all of today's top trending FGC games, creators, and tournament highlights all in one place with FreshCut. FreshCut is the next generation creator content platform redefining engagement between creators and fans to help communities build and grow. Remember to catch all the highlights this weekend with the FreshCut Evo 2022 Best Moments playlist live each day in the FreshCut app at 1 p.m. Pacific. Check out FreshCut over at freshcut.gg/Evo.
Welcome back, everyone, to Evo 2022. I'm Vicky Kitty, and I'm joined with Ajax, and we got some more Multiversus Top 8 action for you guys coming soon. We just saw our first seed get put down to the lower bracket, and now we see, our winners finals teams already set up on stage, ready to go.
Well, that ball keeps rolling. We still have a lot more matches to go, and these are now back into the elimination side of bracket, the losers bracket, to determine who gets sent home at 5th place. Now, there's quite a bit of prize pool still to get at this position, but you're now at that point where you're so far that pride is on the line. You want to make it to that top 4. You want to make it to the top 3 or win the whole thing. And these teams have been showcasing why they can do that as they're going to get ready to start the first half of losers quarters. We have Koslix and Rexay coming up to the plate, and it's going to be against Tiffany and Stolly.
I'm excited to see how Tiffany and Stolly are going to do after they played a little bit ago. That was the first set that we got to watch within this top 8 since we did start within losers. But I'm wondering here, Tiffany and Stolly, they've made some mix-ups themselves. They've been able to adapt throughout the bracket. They've been able to see what they like better. It just very similar to what we had seen before between Sinum and Leviathan. So if these adjustments worked out for Tiffany and Stolly, can we see the same thing happen on the other side of the loser side?
Well, the only team really that had the Bugs and Velma combo that didn't break away from that combo has been Miraman and Roger, but everyone else has switched. We saw the Bugs switch to the Superman for the Stolly, which, by the way, was the correct choice. That was the correct option the whole time. That Superman has been a menace. But we also saw a couple switches for Rex and Koslix too, that Taz showed back up. That is the original main, the character that I was expecting to play, but going, of course, with that strong team combo of Bugs Velma, trying to make it all the way here. Rex had been playing that Bugs for a long time. Definitely a menace, very difficult to deal with, but I am curious to see if that Taz shows back up, maybe as an answer to scrambles, because of how difficult it has been to deal with Superman outside of being off stage, because that's where Stolly's just been making all of the MVP plays.
I love how we highlight not only the oppressive plays that you feel between Velma and Bugs and the barrage of projectiles that you have to work around, but I want to say just the way that Roger and Miraman have been playing, and you and I were talking about it during the break, it's so insane to see the consistency that they're playing to the potential that they have in a 3-0 versus the first seed team for a reason. I mean, between Sinum and Leviathan, they have been a hot commodity here in terms of the tournament and in terms of previous tournaments from the results that they've had.
The reason why is because it's been impossible to hit them. They are just so good on defense. Miraman's defense and Roger are phenomenal at the stalls, constantly covering themselves back on the stage. Without utilizing jumps or dodges, they cover themselves with hitboxes on the way back in. It makes you back off, gets you that free touch at the bottom, and whenever anybody's off stage, there's always a teammate to cover them. Team communication has been key in twos, and they have been showcasing very well why it matters so much as they take, like you said, a 3-0 over Sinum and Leviathan.
That's why when you talk about the stage presence that some of these players have in general and the way that they can get really aggressive off stage, the one player that comes to mind is Void, who's sitting in that winner's final side. Players like Void, who is able to stall out and get that spike with the pan, since he's playing that Tom and Jerry, has been so consistent, and the follows from the Cat in general. But we are just getting set up here in the losers quarterfinal. We still got a lot of action as we get set up. I mean, one thing that I really love about Multiversus Ajax is the fact that it allows so many players to play with whatever they feel like playing with, whether it be a keyboard, whether it be with a PlayStation controller, Xbox controller. You say it, they name it for you, because they get you set up perfectly with what you need.
And perfectly flexing the lights, of course, and also actually a fantastic looking controller there too. You can see the custom work on that one, but you know, you were talking about the controllers, but everybody coming from so many different genres of games as well. A lot of platformer history, of course, amongst all these teams. We've seen a lot of very strong fighting game champions as well. Earlier today, yesterday there was incredible championships that happened between Sonic Fox and the Kill Stage, and then finding the way over here. Then you saw Christy as well, and then all of the platformer history, of course, from these two teams sitting right here on this stage. They have some history against each other, of course, in other titles, and we're going to be looking at how they do here. So I think we're going to be looking at a lot of player habits, looking for how Koslix maybe recovers on stage, how Rexay recovers on stage. That's going to be very important, as Stolly, like we said, has been a true issue for many to deal with throughout this entire tournament.
I'm here. I'm expecting, obviously, the Bugs and Velma from Rek'Sai and Kostelix. Now, I'm wondering, though, are we going to continuously see that Shaggy come out? Okay.
Oh, you
All
can't
right.
see him.
Hello,
You
guys.
can't see him.
All right, guys.
I don't know. One of the two of them is currently malfunctioning quite heavy. We got to check the code on here.
One
real
of them,
quick.
both of them.
Well, of course, big shout out to the Evo crowd, everybody who's been in this crowd all day. I know we've mentioned you quite a few times, so we appreciate every single one of you who has been here with us throughout the entirety of the very first Multiversus event. A lot of memories get made because of these. Being able to say you're at the first LAN for
That's a
Multiversus.
flex.
It is. It's a flex. And so it just feels so good to be able to talk about with your friends that you have made along the way here.
It's nice. It's also nice to be able to finally meet some of the players that you may have ran into on ladder before. You're going to be able to keep that energy in person. You know what I mean? If you're going to be able to flex on me online, you better make sure that you can't flex on me in person because you have to keep that energy. But I love it. I love to see a lot of the emotion, too, from the players after they win, especially since, obviously, Multiversus focuses on the doubles aspect of the game. And to be able to take that dub, including coming out of a pretty tough set with your teammate, is a different feeling that you don't really get to share.
Like you said, I mean, the friends you make along the way. Twos format, you meet a lot of people. You create extreme chemistry between both teams. It's the only way you make it this far into bracket, as we see Solly and Tiffany over there just getting ready for this next match. It's hard to put into words how difficult it is to make it all the way through bracket by yourself up to this point to top 8, keeping your composure, keeping your mental together, and then getting to this point with the teammate, being able to talk to each other, be able to keep each other composed. You saw that pop off earlier from Kostelix and Rek'Sai when they got into top 8. It was one of the best moments to watch, only built that you see here. Of course, Kostelix waving to the camera with places like Evo.
It's nice. I like it. I like how a lot of these players are just getting set up real quick right now, just making sure everything's working just as they need it real quick here. We highlighted already before between the controllers and the different keyboards that you could use. It's also allowing a lot of communities, from outside of the FTC to be interested, to get involved, to try out what Multiversus is all about. Oh, he's going to try to take out the Superman. He's giving us a sneak peek right there.
Superman flex right there.
All right, Solly, I see you.
I say, look, okay. Oh, wait, there's Superman all the time. Just got to take the glasses off. Apparently one of the best disguises in all of comic book history. We're going to be getting ready to get into this match, of course, momentarily. This is going to be Bugs and Velma potentially. Or we see the Taz possibly come out versus the Superman and the Velma, utilizing two different ways of approach, either heavy debuff damage and the amazing edgeguard play that Superman can have, or you get the Bugs, who's constantly going to be controlling the skies themselves with those rockets, anti-air artillery available at all times. Plus that bat, of course, the home run average has been really high for all the Bugs in top 8.
And it's not like Tiffany and Solly are, it's not like they don't know what to expect here. This is a composition that they've ran themselves between the Velma and the Bugs. But finding more success on the Superman has allowed them to find something different that the other Velma and Bugs teams can't provide to the table.
Like we said, there's been a lot of Supermans throughout the tournament as well. The only other character who has, that is the top 3 played percentage of the characters here. Bugs, Velma into Superman. And Superman's going to continue to be very strong. I think after Evo, when you start to look at those team lineups, you might see a lot more Superman, especially because a lot of people like to scrap, like to get in the middle of the fray, utilize that armor, and deal a lot of damage. Plus, people just like to hold forward. They like to get in the middle of everything. Superman allows you to do that very well.
It's also a really nice feeling to shut down a spike attempt when you get that grab. You send them all the way down to that blast zone.
Yeah, being able to, having the ability to just completely switch an entire situation into your favor after you were about to be edge guarded, and then you grab them and send them into the blast zone at 20, it becomes frustrating as a team to say, okay, what do we need to do different? I don't know, man, don't get grabbed at the bottom of the blast zone. But it's easier said than done because that's a part of Superman's recovery kit, and he can catch you slipping at any time.
And then you take a look at the other side between Rek'Sai and Kostelix and the way that they've been working the Bugs and Velma, different variations of the Bugs and Velma in terms of play style, looking at the likes of Rose J and Mirror Man, and the way that they play extremely aggressive. Playing around the projectile is so nice, but it's about controlling that space that we constantly are highlighting.
Yeah, we're going to be going ahead and getting a hand warmer going up as they get ready to get all these perks selected. Very common one, of course, we've seen all weekend. Besides the ice debuff, the big combination that goes with that ice debuff is the cooldown refresh that you get from that red perk. Every time you get a hit, while you have those double stacked, or even just the one stack, you get some time back for your team. As long as you're getting those on, it's going to matter quite a bit. But like after you get that, it becomes so much more difficult to deal with having someone like Velma on the other side who's going to get that book refresh to refresh your cooldowns even quicker. So you're constantly being able to use those specials that normally could be a bit of a problem without that type of setup.
I really like the fact that you're bringing up how the perks bring out a different type of play style that helps you combat whatever you're going up against. If you feel like the projectiles are a problem, there's perks for that. But also, if you want to get more aggressive, you want to be in the air more often, like Wonder Woman in this situation, you want that aerial acceleration increase right there too. So you want to be able to get to your opponent as quick as possible. If you could close in that gap, imagine that on a character like Superman with the triple jump. I mean, that's my personal favorite perk, Ajax. I love to be able to hold forward if I have that opportunity.
The insane part about Superman too is you don't even necessarily need to, you can have triple jump and constantly chase people, but that Batman and Superman having a very specific trait to them where they can dodge up from the ground, and that does not take away. So when you use that dodge up from the ground, you keep all your resources. You still have your 2 jumps, your 2 specials, and your 2 dodges. So that is a big reason why people talk about the burst speed that you see from Supes, because he's just so quick from the ground and he just covers you, and that's with an invincible dodge, as long as your meter's not completely gone. So you take a look at those again. On the red team, we are going to, in fact, see that double up of the triple jump, so they can have 3 jumps at all times. CoffeeZilla, so they can have the additional cooldown refresh as a static drop for their cooldowns with CoffeeZilla. And then I'll take that with that last one there, getting additional I'll take that, the ice debuff, so you can add 2 stacks per, so you can continue to slow your team down. That's going to make a big difference here.
What's really nice about these perks, too, is that it allows players to explore how they want to play with the characters that they want to, depending on how they are as a player themselves. Are you much more defensive? Are you used to holding back a little bit because you want to be more in that support role? Are you going to be able to enable the projectiles to actually either help you take less projectile damage, depending if you're dealing with that bugs and Velma composition, or are you going to be able to do more damage in general there, too? So it's nice as we get set up. We're just taking some extra time here to make sure that we got everything functional here before we dive into this first game here in the losers quarterfinals.
Like you were just saying, being able to just have a team that's unique to you because of the different perks allows you to run the same comps and play completely different than someone else. But here in losers quarters, 5th place, going home from this position, it is going to be crucial that you be careful off stage, not just against Supes, not even just against the bugs with how much coverage they have, but these Velmas have been so aggressive off stage with those down airs, using that side air as a bait tool as well to get people to drop low and covering them on the recovery. It's been a nightmare for anybody who's been stuck in that position, and we're going to see that play out here in losers quarters.
Look at the crowd out here. Everybody getting hyped real quick for Multiversus. Let me hear you guys roar here at Evo 2022.
Oh, we got another one.
We got even more swings. More swings. All right.
We got even more emotes building up. I'll say, look, like I said, PFG, we need to get access to those emotes. We need to get everybody pumping up Shadowbox before we get any further into some of these seasons. I requested, I asked for it, I need it. But we get, of course, like I said, everybody getting warmed up there on Cromulons, one of the new stages, which, by the way, they wanted 2 million knockouts. And that took about 2 hours. Actually, it was 10 million knockouts. It was a lot. And everybody cleared that so quick. The high player base count that we have already in this game, breaking numbers on Steam, continuing to break numbers on console, free-to-play game that you could get across multiple consoles to have cross progression. It's been nuts, but we're going to get ready to get started here, Vicky. They are setting up finally. The hand warmers are out. Both of the team's perks lined up. Triple jump on both sides. I'll take that debuff perk on one side, CoffeeZilla for a flat debuff reduction on the other side. Game number 1 right around the corner.
Just getting set up before we dive into the stages real quick. We've been seeing a lot of these neutral stages be preferred for a lot of these players, but the counter picks to some of the other stages, like the Haunted Mansion, like the Batcave, we get set up right now. We're seeing a lot of trophies. Edge, Sky Arena, now let's go.
It's now time for Sky Arena, no platforms, losers quarters, winner gets to move on, loser takes it home. Already starting things off in an aggressive approach on the side of the stage, looking for an early stock there with Stolly.
Let's go. It's getting started right here. It's a lot of that neutral stage here in Sky Arena too. You can see the isolations between the 1v1s, though on both sides. You highlighted the Superman and exactly what Superman's so good for in terms of just getting that grab in general. But the stall with the beam, so they help reposition, is also so key. Big head, big ice beam right here too. You're gonna have to worry about that ice breath in general when it comes to the way that Stolly plays around the big head buff.
And not to mention Tiffany thinking big as well, pushing advantage very well over on Rek'Sai, trying to find their way back down to the ground. Gonna take that hit, of course, from that megaphone, and gonna send one right back from their own Velma. Gonna get hit by the Nair up air, not at all, because Superman gets in there to get that punch in and stop it.
Here we go, going back into, you talked a little bit about that up air and how big it is from the Velma too. Just being able to anti-air is so important when you have Superman staying in the ground, or staying in the air rather, for as long as he can. Gets a follow-up off of the megaphone though right there too. Kind of go in and tries to get the grab to send him to the side blast zone.
That could have been so good if they got the double up to send him back off stage, but the red team keeps themselves alive for not much longer as he gets the snatch from the up special, sending her straight to the bottom of the blast zone.
And he was slightly below him right there too. He was able to get that follow-up. He wants to get another one right now too, avoiding the spike attempt coming in though from Costelix as another life is taken.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is going to go ahead and fall over on the side of trying to deal with Tiffany. A lot of great strength that has happened from Rek'Sai, from Stolly, but Tiffany has been boxing with the best of them with this Velma as well. Borderline difficult to hit, even between the two of them, but finally, one of those up airs finds its mark to get rid of Stolly.
See right here, that's what we were saying before. Tiffany's survivability is on another level a lot of these times here too. Gotta worry about the megaphone though, gonna be able to cover as the rocket comes zooming right back down again. Tries to isolate Tiffany in the process, as the red team now are gonna be able to hang up by the side. But it's a lot of chaos, a lot of this damage that Superman can provide here as you try to avoid that save.
And here comes the potential of the police as well. It could be happening any second, and we're gonna put the ice down and putting it over and getting the snatch up in the skies. But the rocket is going to break the cop car. That's going to help keep Costelix at least safe for a little bit longer. Currently at 92 damage, gonna get caught. No, gets a reversal. Somehow both of them are up in the skies.
How is he still alive? He was able to avoid that right there, so close to the ceiling too. Here comes the Waruto and the follow-ups as you currently see Stolly go right into their face.
Jumping in straight on that megaphone, not caring at all. Evidence is out. Grey Health getting online. Gonna go for the low play, but the amazing reversal right there from Costelix to get that down there. Side air coming in. Now 3 lives apiece.
Here we go now. See the big head activated as well. Cooldown reduction on ready for that, but oh, he swings in, and you know that with all that damage put on you, he was set up for that follow-up.
Perfectly spaced right underneath the follow-up from what Tiffany just sent over there, and package was signed, sealed, and delivered. Great position control from Stolly, using that charge on that side air to drift right underneath, get that charge knockback. It's basically getting hit by the armored charge attacks on the ground. It is too scary to deal with in the air, and that time, Costelix was not ready for it.
Insane right there. Just the way that we're seeing both of these teams and the way that they're able to duke it out. Tiffany's survivability, though, we have to talk about that. Tiffany was living for a really long time.
Yeah, that's a big part of why this team was being able to be so successful. Tiffany was just so evasive, so able to get away from a lot of the pressure that you normally see Bugs establish. Well, they're going to have a few more routes that they can take because we now switched over to the other version of Sky Arena here with platforms.
So Tiffany and Stolly up at 1 point after that very first stage currently, but Rek'Sai and Costelix doing a pretty good job of trying to follow up from these safes in general, but look at the damage! He comes up with the rocket! Can he make it back? He gets it twice! After the spike, he gets a save snap! No way!
You thought you could! You thought you would! But that's Superman! The player from Smallville is making big plays, getting not only 1 catch, but 2 with that up special, sending them down to the blast zone, and they're just continuing to steamroll.
2 super, but not ready to save anybody here from this red team right now. Then now you've got the spike to answer right back, getting some of that little bit of revenge right here, but you gotta get the second one now.
They can still do this if they can get rid of Tiffany pretty soon, using that up air and the up attack just to try and anti-air that light bulb. She's thinking big, and she is making big plays. And you have to watch out if you're Tiffany as you're landing between these two, as you see the red team trying to line her up for a spike.
See, now Tiffany could be able to avoid that underneath. 107 damage already put down onto Tiffany. You can see Rek'Sai having fire in his eyes to chase her down. And currently trying to get down at the same time, trying to build up some more of that evidence meter. So close to landing it. Avoids that up air. Needs some help from Stolly.
Oh, and they're going to get out there. The slow fly from Superman. Oh, setting him back out. Giant head. This man is thinking. Catches 129 on Rek'Sai. You cannot afford to take anything. As you get the double up, somehow dodges through there, Vicky, to get back on.
Oh, he wanted it. You saw the attempt with that grab right there closer to the wall. And it can be so scary to try to jump up, but they still got it. They still get the up air, and he is gone out of here. What a way for Tiffany and Solid to make this statement. But can we talk about the double spike? That was crazy right
Absolutely, the entire game changing in that spot. Going off stage to try and help your teammate. Well, that command grab is going to snatch you out of the skies, and it has a good amount of hits on after that goes through. You can't instantly jump. You can't instantly dodge. You were forced to take that and just fall. And this is now it's now in the court of Kostelix and Rexay to make all the correct decisions from this point forward. You do not have stage counter pick advantage. You do not have character counter pick advantage. They are going to stick with the same perks. I wouldn't be surprised if we ran it back to the same stage just because the idea made sense for different ways to cover them on their landings. Using that up air from bat is one really good way to try and control them. But instead, we are not going to do that, Vicky. They're going to remove the platforms to the picture. They're going to go back to what has been a very common pick for this team, and we're going to go to Sky Arena with no platforms.
No platforms, no way to mix up that landing, but this is what they want because it's exactly what they can do to add in some of that extra pressure to Tiffany and Sully as they sit in match point currently right now. Coming out of the gates though, you got the big head, the big old head coming on too from Rexay and Kostelix, but it's the words that do hurt a little bit while sending Kostelix to actually frontline real quick.
And the reason why that is so important to get that buff that you were just talking about was look how quickly that rocket's already available for buffs. You threw out one at the start of the match, you can throw it out now as we see one come through. Trying to get a follow-up on a side air, but instead focusing Tiffany in the back who was looking for Rexay to go for that up air and get a free punish on him.
Look at the way that they're actually preventing Sully from trying to help out Tiffany a little bit. Even with Tiffany trying to reposition, you see the follows between the up airs. It's the side air coming in too. At the same time, you're stuck over by the side of Tiffany and Sully. Kostelix actually just managing to reposition right next to Rexay here.
Yeah, just go ahead and get back down to grab him. Now you're in a bad spot, but instantly jumping out of there. Very smart call again. You learned from the last game. Do not challenge Superman. Just ducking underneath that and then calling the tunnel pop to get the instant call, get a punish on that.
That was really good spacing when he popped out of the tunnel there too. You see now Rexay going to be able to use that too to be able to actually help out, get the follow-up onto Stolly. But that's their game plan right now. They're trying to prevent Stolly from actually getting the follow-up, but the megaphone into the safe is definitely going to hurt. Look how long he's living for.
This is amazing position for Rexay and Kostelix as again, not one but two! Only 43 damage and now getting a little bit of healing as well. That was amazing, and now even if you take a hit on that side air, at least you get stepped back to stage. Rexay holding on to that a little bit longer here, Vicky.
And using the rocket to their advantage to actually get that follow-up. You see the teleportation real quick from Stolly to try to get that punch. Got to sucker right through it, but the rocket and the words are going to help cover him. Prevent Stolly from going to be able to try to get that grab onto Kostelix.
Yeah, literally the only reason why Rexay is holding on to that life right now is because of that attack decay on the side airs. It's one of the main approach tools for Superman, but it does drop eventually. 60 do not challenge that upcharge in center. Gonna dodge instantly out of it because of that attack decay again, and somehow Rexay has been impossible to hit. Here we go, double nairs, lining up with up air, getting that damage, trying to cover him with a dodge away from the rocket, but Stolly does not fall for it.
Kostelix is playing so well right now, not only with the survivability, but the follows, the option coverage between the nair and the rockets too. Here comes the save down though, and here comes the dub, but there's that survivability, almost living to 200.
Bugs Bunny at 190. Meanwhile, gonna go ahead and fly out, looking for a down air over onto Kostelix, who's gonna get away, and now the cop car has found in, and you have been busted. Gonna get free damage here as the cop car gets sent up. Free follow-up, and they're gonna get the knockout off the top.
The knockout right out of the cop car too. We couldn't do anything there, but now it's gonna be the time for Rexay and Kostelix to do the same thing, but just because you called it out, you get in trouble for it. You're gonna get taken out, and that's gonna be your life.
Red team not in the same position to take advantage of that cop car. Instantly broken by the blue team. Very smart, and now they're up 3 lives to 2 after what was a great start from Rexay and Kostelix, but that is 1. This could be 2 as they cover a lot of options. Going after him right now, 125. You cannot afford to get hit. Here comes the safe Vicky in a very bad spot right now. It's Tiffany.
Oh, they're trying to send it right back there too. Tiffany Stolly needs to try to survive, but it's not going to work out. We are going on to another game on our hands.
That could have easily derailed. That could have easily gone away from them. They were up 2-0. But something that can happen is when you take a lot of damage there, you share those same lives. You cannot afford to take a lot and then overextend. They were able to slow it down at the end, but because the blue team had already taken so much up to that point, Vicky, they were able to find those straight hit knockouts and get themselves on the board.
Actually insane to see how the start of that match also really carried the momentum for this team. Between the rocket carries into the hammer, as well as being able to take some of those early lives, was detrimental to keep that energy going. Ajax, I'm expecting this to go on to a game number 5 now.
Yeah, speaking of that energy, we're continuing with this bracket right now. We're still in this. We have a lot more games to go. Of course, this is just to determine who is at 5th. Superman's popping off right there. You already know now. I saw that picture. We're getting that. I saw the picture getting all of the Supermans together. Of course, big appreciation to that. I love the community coming together. Getting the back corner there as well. Hey, wait. Who's the next person to do the fist bumps? Who's the next person? Somebody stand up and do it right now.
You gotta throw those punches. You gotta throw it.
No, Shadowbox. Somebody get up and do it right now.
As quick as you can. Give us some of that Taz energy.
All right, we're working on it. We gotta work on your form, but we're working on it. I'm not gonna lie, if I had to scrap with them and say, there we go.
There you go. Yeah, we're leveling up out here.
I feel like I need to get a collective group effort of everybody in the crowd at some point. Just make sure that you space it out just enough. But we are continuing, of course, with this. We are 2 games to 1 right now, favor of Tiffany and Stolly over the 2 of them, and they could potentially close it out here, Vicky. We have returned the trophy's edge.
Yep, Tiffany Stolly on match point once again, but Rexay Cossack's have figured things out a lot. I really like the way that they've been able to play around the command grab that we've seen from Stolly on the Superman now. But it's the words that are heard again, and the follow-up into the spin right after getting hit by that one ward that popped him up.
That neutral air is so strong to get free combos. Every time you see something like Velma, get that word bubble come in, you get that free damage. Only 19 on a Rexay, 41, a lot coming in, but Rexay getting in to break up that very scary spot for Coslex.
Big bugs and a big hammer here too. He's going to avoid any attacks though, as you can see.
Oh.
Tiffany Stolly coming right back in, but the words popping up Stolly here at the same time.
That was so important because that sniper punch was ready to come through and going to slow him down as you see the neutral attack trying to come in with that armor to get through too, but that frost is going to send that rocket to the ground to make that invalid. Wow. And speaking of invalid, that life is going to get taken away.
And they chased him down for it too. That platform really helping them out, getting another life in their pocket too. Tiffany Stolly going to be able to try to recuperate a little bit here after losing that out because Rexay and Coslex are just playing so well. The survivability now going in favor for Coslex after we were talking a lot about Tiffany.
And here comes that side special again, using the word bubble, just dodging down though, hoping to catch a drift downward, but Coslex not falling for the bait from Stolly.
It's that one word bubble that allows you to have that insurance and make it back safely, especially against a scary character like Superman. He gets the grab though after finding the opportunity to get the follow-up.
That one you'll accept at that point too. You're already at 135. You don't want to lose them, but at least that snipe at the top wasn't something like 30, which we've seen so many times with Superman. Meanwhile on the left, Nair into the up air, trying to force him, gets a knockdown, and gets a follow-up again. Tiffany taking a lot more damage than usual.
Save coming down again. Tiffany again, also really good at being able to survive, but it's like what you're saying, just a lot of damage being come out, and the Rocket now going to be able to control some of that extra space. Just trying to get the follow-up from Stolly a little bit. Stolly knowing what the game plan is, trying to keep Rexay Coslex closer to the edge of that wall.
Trying to get that drop zone Nair is basically what Superman wants, as we see another attempt right there, but Coslex is recovering high over onto the platform, so if you do get hit, at minimum you get at least knocked towards the stage.
Oh, they get sent flying up again now. Match point currently. Rexay Coslex looking so close to try to even up this set so far.
That was so close to catching the megaphone, but the fully charged coming through. This could be in a great position for them as we see a knockout coming. Oh, and we're going to see a mash out from both teams. They're going to go ahead. It looks like thumps are going up like they just planned to play it out. We're waiting to see what happens here. That is an unfortunate spot as it has been so close, but it is 3 lives apiece. It looks like Rexay's trying to just call and say, hey, do you want to just let it rock? I'm not sure who it was who paused. It is unfortunate, but we're going to go ahead and wait for them to get the determination to us in a second and continue with the set.
Just got to wait out and see what the gameplay is here. Oh, man. Things like this do happen sometimes, but we need to figure out what's going to move on, what's going to happen.
All right, just waiting to see the determination here. Of course, the rule before was when the pause went off earlier today, the game was taken, and it ended up being 1-1 earlier. I believe it was against Ooster in this, but it looks like the pause did go on the other side, and that is going to lead to Tiffany and Stolly taking the L. The ruling is if the pause goes off, it is a game loss, and that is going to lead to Tiffany and Stolly continuing to move forward. Let's go ahead and hear it real quick for Rexay and Coslex, making it all the way to top 8 and getting themselves in 5th place.
Unfortunate there, but they were doing such a good job with the crowd being such good sports here, giving them the recognition that they deserve. Tiffany and Stolly now going to be able to move forward into the loser semifinals to wait out on the winners between Sinum, Leviathan, and Oopstier and Boomy.
So we're going to be seeing another return of Superman and Velma, of course, from Oopsitir and Broskis, and that is going to be pretty interesting considering the fact that I don't think we've really seen Sinum and Leviathan run into many of the Supermans. And so far, the Supermans did a really good job against the Batman because that is the team that ended up double eliminating Chavo and Zoo earlier. We saw how it was actually Upsatir and Brosis who got the first one, and then Tiffany and Stolly who got the second one. Superman seeming to be a very good option against Batman right now. And I think you got to be careful, maybe using Rain Dog's projectiles more to separate the two of them. And I think that is a big gameplay because I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing that Shaggy make the return after what happened in Winners Finals.
Yeah, I actually could agree on that, especially with the way that they've been able to play already around with the Superman and just being able to get that grab. But the way that a lot of these teams have been trying to figure that out, I wonder if that's going to persist in that loser's bracket. Let's see what this game went down for, how this set went down. It was so close, but let's toss it over to Asti and Flambeau.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, everyone. We just got to observe Rexay and Koslex getting knocked out of the tournament by Tiffany and Stolly, and I definitely am excited, Austin, to go ahead and take a look at some of the moments that led to the brilliant plays and a great victory.
Dude, literally some of the moments here, I want to say that like Stolly was kind of like the MVP, right? Because there were so many opportunities where it was just like we chase after them, right? So Stolly had a lot of command grabs in that first game.
Yes.
So many opportunities for him to just like get in there, try to find some openings, and got some really sick kills in the process. So here's the beginning of this one, right? It all started with the laser. Got the grab when you saw her trying to escape, and he's like, absolutely not. You're going right back in there, right to the dumpster fire. Like all started with the laser eyes. You know, one of the great combo starters that Superman has at his disposal.
And the great thing I love about that clip as well is that a spot dodge is forced there, right? And here's another moment where Stolly once again is just able to find a way through the cracks, and then the rocket coming out from Bugs Bunny, but even despite that, still nowhere to go as another scoop, a combo off of the Velma leads to yet another emptying of the trash bin.
But it's not done yet. There's that exact same moment where Stolly goes right back up there, gets a grab right on her that close to the blast zone, and tosses her down there. And the whole situation, we actually saw a really good moment of them just trying to like scramble to get back on stage, and they were just not allowed it whatsoever.
Man, that's absolutely brutal, and it was so pivotal for Stolly to go ahead and make those plays to really make the W as convincing as it ended up being.
Here's
really
another cool
well.
moment, bro. This is a really good moment. You see him get that side air. A rocket's going to be coming out soon.
Ooh, get some of the targeted from Velma as well.
Watch Bugs. He's just going to go for the swing bat, like right on the rocket, just carrying him over to the blast zone. Just a fun little moment for him to be able to just get out there. Plus, gets the megaphone right afterwards to secure the double kill.
No, that clip is actually so sick because that's a way that you get to use a grounded attack but have aerial movement, right? And so that is such a smart use of Bugs Bunny tech, using the Acne rocket for some added movement, but also getting the strength of the ground kit as well. Very well played.
Yeah, so that's, just again, just a really solid performance from Stolly, just getting a lot of those KOs, getting tons of ring outs, and basically just securing themselves a good position here as they continue further through top 8. But that's going to be it for us. We're sending it right back over to the commentators. Vicky and Ajax, it is all yours.
Thank you once again, Asti, for that breakdown, and of course Flambeau over there breaking it down, all down to the finest details on the analyst desk, all throughout the portion of top 8, which of course we have one half of the determination for loser semis. We still have the other side to go. Seed number 1 currently fighting for a potential 5th. They're going to be going up against Broskis and Oopsatir, Sinum, and Leviathan up next.
That's that $1,000 money match if you really break it down into terms, all right? So they're fighting for their lives out here, playing from that loser's bracket, and I'm excited to see how this is going to play out, especially after that last set that we got to see.
Like we said, we're going to be looking at what could be Batman and Rain Dog, or Batman and Shaggy, or pretty much insert character here. Leviathan could play it, but I think that the Batman Rain Dog has been the correct option so far. You could, if you decide to try and deal with Superman, use that Shaggy because he has a lot of armor break options. He has that multi-hit, which deals with armor as well. And he has extreme knockout potential that you could deal with off stage too. You do not want to be challenging that down air often. But for, of course, Broskis, that Velma being a nightmare to deal with throughout the entirety of this bracket, you have that Rain Dog if you want to go that route to help out Batman, enable him to rush forward and get a lot of damage on. We're going to take a look, of course, at the bracket for all the remaining competitors still here at Evo.
It's been a great time so far. It's been a nice run for a lot of our teams, but as we were mentioning before, Sinum Leviathan fighting for their lives after losing out on Rose J and Mirrorman, who are sitting currently in the winners finals. For Broskies and Oops tier, you highlighted the Batman before, but we gotta talk about the Superman because he's made quite an appearance, especially after the last set that we saw between Tiffany and Stolly.
Exactly. I mean, that winners finals looming over is going to be quite the stress-inducing set for both sides. We talked about the history of these two. They have played against each other quite a bit in like online grind sessions, and it's slightly gone in Rose J and Mirror fans' favor, if I'm going to say that nicely, but Nakat and Void have been here in the offline setting at LAN to deal with that before they have the composure, and they could be holding on to something from all those sets to prepare to try and take away that top spot from Rose J and Mirrorman, who are currently sitting there relatively comfortably.
But they're playing out of their minds, honestly. I need to highlight that. They're playing so well right now together as a team. I know we highlighted Nakat and Void for all the right reasons. I mean, they're playing a very unorthodox comp that we haven't been able to see as often between the Tom and Jerry and the Wonder Woman. But then you have on the other side some really good gameplay between the Velma and the Bugs that has been kind of that mainstay chess piece within a lot of our synergized duos in this bracket.
It really has been. And also, you know, talking about synergy, Nakat and Void have been teaming for something like 10 or 11 years at this point. It has been a long time between multiple games that they have practiced, and they have done it exactly the same way here. They have non-verbal confirmation of what they need to do. They barely say anything to each other. It's just, yeah, you know that this is the right play. I'm going to go cover it, and it's gonna, I think that might be maybe the determining factor between what happens to Mirrorman and Rose J, who have been impossible to hit, but that could be the crack in the armor that finally sneaks through.
But it's that one consistency, that one key, which is the Velma that we've seen in almost all these teams throughout the bracket within this tournament. Again, it was 211 teams, I believe, that has entered this free bracket here at Evo 2022 for Multiversus. And to be able to see that diversity, though, and now changing things up, where within this top 8, we are seeing Velmas everywhere coming left to right. I think that really does show something for the character and what she does as a support.
Exactly. Support with quotations. Definitely one of the best boxers in the game. And there's been quite a few, you know, change-ups. Some people did go with double rushdown style characters. We did see a couple teams with that. One of them I didn't see this weekend because I don't believe they were able to make it. Ross FGC and Cinco with that Superman and Arya. That's another great double rushdown team. Chavo and Zoo earlier today with that Batman and the Finn, able to claw their way all the way up. And then I saw an Adventure Time team earlier today too that ended up going down to Chavo and Zoo. That was phenomenal. I was looking at Jake and going, maybe Jake has a decent spot in the meta. You know, you have that reflect on the car. You have the ability to zone people out with those siders. And they were making a good statement for it. And we're going to see statements made right now. We're going to see the other half of Losers Quarters. Loser goes home at 5th place. We're going to see Sinum and Leviathan versus Broskies and Oopsatir.
Let's see how this goes. I'm really excited to see this change up a little bit between this bracket, but also to see our first seed sitting in the losers quarterfinals. Let's not waste any time, Ajax. Just dive right in.
Absolutely not, Vicky, as we start things off immediately using the smoke screen to prevent any word bubbles from sneaking in. That smoke screen is projectile immune, so that's a good way to catch people and push Velma instantly to cooldown refresh. Well, look at Sinum going up and look at Leviathan covering all the space. They are juggling. Superman cannot touch the ground.
Oh, they've learned after what happened in the winners bracket real quick. Sinum pulling Leviathan right back to him, but look how aggressive Sinum has been so far, trying to get some of the follow-ups from the uppercut that Leviathan has on Batman.
Amazing team combos from both of them, and you need that because you need to cover Superman as much as possible, and if you could prevent Velma from trying to save him with those projectiles, you're in a good spot. Projectiles coming through, side air coming, Spine Central coming through, and doubling up. 2 lives already for the blue team.
Insane. Oh, look, the follow-up too with the upper attempt from Sinum after the uppercut here too. Brewskis and Oops here, they're going to be able to control a lot of that ground space in general, but it's the Superman and the Batman traveling together to face off one another.
As we've seen historically, Superman has held quite a few L's to Batman in the past, and is that going to continue here in Multiversus? That's a tale to be told, but the reflect from that projectile block perk, stopping that battering from coming in to help them out there.
See the Megaphone to also try to cover him so that way he can actually fully extend right there. Broski's actually aware, gets a follow-up, another upper attempt right here, forcing Sainu to actually reposition here.
And that down air from Raindog could have easily gotten the knockout if that armor wasn't in the way. Speaking of that armor, trying to catch a dodge down with that side special. Uppercut comes in, the up special from Batman, and now they're up 3 lives to 1.
Even by the ground right there, too, as the smoke screen comes out, you can see that Broski's and Oopsted here now are trying to find a way to finally figure out a way to actually close that in. But it's the gap that's been built up between Sainu and Leviathan, and the way that they've been able to actually work around Sainu in general. This survivability is actually insane.
Yeah, look at the way Broski's been trying to help them out, but it doesn't matter. The side special off the stage, that headbutt, the bonk coming in from Raindog just to go ahead and get that first game.
Survivability is the key right now, and I think that's something that Sainu is doing very, very well. I mean, of course, as Raindog, you want to be able to provide some of that support, but he's doing so while being extremely aggressive coming out of the gates.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be aggressive to shut down the stalling that Velma could do to you, to stop the pressure that the Superman has. And it looks like we might be seeing a shift away potentially from that projectile block perk. You know, it works in a nutshell, but the thing is, after a while, you start to realize that okay, all right, we see it. Now we're going to bait you to Zoom. That's another one, but of course, those Astro headsets
so
right there.
nice.
Sainu tapping to it. Just let everybody know. Game number 2 here in Losers Quarters.
Let's go. Game number 2 right now. Starting off the gate, though, the smoke stream coming in to try to help out control some of the extra space, especially with the moving platforms. But what? I blinked and he is gone. The pressure to isolate both Broski's and Oopstier is actually insane between Sainu and Leviathan.
Oopstier here trying to answer right back, almost getting a 13 damage knockout on the Batman. And right now, Raindog is currently having a field day with Velma juggling like crazy, covering all options, sending the fireball down. Oopstier here had to get in there to help out.
Oh, but you have to watch out here. You saw him try to fish for that grab to send him all the way up into the ceiling at the same time after having that big head, that big buff that you were talking about before to help with some of those cooldowns.
Exactly. Using that Batarang is not going to get the reversal hit. When it comes back, you get 5 stacks of weakness debuff. That increases knockback and damage percent by 25% in total from those 5 stacks.
Sure, you try to go for that down air spike a little bit right there too. It's a lot of those big hitboxes that you have to worry about, as Sainu's going to be able to pull him right back in, but it was a double-edged sword. You thought that you were going to help him out, but then the uppercut was positioned perfectly.
You asked your friend to come help you out with this fight, and then you end up taking a hit for him. Like, why did you call me in the first place? But currently, Broski's is looking for some help in that regard too. Going to go ahead and lose that life, 3 lives up to 1. Again, Vicky Day have been playing so much better here in Losers Quarters.
Absolutely, you see those word bubbles too, but here comes that isolation now. Sainu's going to be able to try to retaliate, try to keep Steer off while you currently have Leviathan going crazy on Broski's currently. You see the tether coming in too, just to pull him in just in case to help him get that uppercut. He gets 2. Can he get a 3rd one after he landed on the platform?
Trying to catch that dodge down with the second up air, but it's not like the red team can't get back into this. They do have 127 on the Raindog. If they can get that knockout soon, they can get themselves back in, but they're currently getting juggled to oblivion. They can't touch the ground.
Actually grabbing it right there too after dashing right into him, pull him right back up. You're trying to get that follow-up. It's that Superman command grab that we consistently have been seeing, but you see the armor coming in too. You gotta worry about the uppercuts, but the answer, he was perfectly positioned after getting hit by the uppercut to get the follow-up.
And instantly putting that tether on to try and get them out of that situation, because Broski's and Oopsies here had a lot of options covered, but Velma currently getting set off stage. It's gonna get hit by the down special from Batman, putting up the fingers as 1 more game. Only 1 more to keep it going. Absolutely worth the dap up. Both of them have been playing phenomenally. Broski's and Oopsitir are going to have to communicate and figure out exactly how to deal with the fact that they just cannot get down to the ground, Vicky.
Even when they were having a lot better of a game, though, that time around, I definitely feel like it was. But you could see the reaction, Sainu and Leviathan kind of giving the, ooh, that was disgusting face a little bit. And they felt very proud about that there, too. Getting set up, though, I just feel like Sainu's playing so amazing with the Raindog, not only helping out in terms of his survivability, but aside from that one little flub with the pull-in with the tether that led to, unfortunate, the death of, I believe, Leviathan there. When he pulled him back in, the uppercut connected. It's about the timings that you have to worry about a little bit right there.
It was Leviathan pulling Sainu in to take the hit. Like, hey, can you do me a favor, buddy? Just go ahead and take this punch from Superman really quick. I know that you've done this before, Batman, but I didn't ask for this. And it's something you can definitely put in your back pocket after going up 2 games to none. Oopsitir and Broski's over on the other side looking to keep themselves going. The Superman and Velma teams have been very strong so far. Velma baiting the idea that they're going to go for the command grab to get that gray health on, but instead just backing off and trying to reset, and already they're just getting pushed to the corner.
Look at this. Look at the damage. Oh my goodness. Broski's getting hit so hard. Almost losing out, but actually, oh my goodness.
Leviathan ends up losing it at all that. So something that can happen is when you overextend in the sky, Superman will snipe you every single time to get that knockout.
And he went all the way high up. He really wanted to get that command grab originally right there too, but you can see that Oopsier actually managed to get away, and he gets another grab right here, sending Sainum off to the side.
Sainum got away with that last game, Leviathan got away with that last game, using that up air stall to try and drift in towards the stage. Oopsier not having anything to do with that this time, and then instantly covered by Broskis. This is a completely different game.
When Leviathan wanted to get a follow from that Batarang right there too, he thought he was safe, he thought he could get the follow, but he was the one finding himself getting sent to the graveyard from that spike.
Vicky, where was this red team the last 2 games? They're looking completely phenomenal. Oh my goodness, Leviathan having the Batarang, throwing it down, trying to get some plays, but still Velma not being knocked off the top. Superman being impossible to knock out right now.
I feel like Sainum and Leviathan try to overextend from the very start, and that has allowed Broskis and Oopsier to actually turn things around way better, especially from the Superman command grab.
What a juggle onto both of them though. They had everything, the up attack into the down air, into the re-volley, and everything kept going. Using that early side special to beat out that nair. This is a good opportunity to get a spike on the Superman if they can snatch it.
Here we go now. You're going to be able to try to reverse that. You just need to get one more of those lives, but Sainum is juggling you, preventing you from landing. Stuck a little bit in the smoke screen, trying to be a little sneaky as he manages to sneak away and get right back to the hands of Leviathan.
That megaphone's been nearly impossible to connect on either. They've barely been hit, Vicky. Even with that lead that Broskis and Oopsier had, they need just one good call onto Sainum to close it out, but it's been very hard to find it.
You see them actually trying to have the opportunity right now, not only with the command grab, but with the uppercuts. Oh, he finds him, he gets the grab, and he sends him up.
And Oopsier pointing at the screen like, yeah, I got you. You thought you were getting away? Absolutely not. Dapping it up as well. Both the universal symbol for run it back, putting out their hands, popping off. Of course, we are not done. Remember, this is best of 5 territory. Top seed currently sitting in loser side, but the run from the brothers Oopsier and Broskis has been phenomenal so far in keeping themselves alive in what was a completely different shift with this game.
Insane with the way that this is going to be able to go back and forth. I mean, you know what, Ajax, I shouldn't have expected any less, honestly. Between the way that Sainum and Leviathan have been able to reverse things themselves, they are playing through that losers quarterfinals. Now we got a tied game on our hands, and this is what I like to see in this top 8.
Exactly. We're looking at a 2-1 right now. Could have potentially pushing that tie game. That time decided to go for that great health. And the blue team really not caring at all, running right in, but they took a decent amount of damage in the middle of that. And answering right back, though, is getting Superman already up to 37.
The dodge into the up airs now coming in. Gotta have a little bit of an idea. Jinkies here, as you can see right now. Broski's getting a lot of trouble taking a lot of that damage, just trying to get the follow-up to help Oopsier a little bit.
Exactly, you need to help Oopsier. That is your front line, that is your tank, that is your way to sneak in, to get through and allow Velma to do what she wants to do. Getting hit by the downer into the nair and snatching up after all that, using the jump already, reading that from Leviathan and getting the snipe off the top.
And he had all the time in the world too. He bounced off of the stage right there. You see the double uppercut, you see the Batarang, so that way he can get the follow-up as another life is lost here. You can see Broski's now making his way right back. But off of these follows to the Batarang has been so detrimental for some of these uppercuts.
Exactly, and you need to make sure that you're dodging around them if you're the red team. You do not want to reverse hit a Batarang coming in just like that. That's 5 stacks of weakness already on the Velma. That's going to add some decent damage. Sniping Leviathan out of skies, trying to go help him, and loses the life in the middle of it, and instantly covered by Broskis to give them another lead.
You thought you had his back, but you ended up going down with him in the process here. He was going to try to at least go over the stage. He could get tethered right back in for some safety. He saw that the grab was going to come out, so he needed to help him.
That was the most optimal time to get that tether. You needed to get away from there. You already got hit by the side air and juggling them like crazy. Coming in with the side special, but is not going to connect. Using that side air from Batman to get out of disadvantage. And he's going to get snatched up. The tether, though, to pull it back in.
Again, the safety, the Sainum insurance policy to make sure that you are surviving. But you see the command guy coming in again to cancel, to try to force him off. He actually survives. The fact that Sainum's still alive now, Leviathan trying to cover him.
I have no idea how Leviathan's Rain Dog got away from that, but it doesn't matter. Gonna get the 4 life to 2 again. We are looking at what could be a potential reverse 3-0 from Oopsier's constant pressure off stage, almost getting Leviathan with the Rain Dog at the end there. The Sainum doing his best to try and go help. Well, 2 times that situation occurred, Sainum ended up losing the life in the middle of that too. They have been playing incredible, and both of them just kind of, my favorite thing about this is they've been kind of all just laughing it off. These are all 4 players who've known each other for a while, grinding together online, playing for a long time, but this is the moment. This is the moment that matters the most. Final game here in losers quarters. to keep themselves alive, Vicky, to get themselves into loser semis.
They're looking to run it back. You can see the energy right now that they have on the stage. Like you said, this is losers. This is the last chance that you have in this losers bracket to continue your bracket run. In a match point series currently, I'm excited. Broskies, Oops to Tier, they were able to reverse the situation against a very dominating team that is Sinum and Leviathan.
Well, it's time for Game 5. The crowd's energy needs to be loud for both of the teams. You're looking for Leviathan and Sinum on one side, Broskies and Oops to Tier on the other. Already snatching him up, but the battering coming in as needed to get him out of there.
But he's got the tether. He can get pulled right back in to help him out from that command grab like we've seen before already in that last game. The timing has been fantastic, but it just wasn't enough here. The follow-ups have been insane, especially with that Velma up here to pop him up.
You need to be composed in these spots, and that battering is now broken by Superman, so now you can't get that safe approach. And Raindog getting hit once again. Leviathan cannot get away from Superman.
Oh, he needs help. He needs help. He's stuck against the wall. He almost gets another grab, but while he's going all the way crazy, you have to worry about Sinum and the down air spike.
Leviathan's down airs line up so well, getting all the way off stage to catch him once again with that down air, and Leviathan has been able to just kind of scrap, even with the fear that Superman can just snatch him up.
So scary here, but he said all the way up. He needs some help. He needs some help. He can't tether towards him. It's about the other way around, but he can't make it back.
Leviathan's inability to make it back on the stage of late because of the pressure they have off stage has been nuts. And Sinum can't help, and not a quick enough tether to go help because they're currently in hit stun, and that gives them a 3 life up to 1. This could be a reverse 3-0.
The first seed may go down right now, guys. Here we go. Broskies and Oopsatir currently just 1 life away to claim away from the blue team.
And good stall right there from Oopsatir. Not going to move back up in front of that. Getting a megaphone out, armor up. You cannot get through. Gonna get hit by a sniper punch. Leviathan's currently stuck on this, guys. Reversal downer. That gets the downer they needed to keep themselves alive.
They need to get another one. They need to be able to even this up quickly right now. Blue team, they are in that place where they need to be able to try to get this fight. And they get the snipe. Are you kidding me?
Last life on each side. Loser goes home at 5th. 100 attached to Superman, but that is a heavy character. 89 on Leviathan. We already know that those knockouts have been crazy. Sinum trying to get in, currently getting boxed away.
Let's see how they go around this right now with the way that Oopstier has been able to survive. He's looking for it! He's looking for it! They did it! They did it! They did it! Despite the odds! Despite the odds, are you kidding me?
Sinum and Leviathan were facing a reverse 3-0. They were down so far. They had such a good chance to shut it down. And they clawed their way all the way back. The down air from Leviathan off stage. The incredible edge guards coming through, but the double up onto Superman to deal it. Hugs going all around, and you know what? I love this. The pop-offs coming in from them, showing that support. Let's hear it for Broskies and Oopsatir getting all the way to 5th place here in Evo.
Almost getting that reverse as well. That reverse 3-0, but Sinum and Leviathan have that plot armor, Ajax.
You absolutely love to see it. You love to see this community support. Handshakes going out, and you know what? They did an incredible run to get to this point, but now they're going to go ahead and pass it off to Sinum and Leviathan to continue this run, getting themselves into loser semis, having to claw their way back towards that final position, and it is only getting that much more stressful for everyone left in bracket.
Remember what the prize pool was looking like. That was basically an $1,000 money match right there to go through the rest of the losers bracket. What a match we had on our hands right there. Let's send it over to the analysts to see how Flambeau and Aussie thought about that match.
Bro, what a set we just witnessed there. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time, Flambeau.
No, I feel the exact same way. Sinum and Leviathan, the clutch gods, being able to somehow steal that Game 5 set away. I don't know what to say.
My heart's weak. I can't stand it. I was like, oh my God, it's so close. And you saw them at the very end where Sinum got all the way up to the top of Leviathan and they clutched it out, securing themselves a spot within the future. But we got some replays to look at real quick. So how about we check some of those real quick, shall we?
Yeah, just go ahead and take a look at the first one here.
So this was a really cool spot, right? So you see the tether on Batman, right? Pay attention to that because there were so many times where we saw a command grab coming out from Superman that was like deciding the fate. There he goes. Tries again with the Nair. Figuring it out here, just goes a little bit quick. Gets the grab, right? He's done for, right? He's gonna get tossed up, followed by an up air, and he's probably done. But watch what happens here. Gets pulled back, yoink, that command grab is now negated. completely gone. If you ever have yourself having a little bit of trouble with Superman command grabs, just put a Rain Dog on your team, you know?
Yeah, and we've seen so much, especially from Stolly, where it's been like, man, so many quick early KOs from Superman, but that was such great use of the tether by Leviathan to go ahead and pull his teammate Sinum back to safety.
So here's the second clip. This is one of the really cool edge guards that we saw earlier today, right? So we saw him moving in, got the Nair, looking for an opportunity to try to like finish this off, right?
Yes. Comes back down, gets swung up to the top, and if I recall, okay, nice little neutral attack. And we see it hit behind, which is wild, right? Comes out here, catches the tail end of the neutral attack, goes back to the wall, refreshes his options, and then tries to go for that grab. And guess what? He gets it. And you see the lineup from Velma there. Doesn't even need to let it rip right there. But that is so perfect. That's the team play you want to see. That's picture perfect example of what an edge guard should look like.
Yeah, this is the third clip. This is the one that you found, Flambeau.
Yes, no, this clip is actually very similar, honestly, to the one that we just watched, because we're going to see over here, here comes once again the Superman command, and then we do see Velma trying to line it up right here, can't quite reach to that side, but it doesn't even matter because the snipe is so harsh onto Batman that Superman can just come down with the Nair and get the other KO as well.
Yeah, just the sick double KO coming out from both players, just really solidifying that last clip, dude. And we have one more replay here for you guys. This was during game number 4.
Okay, and here we go. We're going to go ahead and take a look at this one more time. You're going to see the Batarang get thrown. They're going to go ahead and push forward a little bit, get sent off stage yet again. The side special from Superman is going to go ahead and get interrupted by Leviathan, right? That's 2 different occasions where we were able to see just how effective the tether from Rain Dog can be in the support category.
This is the last one. We saw a sick down air coming out. I like the punish on the punish, mind you. Potential opportunity for them to get the command grab as well. Another tether coming into play.
This is why I picked this clip, because look, Superman does the thing I've been talking about all day where you use the up air to stall to try and drift back to the stage because he ran out of options. But you see Leviathan is so good at edge guarding that he immediately goes out there with that down air to go ahead and secure the KO. But I love the attempt from Superman here to say, wait, I'm out of options. Let me use my charged up air. You can see it right here and try to drift my way back to the stage. But Leviathan, this isn't his first time playing the game.
No, not at all. And honestly, just a really sick idea of him just trying to use that up air to recover back onto there. But honestly, just a really, really fascinating ending for Simon and Leviathan. They're going to be your winners of that set, moving on through the losers bracket, and I'm sure we're going to see some great more plays coming from them. But that's going to be it for us. We're sending it right back to the casters. Vicky and Ajax, take it away.
All right, amazing analysis once again. And what it is one of the most intense, if not the most intense comebacks we've seen all tournament. We've seen quite a few, but that was to keep themselves alive in top 8. Sinunu and Leviathan sneaking all the way through what looked like an unwinnable situation at the end and clutching it out to keep themselves in bracket.
Ajax, they were down 3 lives and they were still able to make that comeback. Despite the fact that it was such a close reverse 3-0, they still stuck through it. They still stuck in this bracket, and they are going to be moving on to that losers bracket once again. But don't go anywhere because that's going to be on the other side of this break. We'll see you soon.
Check out the latest apparel from 10-0. Brand new officially licensed products featuring Tekken, Guilty Gear, The King of Fighters, and some of your favorites from the fighting game community like Eris from Avoiding the Puddle, Tasty Steve, Exo Academy, and more. You can scan the QR code or visit 10-o.gg/merch.
I look?
Shall we dance, milady?
Let's see if you're up to scratch.
Here comes trouble.
Shoutouts to Astro Gaming, the audio partner of Evo 2022, providing audio for Evo tournament stations with their A40 headset and Mixamp Pro TR products so competitors can have an amazing tournament audio experience. Go visit astrogaming.com to pick up your own A40 headset, Mixamp Pro TR, or audio-related accessories.
Welcome back, everyone, to Evo 2022 here for the Multiversus Beta tournament. I'm so excited to be here. The very first LAN here in this top 8. And Ajax, we've seen already a lot of this action, but the action has to keep rolling.
Absolutely, Vicky. We have reached the pinnacle, the top of the mountain. We have climbed all the way up to winners finals. We are going to determine who gets to get that comfortable spot on the winner's side of Grant. And 4 players have made it so they can fight for this bout on the top of it. We have on one side, Mirrorman and Roger versus Nakat and Void. This is going to be one of the most intense matches, the one we've been looking for. Mirrorman putting hearts out to the crowd and the chat. And on the other side of it, of course, the team has been working together this whole time for so long. Great team composition, but still, they're going up against the menace that is Mirrorman and Roger. Impossible to knock out, barely able to be beat. Wait, hold on, wait, bring that over to Sid real quick. Let's go ahead and look at that.
Hey.
Let's go, Void. The sign up, the CLG in the center, you already know it. I love the artwork. Thank you so much for coming over, getting that sign on there and showing that love. Actually, I want to take a look, of course, back at what is this team lineup. We have Wonder Woman and Tom and Jerry going up against the Bugs and the Velma. Very unique, very different. Not something you're normally used to seeing here, Vicky.
Yeah, when it comes to the Tom and Jerry and the Wonder Woman, we really didn't get to see that composition throughout the day, throughout all of the bracket in general, and that's what I really like to highlight because this is one of the kind when we have Nakat and Void bringing the characters that they have been bringing out for teams.
All right, chat. All right, all viewers at home. All right, the crowd. We are here. It is winners finals of Evo 2022. Starting things off here on Sky Arena.
Always Nakat coming out of the gates, not only with the armor, but with the lasso of truth as well. Look at the way that they've been able to play, not only covering them, but this is Roger and Mirrorman. This is the team that set the first seed to the losers bracket.
This has basically been the team to beat. They have, just barely missing out on that first seed. It is basically being played as such, but the coverage from Nakat and Void have been so good. Using that Tom and Jerry to be able to just kind of control space, using all of the zoning capabilities, and then Nakat just sneaks in with that armor and snipes out early knockouts off the top quite consistently.
Oh, you see Roger with that shield to help prevent some of those projectiles, but the immediate reposition to actually get right behind Void. Really smart right there, as you see the megaphone coming in. The way that Roger and Mirrorman, though, have been able to actually try to juggle Nakat and Void, despite Void actually playing a little bit more behind.
And Void, one of the most impossible players to knock out off the stage, but not the most impossible to hit in center right now. Here comes back down the rocket, trying to send him back in, maybe. Uppercut one side, and here comes the bat on the other. Not able to get the knockout they're looking for, but Nakat and Void strike first.
Always so consistent on getting that hand, being able to get that spike here first, to get that first life here is so important too, but look at the amount of damage that Nakat has already taken.
His maneuverability off stage, and here comes the trash cans up the top. The off air not going to be enough to get rid of Mirrorman. Mirrorman looking normal for a change. It's actually been taking quite a bit of damage, but the tunnel into off air is not going to be enough.
Tunnel could be a little sneaky there too. You don't really expect it as it's going to go on the other side. It's not safe to actually sneaking through before it drops right back down again. The megaphone as well. Trying to catch Nakat's landing could be difficult, but not only does he have to avoid the safety, he has to avoid some of these side attacks. Oh, the hammer! Oh, you're going to be going away
so
from
much
that.
cover.
It's so big.
The blue team just having both the down airs on each side to just make sure you have no escape. But now you have no escape as well. Down air, another one. Are you going to be able to go back off the frying pan? Find some more. You're going to be able to go back up again, doubling up, but they somehow sneak through.
How are they still alive? They got hit 3 times by 3 of those down airs. The survivability is actually insane, but that's what we saw from the previous set from Roger, and he's continuing on now.
And look at the way that Void used that stall of going for the dynamite to back off stage to get away. Using that dodge down, fast falling down as well, but gonna fast fall straight to the bottom. Using the aggressive approach from Nakat, though, to get back on to not get spiked as well.
And the fact that Nakat is still alive right now, you see the lasso coming in, so that way you currently have Void to try to go for the follow-up, send out that tennis racket. The safe is gonna drop down again. They're gonna try to sandwich Mirrorman here.
Yeah, that's pretty much the biggest play right now. Force Roger's hands, make him come up there to try and help out Mirrorman, because Mirrorman's been taking a lot of damage, taking another down there, Vicky, and continuously getting racked up all the way to 103 right now.
Some of the healing too there. You got that gray health in general from the way that Roger has been playing. He's also using that rocket as a wall to get that follow-up with the up air.
And that forced the dodge to the left too, because you can't afford to dodge up or jump towards that rocket. Instantly covered by Mirrorman, but right now Void getting that zone, that spacing control, but Jerry has just fallen. It's going to make it a little bit harder to do that.
He's not going to have that Jerry for some of that extra support. You see the fishing rod coming in to see if they can scoop them up as they try to chase down Nakat, as they get the catch before he's actually able to land. But it's Roger's health, as now he gets finally taken out. He lived for that life for a really long time.
Exactly. Even though the red team was looking behind for a second there, they have so much damage on them already. Now the evasiveness of Mirror Man is going to be the problem. He's using that tunnel to get away from any potential hitbox from knocking him out. Here comes Void. Here comes the cat trying to chase him, but using the safe as a way to get out of disadvantage.
Yeah, the jump into the safe to help stall out so that way he does not get caught up with that up air in general. Now you're going to be able to control some of that space over to the right side, but it's Nakat who knows that it's one life apiece and you're not safe, and it's going to be Nakat and Void that take the first game.
Finally finding that mark. You were in that spot where sometimes people could get a little bit hungry for that knockout. You're so focused on Mirror Man that Rocher's going to get a lot of free damage in the middle of that because you're not chasing them to try to find it. That led to a lot of damage being attached to Void and Nakat, but they were able to sneak it out. 324 and 323 for the red team. 1 point difference. That's some perfect team synergy right there.
Only getting carried by that 1 point though. You gotta say, all right. But
yeah, you flex that after.
Yeah. I still got that 1 extra damage.
I got the 1. Okay, but like just working together towards that grand total. Of course, that first place of $10,000 to be split amongst both. But Mirrorman and Roger are not anywhere near to be slept on, and I'm very impressed by the way that we're seeing Nakat and Void adjust around them, because like I said before, these two have practiced a lot leading up to this tournament. They have played a whole lot of online grind session to just practice everything and get warmed up. It seems like Nakat and Void, at least off the start, had much better off-stage control. Let's see how they're able to answer that back in this next game.
Yeah, you talk about the prize pool and what's at stake here. The winning team, obviously, in this winners finals with Nakat and Void going up a game, will be moving on to the grand finals. And you have to take a look at the top 3 spots for the prize pool in general. Being first, having 10,000, 5,000 apiece that you would be splitting with your partner. You got second with 8,000 and third with 7,000. And it's really nice to highlight that because that's essentially what they're fighting for right here. It's not just the fact that they can flex it on their opposition, but it's the fact that here you have Void coming out of winning a singles tournament. You have Nakat being able to perform in his first tournament live here in general, because yes, even though these players have had the opportunity and the time to play this game, this is still a tournament live in front of a crowd, and you have to imagine, despite their experience, how they're feeling playing this game.
Respect, pride, and money on the line. There's a lot in this position. You have made it all the way to the top, trying to show that you are the best team in the business this early on. Thumbs up going out, getting ready to get into the second game. Currently, Nakat and Void holding a 1-game lead over Mirrorman and Roger as we take a trip over to Trophy's Edge.
Mirrorman and Roger, with the way they're able to follow up, tossing over Mirrorman, trying to get set up with the safe immediately. I like that little cheeky play off the start.
They instantly said jump Velma, just ran right by Bugs, and that's pretty smart too, because usually what does Velma do? Back off, instantly go for a stall to try and go for Megaphone, and Roger was forced to escape as quickly as possible.
Oh, with the pie toss, tries to get the follow-up right afterwards after Void was actually in the front line this time around here. He's got the Jerry out to try to actually do some of that extra damage currently. But the way that Nakat actually manages to go right back, he uses the lasso to try to control some of that extra space. But talking about space, it's that rocket in the safe that has actually been coming up from Mirrorman that's been really helping them out.
Exactly, it demands respect, but that fully charged neutral attack also demands respect as well. Trying to go for the down air off of the dodge cancel, not going to be able to find the mark, but Void struggling a little bit to get down, but as we've already said before, Void very hard to find an edge guard on.
Really difficult, and that's why you saw the respect. That's why you saw the reposition immediately. But with that tunnel, Mirrorman and Rose could reposition themselves very quickly. The down air into the up air attempt, into the up special from Nakat to help stall out, and maybe try to allow himself to try to get that KO.
So I'll be curious to see if Mirrorman goes for another one of those rocket plays through the tunnel to catch them slipping, because it snuck right underneath them. Right now, Void has a lot in the way. Projectile block work in the way, stalling with those down airs, using the single tennis ball to get back on.
Those down air stalls are fantastic for Void because he doesn't use that utility that we have so much highlighted for in general. It's so important to be able to keep a lot of those jumps, those air dodges, but the way that Nakat and Void have been stuck by the side here, Mirrorman and Rosie are doing a lot of damage.
It took forever for the first life to be lost. We reached 5 minutes and 30 seconds before a single one found its way off to the screen. 156 on the Wonder Woman, but it's not enough to find it off the side.
See if they're going to be able to try to claim Nakat, who's very known for the way that he could just survive through a lot of these raw hits, but it's the hammer, rather it's the bat that comes swooping in from the side.
There was so much coverage for Nakat over there, trying to hopefully find that down air, but gonna get hit in the middle of that and avoid F59. Not too bad. They can find a spike right now though, and they're going to do so, and that's gonna get this back to even.
You know, you're shouting out all these words here, but you gotta worry about what I can do here when I'm right above you with that down air spike in general. He tries to do it right over again with the platform to actually extend himself.
Sometimes the only word that's needed is help. You need to call over the Mirrorman to get you out of here, but the Nairs into the follow-up there, and meanwhile on the right, Roche finding the mark to get that knockout onto Void.
He's trying to imitate that all over again because Nakat has taken a lot of that damage, but now understanding he doesn't want to overcommit because Roger is right there, so he's just going to go right back to the hands of Void.
And wow, this is a dangerous spot. You cannot challenge him off stage right now. The Rocket's in the way, but you can go down there afterwards though as they find the spike and now trying to double up on Roger. A lot of damage attached to both, but not enough really to be too scared just yet. Wait a minute, that could be frightening. And finally, Nakat finds his way through.
He dodged right through it. That was a very scary situation, especially with the platform right there. He tries to get the follow-up again from the down air into the up air again. The way that Nakat is moving though, he is pressuring Mirrorman over to the side. Meanwhile, Roger hasn't been able to find back in as the Rocket comes crashing back down.
See how blue team instantly doubled up on the Vicky over on the right after that Rocket got in the way, trying to snipe out that knockout onto Wonder Woman. Currently not in a great spot, and that shield is on cooldown, so you can't rely on it to tank that one hit you need.
Yeah, the shield's on cooldown, but the lasso is not here. You can see the way that the cat is literally jumping all around Roger and Mirrorman, but with Void getting there and taken out, you can see we got a very even game on our hands.
One game apiece already to start. That is exactly what we expect here in Winners Finals. These two teams have made their way through all of the rest of the competition to find themselves here. It is not easy to say that in a very stacked bracket like Evo. Mirrorman and Roger are not going to fall to a 3-0 like they were able to get earlier in the Winners semis. They're going to make sure that this stays as competitive as possible.
It's crazy, just the way that they were able to isolate Void. I feel like Void took a lot of damage, more than usual than what we had actually seen in that first game. And I feel like that focus, being able to fixate on Void, prevented Void from going for more riskier plays, like a lot of those downer specs that we have already seen in the past from Void.
I think you hit the nail right on the coffin, which could end up leading to the end of the run if they don't figure that out. Nakat has been such a good point, but if you don't have Void setting up stage control with that zoning, you are not going to be able to control bugs. They put so much damage on the Void Vicky and kept them in the air, it was nearly impossible for them to get anything going.
We keep highlighting that Nakat's survivability is insane, but you know, when you play Wonder Woman as a tank, that is obviously going to happen here. But him being able to avoid some of those raw hits is allowing him to be able to actually try to clear some of that space. But because of the fact that focus has been down on Void, Nakat needs to be a lot more attentive to try to cover Void more often.
Exactly, the space must be cleared to make sure that you get in as Wonder Woman. You have the ability to get armor breaks off of that falling neutral air, but not really too much of a thing that you're worried about on the other team. You want to find those siders off stage, just send them deep and find those downers later on off those dodge cancel reads, which pretty much is the main way Nakat's been finding knockouts so far.
And tossing them right in the direction of Void. You saw him try to go for one of those man down spikes currently right now as he's stuck actually by the side. He stalls a little bit by the pan. He has to manage to come right back in, but he has to avoid that rocket too.
Exactly, that was so important. Away and catching him off the side of the stage with the up special, using the camera shot to snag him. And now Nakat in a similar situation, Void getting set back off too.
Here we go, tossing out the dynamite though, as Nakat now is trying to force his way right back to the stage currently. The tunnel though with the repositioning has allowed Rose and Mirrorman to continue on this pressure.
I think they've just realized that a lot of times Red Team hasn't put a lot of respect onto the Rockets that can show up, and you already used your jumps, committed so hard to using that downer, and Mirrorman was right on top of him to make him pay for that.
The isolated 2v1 situation that Rose and Mirrorman has been set up here has been insane. You see the rocket, you see the safe being flung around. That's a large hitbox and a lot of space being covered.
And look at how often the blue team is making sure they get rid of Jerry as well to slow down some of the zoning, but finally we find a flying side special from that punch for Wonder Woman to get a knockout for the red team.
We see now the Cat and Void actually slowing things down a little bit, actually just waiting by the other side real quick before trying to commit right now, especially with that up special from the Cat. He's trying to keep Mirrorman up in the air, but now Rose changing things up in terms of pacing. Look at the way they're playing with a barrage of these projectiles.
Oh my goodness, I have literally no idea how you got through all that. It doesn't matter though, because the follow-up up air at the end is going to be what seals the deal. The Cat and Void currently down 3 lives to 1. They get it a little bit closer here, Vicky.
They're going to try to follow up too with the double up airs. Can we get another one? He tried to jump right on top of the shield from the Wonder Woman up special.
Yeah, chase him all the way to the skies. Hopefully you get one really low to get yourself back into it. It's not like it's undoable, but you have to watch out for these rockets incoming. Here comes one right now, forcing a jump, letting the Cat go in close and getting hit a lot for it.
Now you see the up air attempts here from Rose. He's going to try to get another one on the Cat. You see the cover coming in from Void tier 2 to try to actually boost him up a little bit. 97 damage already put onto Void. He needs to help with that survivability, and that armor from the Wonder Woman will definitely do it.
Well, we've seen people make comebacks from this position before, but Roger and Mirrorman trying to prevent all of that. The Cat just jumping right in between, using that down attack, and the car is there, but instantly instantly breaking it. 113 on the Void. He can't afford to take an up air. That almost happened.
Oh, gets destroyed immediately afterwards here too. 128, Void needs to survive right now. They need to try to find maybe a spiking opportunity on the blue team, but you have to land first.
And a lot of defensive resources already been burned on Void. Somehow he got away from the rocket and missed all that, but here comes the downers at the ledge. No, he's gonna get back through. You have shield on for a moment to try and take a hit. Mirrorman at 39, the focus has to be on Roger, but Roger's been impossible to knock out as the rocket sneaks its way through at the very end, hoping to find a hit on the Roger, and Mirrorman and Roger move up 2 games to 1.
Ajax, they figured it out. They have figured it out, and we saw it in that last game. We see it now in this game. Look at the damage output, too, that Void has been able to put down, but it's the fact that he cannot close out those lives that have been a problem.
A big part of that is they're no longer challenging him off stage unless the defensive resources are already burned. If they see the jump or the dodge is gone, that's when that side air comes in, or that's when Velma goes out there and gets it up special with the camera shot and just takes you out. It worked 2 times. Most of the time, you can't edge guard Void, so the fact that they were able to answer that by being more patient with Void before he swings or before he gets back has been a real detriment to the red team, and just a great call on the blue team so far with Mirrorman and Roger.
It's so important to see the way that Roger and Mirrorman are also backing off midway through the game on purpose to help reset, to help keep up the pressure. Yeah, they've put the Cat and Void by the side of the stage, but just like you mentioned it, you nailed it perfectly. They're not contesting them off stage for a reason, and that's because they're just able to control so much space and do so much damage between the Rockets and the Whirlpool.
Yeah, pretty and running it back here to Trophy's Edge as well. Not really worried that much about the distance that they were getting covered on. A lot of it has just been stage control from the blue team from all these Rockets. But even with that projectile perk, they switched it up to an aggressive approach, and they're putting that damage on right now, and they're kind of controlling stage well as the Cat finally finds some marks.
He's trying to, and he's going to be able to try to avoid that safe as well, getting flung in his direction here. Void just trying to get Jerry set up as he is going to be out in the field, but he gets deleted immediately right afterwards as he's that primary focus for Mirrorman.
And Wonder Woman coming in with that shield to go ahead and take a hit from that tunnel that could have caught Tom and Jerry over the side. Void just trying to wait, gets the jabs up, trying to sneak in, go for a down air, but instantly anti-aired again by Mirrorman.
Trying to land here. He's got the robot to give him some help a little bit here. Just going to follow him as Jerry's going to be able to also do some of that extra damage. They've kept him with the whip. The lasso is going to be able to take him with the sweet spot over by the side.
Mirrorman's so focused on trying to showcase exactly how much money he got in the bank that he forgot to go ahead and use some of that cash to spend some help for Velma. Getting that knockout on the side. 121 though and 112. Not a safe position as that charged up attack not going to get the knockout.
The Cat is still living right now, and I really like the use of the lasso to actually pull Void towards him after even getting that life previously. Now with between the downer into the upper, you think you're safe, but it's Mirrorman to help you with the insurance.
Just kept flying underneath the tunnels over and over. Eventually one of them are going to hit, and that safe is going to find the mark too as they move up once again in the lead. This is a very crucial spot for the red team to start make some adjustments.
They need to focus on Mirrorman right now. The way that he's moving with the rocket here too, it's helping out his survivability. Now you have less cooldown, so you can get another rocket on board if you want, and you still have the safe that you have to worry about. That's another rocket getting hit on the Void.
And if the Cat didn't get in the middle of all that too, Void tried to stall with the down air, but that could have been an instant reaction from Mirrorman. Oh, trying to go for the up air, but Mirrorman reacts, goes for the down air, and they go up, and I don't know if the Cat's gonna get out of there. He gets hit by the up air, and Roger and Mirrorman qualify for the winner side of Grand Finals, knocking the Cat and Void into losers.
That was an insane play there too. You saw the Cat with the lasso try to save Void from getting spiked, try to pull him towards him, but in the end, it was a double-edged sword that set his life gone too.
You know, when you look at the ladder, you look at the people who have been at the top of this game repeatedly, you see a certain name there quite often, Mirrorman. He has been at the top of one's ladder, the top of two's ladder, and he is continuing that as he climbs up the ladder known as Evo 2022 with Roger sitting in the prime position, guaranteed top 2, and the way they're playing, looking like they're trying to guarantee that first place.
Yeah, it's just not the ladder online here at Ajax. It's the ladder in the competition here at Evo 2022, the very first tournament for Multiversus, and it is such a great time because the way that we talked about it before, we saw what Rose Day and Mirrorman were able to do to our first seed team, and now to Void and Nakat, sending them down to the losers bracket is insane. Now they're going to be waiting on the winners of Tiffany Stolly as well as Sidenoom and Leviathan.
Yeah, the team to beat right now, but we're going to go ahead and send it over to Sharpie to get some words from our current first place potential finishers.
Hello, everybody. I just want to say congratulations to Rose J, as of course Mirrorman for that fantastic display. Crowd, what did you guys think? Yeah? Now, obviously, Rose J, you and your teammate here inside of this matchup just played against some of the best day one players inside of the Multiversus community and sent them to losers. How do you feel?
Very excited. I've honestly never been in really a situation like this. I don't know how to feel, but I'm excited. I'm happy. I love Void and the Cat. We've played against them quite a bit online, and it was an absolute honor to play against them on LAN and just even meet them for the first time as well. Yeah.
Mirror, what did you think about that?
I'm not surprised.
Crowd, did you all hear that? Yo, I need you to elaborate for me real quick, and I'm gonna ask you to keep it succinct real quick, all right? Are you scared of anyone in this bracket?
No.
Well, y'all heard that. Y'all heard that. The new kids are hungry. Let's go ahead and go over to the analyst desk to figure out why.
Oh man, what a set did we just get to experience there. CLG, Void, and the Cat going down there to some Titans, man. That was incredibly dominant set, I have to say.
Literally, the game one was actually one of the closest ones we saw, right? Like, we saw, Void and the Cat narrowly scrape it by. We saw that little tipper whip that came in clutch to be able to finish off. And after that, it was just kind of like a snowball effect after that. But we got one clip to talk about, because there was one moment that I really enjoyed from Void in particular, where this guy controls the domination of the middle of the stage. So watch this nonsense. So that starts off right here. Gonna shoot off the Jerry, right? That Jerry is gonna be placed right there on the left for him to shoot the tennis ball right afterwards. The tennis ball is gonna ricochet right back over to him to be able to get some tennis racket action to keep the projectile and the pressure going. So watch this very carefully, how it's gonna work. He goes for the tennis ball racket, hits it. You got some support coming in from the Cat, ignoring the rocket coming all the way back down, mind you, and just throwing a rocket above their own while continuing the pressure. Now they're both all the way down there. And you see both Void and the Cat understanding the situation to go down there and both throw out down airs to secure the spike.
Yeah, I think my favorite part about this clip is actually, if you go back a little bit, is that we see Void do the perfect spacing to go ahead and he shoots out Jerry first, as you were saying before, to go ahead and set up that tennis ball, and then immediately the speed in which he's able to go ahead and go back and pick up Jerry to then go ahead, transition into that rocket is immaculate, right? So he's like, all right, now that I've hit you and I'm controlling the aerial space above you, I'm conditioning you to go low. And as you said before, right here, they both recognize what the situation is. They go off stage, get that down air, secure the KO. And despite the fact that they didn't actually win the set, it was a very well played sequence. And I hope to see more gameplay like that as we move on forward in the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, Mirror Man and Rose J moved on into grand finals.
Yeah.
They're sitting very pretty. That means 2 sets need to be taken from them, but Void and the Cat aren't done yet. They're just sitting down in losers finals. They can still bring it back and try to get the revenge against them. We'll just have to see how many sets they're going to be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming down to the nitty-gritty of things. There's only so much more Multiversus to be played, but we're going to go ahead and throw it back to Ajax and Vicky Kitty to go ahead and take us through the rest of the action.
Well, we are continuing that Final Four action here. We just saw who has gotten that comfortable cushion position of being in the winner's side of Grand Finals. Mirror Man proclaiming not a single bit of surprise at all that they are in that spot. Like we said, the person you've been seeing at the top of the ladder over and over again has been Mirror Man, basically proclaiming himself currently as the best player in Multiversus, the way we've been seeing that team up with Rose J. But there are some big names still left in this bracket, Vicky, as we get back to loser semis.
I'm excited. Loser semis, I talked about it before. It's going to be Tiffany and Stolly as well as Sinum and Leviathan, our first seed of this tournament. You're talking about the best player so far in Multiversus. I mean, you heard them. They're not scared of anybody. They're looking forward to seeing who they're going to meet in the grand finals. I mean, you know what? If you're sitting pretty comfy where you see that $10,000 prize waiting for you on the other side of the stage, you know what? I wouldn't be worried about anybody either.
I mean, look, when you are basically just backing up your words, you know, we talked about Void before saying that he hadn't been knocked out at one point. Also, Mirrorman said as well, hadn't lost a single life up to top 32, continuing that dominance here in the winner's side of bracket. Only dropping one game there. It looked like the Cat and Void might have made some adjustments, but it's just been impossible to take them out. And it looks like the way they're playing, they could be proclaiming themselves as the first champions if nobody could figure them out.
We got to see what happens because they were able to adapt really, really well. Nakat and Void actually having a really strong start to that set, but it was that focus on Void that prevented him from getting set up and prevented them from actually getting the lives away from Roseday and Mirrorman. They took a lot of damage, but those lives, those survivability, especially from Roseday, was insane.
Both of them using that tunnel to perfection. On Trophy's Edge, they kept getting underneath when the damage was high. Well, you can't hit me down here. And then if you try to go challenge them, Bugs was flying out of there with an up air or a rocket on occasion, and it was throwing off Void into Cat to a degree that even if you have that shield up from Wonder Woman, you tank that one hit from Rocket, now you got hit by the bat or the light bulb, and you're going to be sent flying no matter what. But the most crucial part, and you alluded to this in game number 2, all of the reversals from Void off stage, gone. There was not a single time that they fell for that ever again after that first game.
Yeah, we talked about the stall that Void has to help reposition him off stage so that way he could get set up for that. But the one time that he tried, he got punished so hard, Nakat had to use the last one to try to pull him back up again, and he got spiked twice back to back. He could not come back from that, and then it cost actually Nakat's life in the process for trying to help him out. That was really insane adjustment from our team who were sitting in the grand finals.
Yeah, there was a few times where that happened, and if that's continuing to happen, you start to feel like you have no correct choice. Everything you do to try and save your teammate is not the right call. But the more you start to lose faith in trying to help them out, the quicker that they are going to get doubled up in those 2v1s, which happened quite often for Mirrorman and Roseday. They are sitting comfortably in that top spot. But, of course, the Superman and Velma from Tiffany and Stolly have made some waves throughout the entirety of the losers bracket. And on the other side of that, the most intense Game 5 we have had actually this last game period, to keep themselves alive in the bracket. Leviathan and Sinum were able to make that run back and keep themselves alive against Broskis and Oopsatir, and they still have a chance to make that run all the way back to that grand final.
Especially since this is going to be one of the few times we don't have that Bugs on stage, since we've been seeing Stolly move away from the Bugs and more towards that Superman. So we're going to still have the Velma out. Always got to keep that Velma. But when it comes to the Sinum and Leviathan, it's a different case for this team. We haven't had that same composition. We've had the Batman, we've had the Rain Dog, we've had the Shaggy, and I'm excited to see how they're going to keep mixing things up for us.
Exactly, and the fact that that switch over to Superman has made such a big difference, that's what you need to stick with. And it's just works so well. Like, it's been such a good matchup also against the Batmans, because even though Oopsatir and Broskis just fell, they fell in a close game. Tiffany and Stolly are able to get through one Batman earlier today. They have another one here. Now, two very different styles of them. Zoo, way more aggressive in the skies. They rely on team combos to get you in the air. They're able to kind of take advantage of that at some points. But in this side, Sinum and Leviathan, they'll chase you in the air, but their edge guards are amazing. So Sinum will not jump up in the skies and go for jab-jab battering type mix-ups. Instead, they're trying to avoid getting chased by Superman.
Especially with the way that Leviathan actually is aware of situations like that and pulls him in that right moment before he himself gets aggressive off the gate is something that's really nice as a mix-up, because when we saw Sinum and Leviathan fall down to that loser's bracket, we saw Leviathan play a lot more passively, and I think that understanding that, he has gotten a lot more aggressive so that he could be that extra body right there. Aside from being able to tether, the Batman right back in, it's him that's also another body that they have to worry about just in their personal space.
And speaking of in the personal space, Leviathan, most of the times where Leviathan was struggling was when Superman sent them off stage and took advantage of that poor Rain Dog recovery. Now, poor Rain Dog, if left alone, is fine. You have that flying side special. You have the jump cancel up special where you just fly in with that ball and you just cover the whole screen. But if Superman's in the way, grabbing you or throwing out hitboxes, you're more inclined to go downward, and Rain Dog hates going towards the bottom of the stage. Big character, easy to snatch up, and that's what was happening a lot until they were able to stop it at the end. I think Stolly's going to be looking for that heavily in this game.
My eyes, though, are on Tiffany and her survivability, though. We've noted it before in the last previous sets that Tiffany does such a really good job at not only repositioning, without the bugs, by the way, because that is something that the Velmas do, is they help repositioning because of that underground tunnel, but that's something that Tiffany doesn't have available to her. She has to worry about being able to follow up from the Superman, but we're going to be able to keep figuring out what Tiffany is going to be able to bring to the table here, and if that survivability is still going to be there against the likes of Batman with those uppercuts.
I mean, I think you said, really on point with that. Tiffany really kind of turned it up a bit, because Stolly was the star of the show for a good bit through a couple of those losers rounds, but in that last match, Tiffany's inability to get knocked out, period, really helped them against Kostelix and Rek'Sai, and that is going to matter a lot, like you said, because of the rush down that Batman's going to want to do behind that battering. We're seeing both the teams lined up here on the stage for loser semis. This is to get 4th place. Next position guarantees themselves a medal from Evo, the visit to the podium, and top 3 finish at minimum here in the first Multiversus offline tournament.
Yeah, we're just getting set up currently right now. Of course, we got the different controls to be able to get set up before we dive into the game, make sure everything works just as nice here. The unfortunate pauses that we've had in the previous sets, we've had to move on from, but it's something to take note of as we move on through the rest of the bracket. We don't want one of those accidents happening again.
Exactly, and we are seeing the perk lineup here. The Ice debuff on both teams is going to be pretty common, and the triple jump perk is going to be picked, of course, for Leviathan and Sinum, because you want Batman to be able to get into the skies as quickly as possible to find those early knockouts with that uppercut. And for that matter, Leviathan has found his way up there quite a few times too. You need that jump to access that great mobility that Raindog can have to sneak in with those nairs and sneak out those down airs as well.
And you see the triple jump too that Sinum is rocking on the Batman. Like you said, wanting to get into the air as quickly as possible, to try to get the follows from the uppercuts as well. Just that entirely kill potential that move has is insane. We've been seeing it time and time again, but also not only that, but between the follows, we've seen some previous teams that have been running the Batman. My personal favorite being the Finn backpack into the Batman uppercut has definitely been something that we've seen a lot too throughout the weekend.
Yeah, definitely had a little bit of bias on hype for that one.
Yeah,
for good reason.
I know. We were both going crazy.
Yeah, big shout outs, of course. And big shout outs to not just, talk about Java Zoo here, but all the other teams who have been competing all throughout the weekend. I know a lot of you are still in the crowd. I know a lot of you have been watching on your phones, maybe some throughout the building. Big appreciation to all y'all who made it all the way through. I know that you all been kind of with us with this whole time, but we appreciate everyone who's been here throughout the bracket. A lot of great competitors who had incredible teams with unique concepts all the way through the very first event.
Yeah, it's about to be 10 p.m. here on the Pacific Coast, and the crowd is still going wild here at EVO 2022. We had some runners, we had some energy, and we got some style out here.
All right, new emote potential. We already had the shadow box before, now we got the moves. So we got the moves like Jagger going on the side there, but we're going to return, of course, back. I love the giggles going out from the other team. We're going to get into loser semis momentarily. Like we said, Superman and Velma versus Batman and Raindog. Both of them having very similar win conditions. Range support, pull back in with the tether versus getting those bubbles out to stop and interrupt a lot. And then Batman and Superman on point to go in there and sneak out those knockouts.
Now I want to ask you, Ajax, what do you think is going to take? Do you think Leviathan would ever go back to Shaggy, or do you think this is what they're just going to stick through, especially since they're in the losers bracket currently?
I don't think that the Shaggy shows back up, because the reason why the Shaggy was even picked in the first place was basically to be a counter pick to the Bugs and Velma team idea. Using that armor, sneaking in, trying to overwhelm them. It lost every time. So at this point, you go with what has worked as we get into what can be the final spot for one of these two going down here at 4th place. Tiffany and Stolly versus Sinum and Leviathan to kick things off.
Yeah, the fight for the losers finals right now currently, and we are going in swinging. Look how volatile this has been. The downers, are you kidding me?
That was so good by Sinum. As soon as he realized that Stolly tried to go out there to catch Leviathan, the dodge was already burned. You get that battering, you cover him with the down special in the air and instantly getting an early knockout.
Sinum, understanding the situation, is still putting in a lot of that damage, but now he's the one that needs to struggle to try to follow up and try to land back on the ground. Gets a follow from the battering right there too onto Tiffany, and here comes a smoke screen as well. Everyone getting hit in a little bit inside here, but it's the follow-ups here from Leviathan, or rather Sinum, who's trying to catch some of the landings that are important.
Look at Leviathan trying to stay in the fray to catch all of them. Meanwhile, the trade-off is going to work in favor of for Batman getting out there, but Superman, Stolly sneaking his way back through to get back on stage.
Here you go now, Stolly now coming right back in though, trying to find a way to dump them up after getting a pretty big head with that buff real quick. Tries to catch him, but the tether to pull them back in is so important. Sinum always ready for that.
Already 2 lives in favor, but 135 and 132, that's pretty much can disappear at any straight hit. But speaking of those straight hits, uppercut into another one. Finally, an up air comes in where Tiffany finds a mark, but they're currently up very big here, Vicky, in this first game as they find another one off stage. Getting that downer, instantly covering after the play from Batman. Great communication. That is why they are so dangerous off stage.
Can we talk about Leviathan's survivability there too? He was like a 147 at that point there before he went in for the spike. Insane damage output there.
That was so sneaky. After you see Sinum go off stage to go for that down special, you make the immediate call for Leviathan. burst out there. You have that mobility as Rain Dog that can surprise people, and that down air is huge. If you cannot dodge in that situation, you're forced to jumper special, that is basically game over.
We're not wasting any time, though. We're going on to game number 2 immediately. The big head, though, into the big ice breath is a nice way to actually control a lot of that early game space.
And that's what you need to establish. You need to get that ice breath up and get that debuff, because if you want any type of hope to stop the red team, you need to slow them down as much as possible with that debuff.
So important there. With the tether, you're going to be able to pull them right back in. It's Leviathan who is always on his toes to make sure that Sinum is going to be enabled in this situation. A lot of damage output in general, but very even in terms of the down air spike, though. You have to try to make it back. There's that big hitbox that you keep mentioning, Ajax.
And another one off the side, and quote from Leviathan himself, the illusion of choice. There was nothing you could do out there. You thought you could dodge away, down air from Rain Dog. You thought you could get back up, side air from Batman, and they're already in another dominant lead as they're converting off of each other so well.
And the projectile there, too, to actually cover his back when he has to land on the ground here is amazing. A lot of damage, but you got the tether once again to just pull him right back in. You think you're going to try to get the follow-up, you think you're going to try to get the grab, but you thought.
That tether mattered so much because there was 9 stacks of ice debuff. There was no world where Batman got out of there. But right now, Rain Dog trying to do a similar situation in that, using that up special to roll right on through, sneak the way back on, and now they have a double up potential here on the Superman, but Superman is just going to live just long enough.
Oh, you see the attempt right here from Leviathan to try to get the follow-up. He's still alive right now. Sinum now trying to help cover him because you see that Stolly understands that Leviathan has been a problem. He's stuck by the platform, but he's got the tether currently onto Sinum.
And right now, Tiffany, all the great things we were saying about Tiffany before with that defense and inability to get hit, they basically just said, what if we just jump Superman? It's been so much better for them since they made that focus as they do it again. The uppercut comes through. Here's a double up potential. Gonna use that platform to evade, however, as soon as Stolly tried to jump in.
And he's at 85. He's trying to avoid Stolly right now, who's trying to put in some of that extra damage. It's Tiffany's survivability. How is Tiffany still alive? The dance into claiming a life.
Very good punish there after Leviathan used all of those resources to hopefully find an up air on Tiffany, but that down air might be enough. It's not going to be enough, and gonna get knocked away, not able to convert, and they find it, and Leviathan and Sinum move up 2 games in the set.
I love what I am seeing between the Rain Dog and the Batman. Leviathan, though, can we talk about Leviathan real quick? Because this Rain Dog, between the spikes, not just the spikes, but then the tether saves as well, has allowed them to really maintain stage control.
Oh, but Rain Dog can't get knockouts. Rain Dog can't find it. Well, not when it's attached to Leviathan. Leviathan maneuvers his way into the most optimal positions to convert and get those knockouts. It is very dangerous to see when you are in that spot. What? Was that Appa? All right, yep. Come on, get back into the bracket, boy. We got more matches to go.
Get back in the ring right now. Hello.
Sinum, of course, over on the other side, waiting. Getting themselves situated. Oh, wait, hold on, Leviathan. Hold on. I see him hovering over this idea. This is not something. Okay, all right, he's going to go away. Leviathan was like looking, I was like, maybe. That is another character in the deep pool of pocket potential that Leviathan has, that Garnet. But I think very similar to the Shaggy, the armor that you're looking for on the characters isn't enough to deal with what Velma's been able to do. Sticking with that Rain Dog, the mobility that you have had, the range to get back in, that's what you need to stick with. They're currently up 2 games for it, Vicky.
Let's see if they can keep it going right now. Sitting at match point, currently 1 game away from moving on into the losers finals, and the smoke screen immediately comes out again. You see the big head again coming in with the buff. It's that cooldown buff in general, but the tether to call right back in. It's the Leviathan way of saying, Sinum, I got you right now. You can go absolutely crazy, but I'll make sure I got your back up.
Oh, the minigame of getting by Batman, getting in the way, trying to get down there, but somehow Tiffany was able to get in quick enough to threaten the idea of Sinum for going for it down there and got Stolly out of there.
Managing to go right through the platform, though, too. You look at the amount of space that Leviathan has also been able to get in, which is so much of these follow-ups, though. He's still going. This is a lot of damage put onto Stolly.
Dared to nair the up air, and immediately they're just trying to cover on it, and then they get the knockout on the side. Now Tiffany can't get away, and that mixed up the DI. You got hit to the right, and then you hold to the left to try and get knocked out. Well, guess what? You got caught by Rain Dog.
Sinum and Leviathan came in swinging from the very start of this. Look at the amount of damage that they are taking right now versus what we saw from Tiffany and Stolly with those follow-ups from Leviathan.
They are having absolutely nothing to do with this. They are trying to get a 3-0 right now. Then Stolly's great ability to get those edge guards has disappeared. It's been impossible to send them off stage. You need Velma's support, but Velma hasn't been able to play either because the Bat Bomb's been there, and it's been impossible to find him off stage.
Oh, the way that they are just trying to narrow things down onto Sinum in general. They're trying to cover his way of making it right back, and Leviathan trying their best to actually keep them in. The up air attempts into the grab automatically up by the ceiling.
Great anti-air, but that Bat Bomb's on you. You using the dodge at the right second to get away from that battering is going to get got broken in the midst of that. But actually, no, it didn't. Somehow he snagged it back. But the sniper punch trying to sneak through their own smoke, not going to get that knockout they're looking for.
Oh, if they get that spike though onto the ground though, you're gonna see the proper DF from Leviathan as he goes in, not only with the spike, he said, hold on, I'll let you get the follow-up right here. You wanna get that uppercut, get it right close to the black.
That uppercut removed a lot of defensive capabilities. You have to fall in with the up air and gets caught off the bounce. Somehow Stolly's still alive.
Okay, all right, they finally claimed him, but he was living for a really long time after getting sent down to the graveyard for a while.
Oh, and throwing Rain Dog in to try and get a sneaky play. That is a lot of knockback, by the way, when you're throwing Rain Dog, but that's also some incredible knockback, catching the recovery, sending him to the blast zone.
Leviathan, of course, on the Rain Dog has a big hurt box here, but their progress, their focus is on Tiffany in general with a lot of that damage put onto her.
And this could be so close right now. Tiffany at 119. They're currently looking at what could be a 3-0. Down there gets him off the top, and Leviathan and Sinum take a 3-0 dominant victory and knock Tiffany and Stolly out of the running. Hugs coming out, of course, Leviathan walking over to show that love. This is what we appreciate. This is what you see offline. The great competition, friends being made, and what an insane run for Tiffany and Stolly all the way to 4th place. Absolutely incredible play from that Superman all day.
And 4th place, you're walking away with $6,000, $3K apiece between both of these players, as well as an amazing time in the very first Multiversus tournament here at Evo. But the way that Leviathan and Sinum are playing right now, this is going to be scary. This is going to be insane. I don't even know what to expect against their matchup going up next in the losers finals between the Cat and Void.
Well, I don't know if they're the chat favorite, but they've definitely been the crowd favorite. There is a lot of support from them right now. And of course, show some support, show some love once again to Tiffany and Stolly, making it all the way to top 4, finishing here at 4th place. And that is a lot of money attached to that. Like you said, the number keeps going up from this point forward. That is a good amount of pocket change to go ahead and add to that. And also, still, great position at the first event. 4th place, nothing to scoff at considering how crazy the competition has been so far.
It's fantastic. I really love it. But like you mentioned before, just being able to see the raw emotion from the players and how they feel after these games, you can really see how much fun that these players are having.
Exactly, and the reason why we're going to see a lot of this play continue from Sinum and Leviathan is going to be broken down to you right now by our analysts Flambeau and Austin.
Yo, what's good, everyone? We got Sinum and Leviathan carrying on the victory and moving on into losers finals. We got our top 3 now.
Yeah, no, it's exciting.
We're here.
We could have Leviathan and Sinum, of course, Void and the Cat, and then Rose J and Mirror Man, which I think for a lot of people's predictions, kind of the top 3 that was more or less expected for a lot of people. Yep. But we're going to see how exactly they were able to get to the spot that they've secured for themselves by taking a look at some of these replays from that last game.
Literally, it was just like game number 1 that was like the biggest one, right? So here's an opportunity where Sinum was actually like found an opportunity to go off stage. This is the uppercut, but that's okay because that's not the prime target. Sees an opportunity where he saw Superman go for a dash, right? Watch this again here. So Superman's right there committing to the dash, and that's just Sinum actually committing to like, okay, I see you, I'm gonna react to this.
Yes.
I'm gonna get in there, and I'm gonna smack you up. And now puts him in a very bad position to get another follow-up, a point-blank battering. Goes back to stage to recharge his resources, mind you. Then goes out there, puts the dive kick. It's gonna beat the command grab coming out from Superman, and he's not done yet because he runs out of resources.
And that clip is actually wild because the side special from Superman can be kind of hard to beat out sometimes, but I love the aggression on the edge guard, right? Catching both dodges, saying, hey, I know now all you have is specials to recover with. I just have to beat this out, and that'll be your life.
And this is one of my favorite clips, right? Because at this point, this is when we got the double whammy. So take a look at Sinum right now, the Batman. So what he's going to do, he's going to go for the dive kick on Velma, catch him, and look at what Leviathan does with the Rain Dog. Follows up with the fireball going all the way down there and picks up the downer because he realized what was going on. An insane pickup from the team.
No, I think that one's so good, especially because of the fact that the fireball is lingering out there on the right side. It means that Velma doesn't have the option to immediately go towards the stage. So then she's forced in this awkward spot where she's not really able to do anything. She sees Leviathan coming with that downer, but it's like, where am I supposed to go? If I go in, I get hit by the fireball, I still get hit, and if I try to move up, well, then you get spiked. It was a checkmate scenario.
There was just a team trap. That's going to be it for that set. We're going to move on into Void and the Cat facing off against that winning team, Leviathan and Sinum. Vicky and Ajax, take it away.
Welcome back, everybody. That was fantastic play from Asti and Flammo. Thank you so much for breaking down the action, because there was a lot of action to unfold there, but there's still a lot more action to unfold next.
Exactly. We're in top 3. Only 3 teams remain. The podium has potential to be determined by who gets knocked into 3rd right now. It is Silenoom and Leviathan going up against the Cat and Void. And if you were to look at people's pre-predictions for this tournament, well, we're looking at what kind of played out here. We got Seed 1, Seed 2, and Seed 4 still in this bracket, fighting for that grand total prize and bragging rights for the very first W at an offline event.
The Cat and Void getting sent down to the losers finals by the team that are currently waiting in the grand finals between Rose J and Mirror Man, with the adjustments that they were able to make midway through game number 3 right there, because Void and the Cat, they were looking fantastic, but the isolation there onto Void allowed this team to be sitting in the grand finals pretty comfortable. Now I'm actually wondering though, Ajax, is the Cat and Void going to take away from that set and kind of adjust what they're going to be approaching into what they're going to see for their next team?
Well, if you're in the Cat and Void fan, you hope so, because after that match, sure, it could get definitely a little bit frustrating to go down in that position, but Mirrorman and Roger are just playing so well right now. You have to really dig deep and figure out what was up, but you now have to get through another potential candidate to win the whole thing in Silent and Leviathan, but they also went down at the hands of Mirrorman and Roger. 3-0 at that, but they have been cruising through this loser side. That 3-0 just a second ago against another Velma, so that's going to pre-prep them getting into that finals.
That's a really good point, actually, bringing that up. Something that the Cat and Void just lost to that they're not going to be going up against. So that's some of the matchup that Sinew and Leviathan are going to be bringing into that losers finals, although they don't have to worry about that Velma, they don't have to worry about that Bugs, because we got the Tom and Jerry and we got the Wonder Woman dynamic between Void and the Cat.
Exactly, and we are going to see very, very unique finals here, in losers finals at least, with the Batman, the Rain Dog, the Tom and Jerry, and the Wonder Woman. Not a single Bugs of Velma to be found, even though the teams still line up very similarly, with having one zoner on the other side and a tank or a rushdown style character in the front. One thing that does bode well for Void and the Cat is that Wonder Woman has a very good matchup against Batman. When you want to go for that Bat Bomb, you get to cleanse it. When you want to go for combo potential, Wonder Woman has the ability to get that armor up, and she can fight with the best of them in the air. That disjoint from that side air is really good coverage, and if you get too reckless in the skies, Wonder Woman can reverse you with that up air and that recovery with that shield as well. So Sinew's gonna have to be very careful with how often he tries to challenge the Cat in disguise like that.
I'm wondering here too, how is the tether gonna work into the spikes that we've been seeing consistently from Void? Is that gonna actually help them out in the sense where you could just pull them right back again like we saw in the last set?
Well, one thing I know that Void has done, he's sat in positions before we assume a tether might come in, and before they get the opportunity, just dodge cancel, sneaks down off the stage, and goes for a spike with that frying pan to sneak out those knockouts before you even can think about it. What another thing that Void has is, of course, that rocket. Attaching Jerry to it, sneaking a knockout off stage, very easy to get a snipe on something like Rain Dog, who is forced to recover low quite often.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a button check right now. I love the points that you bring up here, Ajax, because it's about that matchup here that Cat and Void have to understand when it comes to the likes of Sinew and Leviathan, a very dominating team. The reason why they're sitting in the first seed, but now sitting in the losers bracket, really highlights the levels that Rose and Mirrorman have provided in terms of being sitting not only in the grand finals, but their run in that winner's bracket.
Exactly, and this is not done yet for either team. Like we said, this is losers finals. Guaranteed top 3 position. I don't think we see that Shaggy show back up. I don't think we see that Garnet show up. I think we see the continuation of this Batman and the Rain Dog. Leviathan has been using Rain Dog since the very beginning. Actually, Leviathan's used everybody, but the Rain Dog has always been kind of Leviathan helping to establish the meta on that character, and Sinew getting to return back to Batman after going from some of the early strengths that Batman had to a little bit different than what he was used to seeing, but here in this current version, very strong, very versatile character in twos, and definitely an easy way to find knockouts off the top.
I'm just really concerned over how the Cat being so aggressive and actually taking the front lines of this dynamic, how that's going to play into Sinew's Batman. Yeah, you mentioned the armor, and that's such a good point because it does provide that cleanse, but you know that Sinew's going to try to position himself to try to get that uppercut, Batarang or not.
Exactly, and I know that this means a lot to Cat at this point too right here. The two of them have been working together for so long, and to get that position in the top of the ladder and then bring it over here to the top of Evo, trying to solidify themselves as one of the best teams in the world, but they still have two of the best in front of them. Sainoom and Leviathan have definitely had the crowd. I don't know how chat's been feeling, but I know a lot of people are definitely big fans of the Cat and Void. We're gonna get into that right now. Losers finals, game 1 on Trophy's Edge. Let's get it going, Vicky.
Trophy's Edge, one of the neutral stages that we've seen. The smoke bomb actually coming out already, or currently with the bomb already attached though. Tries to get a follow-up onto Void, taking some of that extra damage.
Yeah, Losers finals, one of the things you want to make sure you're doing is being a little unorthodox sometimes, but one thing is very consistent is using that smoke bomb as a way to sneak in early on with a quick burst option to catch people off guard.
I love the use of the lasso to actually just pull away Leviathan and Sainoom away, so that way they can try to isolate together the Cat and Void over to the side.
I like the way that the Cat's been fighting grounded. He's been using those roll-ups, which can combo into themselves. Using that neutral attack and comboing into itself is a really good way to get them all the way over to the side of the stage. But Red Team controlling center dominantly, that up air coming through, it's not going to be enough to set anything up, but Void not really able to capitalize on that push in the corner, and a down air finds its mark.
He tried to make it back. He tried to actually dodge right through it there too, but you have to worry about how big that down air is in general to try to get that spike. Here comes a tether now on from Leviathan. He's going to be able to try to find a way to actually sneak in.
And for this lineup here, Vicky, both of them at 140 and 115, so the blue team could definitely find a knockout soon. That you could definitely tank one hit with that shield. Can he do another? Trying to trace the Cat's landing there with that up air.
The Cat needs to stay alive right here. Tries to capitalize, but they're the ones that catches landing instead with the uppercut. It's not even about getting chased up in the air, despite taking a lot of that damage.
And revenge knockouts instantly, getting at least Sainoom in the middle of that, but now you have to chase down the fluffy boy. He's been so evasive. It's been almost impossible to find Leviathan in a bad spot, but there we go. The recovery still not enough.
Wow, the DI coming in from Leviathan as he attaches a tether once again to Sainoom, so that way he can try to help protect him, because it's a survivability that he knows that Void and the Cat are looking for. They're trying to isolate Sainoom here, but they were able to just tether him right back before catching the landing.
That was really good on Void to catch Leviathan, finally going in to try and help out, because like you said, they were cornering Sainoom very well, but now this is a good opportunity to go out for the dare, and he gets hit instead by Tom and Jerry over on the side, helping him knock him back up.
So the Cat was getting positioned perfectly to try to get that down here as a bomb gets attached to him himself. He can't even use the wow! He can't use the lasso, but he actually gets spiked at the same time. All of that to try to actually protect himself after getting pulled up by the bomb.
And a perfectly executed call at the ledge to double up on that down air. Leviathan is not going to be able to save him in that spot though. Now Tom and Jerry, Void over on the side at 113, but you can't get to, he's going to just miss out the knockout going off stage, and Void hopefully getting back, trying to avoid the down special. It's not enough.
He tosses out Jerry too. He tosses out the tennis racket at the same time to help protect himself. Void is still alive. The survivability is there, but he is at 134, and the Cat understanding that he's trying to stick close.
The blue team's taking so much time running away, they can't put on any damage, and Sainoom and Leviathan finally finding that uppercut to get the first game.
I am not over the bomb follow-up after the Cat understood he was going to try to pull him towards him, so that way, at least with the lasso, it could be that insurance, so that way when he does get propped up, there would not be any follow-up. But unfortunately, it missed, and it was angled downwards, and the follow-up after that bomb was amazing.
Exactly. I mean, the bomb positional control was so good, and there was sometimes I saw Sainoom intentionally go near, especially when the Cat had it on it, to make him think, okay, I'm going to try and follow up off that. And the Cat free fell to try and bait it with a dodge to go for a down air. Sainoom actually never bit. He just forced the Cat to go into that spot to feel like he could do that, and then instantly turn around to go 2v1 Void. That was really good baits, and kind of made it take a long time for the Cat to get in, because Wonder Woman doesn't have the quickest options to get onto the other side to try and help Void in those situations.
It's the aerial mobility that's lackluster of Wonder Woman, and I feel like in general, when that armor is out off the table, when that cooldown is ticking away, that's the green light right there to be able to apply that bomb, because if you're not going to time that right, you're not going to be able to tank through that hit.
Exactly, and we're going to go to game number 2 here. Sky Arena, no platforms. This has been a very common counter pick for most of the zoner-based teams all day, and I think that this benefits everyone on screen. One thing that it does take away from, though, is some of those recovery routes you were getting on Trophy's Edge to land on those platforms to get out of disadvantage.
Look at this already, swinging off the gates, taking a lot of damage, though, is Sainoom real quick to be able to take that front lead, but onto the Cat in general, look at this, 91 damage already as Void and the Cat are trying to keep them sandwiched. With this tether that Leviathan has, he just could pulls Sainum right back to him to reposition.
I mean, I think the biggest thing for the red team, they've kind of just realized, like, let's go rush down Wonder Woman, force Void's hand to go after us. And Void tries to go for the down air, but Sainum, the only person pretty much all day to get that, and he's going to hover with them all the way out there. He can afford to do that because of that tether, and he finds the spike.
All because he tried to go for the spike with the pan, only to get uppercutted and sent right off to the side where he was going to be put in such a bad disadvantage.
And then even after that, goes for another one, and they find 2 for it, but this is 118, that upper, no, he's going to get the save instantly to save that.
The save at the perfect time to prevent that upper from actually taking that life.
Oh, but that's not enough right there. Gonna catch him slipping in the skies. Jerry, and that down air, not gonna be enough either. The cat going to chase, but that stall with those up airs in the skies to avoid getting chased any longer.
See if you can try to go for a follow-up again. Leviathan right now living, but not for very long. The cat hearing me on that stage to make sure he's not a problem anymore. Trying to rack up some more of that extra damage as Jerry gets tossed out. But destroying the crowd here is Leviathan to try to help him out.
And the cat getting a very good carry all the way across the stage, but not a whole lot of damage, just enough to strike. But good route from the cat, not going in instantly. Leviathan had that cover. He got a lot of juggles. Wait a minute, all the way up to 118.
All that damage coming in, everything was a menace. It was a party over there.
Quite literally throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him, and he can't get out of it. The up air finds the mark, and now the cat and Void have taken the lead.
The cat and Void actually turning this around in such a great way when in the very beginning, Sainum and Leviathan were putting in so much damage, but look at Leviathan's positioning in general, because that's exactly what the cat and Void want to focus on.
Exactly, and meanwhile, Sainum is trying to play Menace to Society, running in and throwing out uppercuts, throwing hands with everyone, and is not going to be able to find the marks he's looking for. That becomes pretty obvious as Batman, and here gets the side air, and they find the mark, and it's going to be the cat and Void who finally get that hunt down you were just talking about, running down the dog into the corner and finding that down air.
They got to corner him. They got to find a way to do it because Leviathan's survivability is absolutely too insane. Despite having a lot of that damage put onto them, that was the game-winning kill that they needed. Now, tying up the series currently 1-1 apiece.
We could not have asked for better. You do not want to see a sweep. You do not want to see a complete domination. It may be fun for one of the two teams to not have as much stress moving forward, but what we want to see as the crowd, as the fans, as all of the people watching at home is a full-on explosive set. I don't really see a world where this doesn't make its way to game number 5, Vicky.
I'm really excited if that happens to be the case, especially looking at the action that's waiting for us still in the grand finals. I mean, the way that currently the Cat and Void and Sainum and Leviathan have been playing has been insane. Between both of these teams, it's that high-level adaptation that you could expect when it comes to this side of the bracket.
Exactly, and we're going to see that continue here in game number 3. Let's see how the teams work each other out. We're going to get Sky Arena platforms to now get a few more juggles, a few more situations that could probably benefit. I think the Cat and Void in this spot for some situations, but the counter pick, of course, being for Sainum and Leviathan, trying to get those ground bounces to get a lot of juggles on this platform.
And I really do think that smokescreen underneath the platforms are also going to be able to control a lot of that space here. You can see a way still with the tether. They're going to try to get the spike. Oh, he tosses out the Jerry here, and he tries to get the follow-up on the spike and ends up getting spiked himself.
And there we go with on the chase for the Cat as well. 92, but instantly getting out of the air with that side air, using that spacing. And like we've alluded to all day, not only is that tether great for pulling, but in between, you take dot damage if you keep the separation between the two of them, and it's been working very well.
That damage, it racks up, and you see the ticking coming up in general, too. That's why the Cat has been taking a lot of that damage. He tries to use the lasso once again. Instead, actually manages to make his way right back to the stage. The follow-up, though, here from Leviathan, you can already see. He's got the tether on him just in case Sainum can't get the follow-up, and he does it anyways. He isolates the Cats, and he takes that life.
That was so good for Sainum. He used jab 1 to then go for a side air to force a jump out of the Cat. Then as he tried to dodge back down, because he already burned one jump, he covered him with that down air, and it was pretty much a no-win situation. But speaking of what could be a still-win situation, that down air could be enough. It's not, though. Again, wow. Leviathan just refusing to get knocked out off the top, Vicky.
Again, it's that survivability. It seems like he just never dies despite having so much damage onto him. It's insane because we talked about the weight class before, and look at the damage Sainum is putting in. Despite being on 142, you still got that tether that you can help him out with, but that was still too much damage that you have to worry about with that knockback.
And so Leviathan hovering just enough, but this could be an opportunity to take out Void. If they go off stage, they're going to go for the down attack to try and bait out the jump, and they get through, Vicky.
They do have the shield available to them if the cat manages to help out Void just in case. Here comes that cleanse that we were mentioning before. He's also got that lasso off of cooldown. Now after using it though, trying to get a Tiki angle, he's desperately trying to find Leviathan who's still alive.
And Void using that Jerry shot to go ahead and try and prevent Leviathan from doubling up on multiple projectiles off stage. Leviathan refusing to go down, and they're going to get another one away from the cat. And that's going to be it. They're going to find the Cider off stage. Leviathan and Sinum striking back to move up 2-1.
Now they're going to be sitting at max point, and the pressure is on Ajax onto the cat and Void. Even with that stall, Void understood that he was put in such a bad position. But Sinum and Leviathan, the damage output specifically, Sinum, despite the survivability from Leviathan, it's perfect. The way that they're able to work off of each other and enable this type of playstyle is working so well for this dynamic.
I mean, they have the support of the crowd right behind them. You saw a second ago the fan club for Sinum and Leviathan over on the right side of the stage, wanting to see their boys continue to climb through. The cat and Void on the other side of it, currently facing a deficit. Like you said, the red team is on match point. They have made incredible adjustments. Their rushdown has been insane. The tanking from Wonder Woman, he keeps getting invalidated because they keep getting double up hits, Vicky, as quick as possible to make sure that shield is irrelevant.
And without the uppercuts aside here, it's not even just about the uppercuts. It's the way that he's able to control his space horizontally from the stage that has been so powerful when it comes to the damage output that we see from Sinum.
Let's see if that can continue here in game number 4 on the Trophy's Edge one more time, potentially in this set. But a lot of damage getting all these jungles. Wait a minute, Batman took 72. He got the backyard beat down. The goons coming through and just absolutely destroying him. And this could be an opportunity. The Cider dismisses the Leviathan gets through, but not quick enough. The Void is there to cover.
Big hurtbox in general, and the fact that you were stuck by the ledge there for so long spelled doom for Leviathan. Sinum even tried to help him as the tether gets put on. The smoke screen playing underneath the screen a little bit there too, but you currently see the cat with that side special able to scoop him up.
Yeah, Sinum's Batman has just been so mobile on his way to sneak in throughout this entire match. Going for the charge on the up special, but not going to line up. Here comes the tether instantly by Leviathan to pull him out of there. Side special finds the mark, but answered right back by the cat. Can they find him off stage? Go for the down air. Can he get it? No, they got a reversal down air. Battery comes through. This is so frightening, and a fireball coming down. Everybody's somehow walking away.
The cat actually still alive. The actual stall with that up special before finding his doom as he makes his way right back. He took a lot of that damage before as he's playing inside of that smoke screen.
This has been breathtaking on every regard. It's been impossible to stay calm during this whole thing, and I don't know how they're doing it either. Dive kick coming in to get the combo started. Void getting down safely, but going for a high recovery here, using that dynamite stall to get out of there.
110 now and racking up as he's still alive. The fireball to cover him just in case they wanted to catch that landing. Leviathan has done it, and he's done it again, but they know that they had to take care of the problem of the stock tank that Leviathan is.
Exactly. Now Leviathan certainly sitting at 133. Just a free double up opportunity on the Batman, but they answer right back. Gonna dodge down, somehow avoiding that uppercut.
We got the tether going in here too. He's gonna be able to pull him in just in case, but it's not gonna be able to help him survive in this situation as Sinum can't cover his landing. You saw the uppercut so close to finding the cat.
And that will put them on match point if they can get it. Here comes the down air from Void, but the tether gets them out again when the cat tried to go in. This is the cat and Void have them in a spot where they can get rid of Sinum, but this happened last time where Leviathan was able to clutch it out and not get hit.
What's scary in this situation is that both the cat and Void are such high
damage.
damage. Oh, tether him back, gets hit back again, and immediately, it's such a close game. We are going on to a game number 5.
The pop-off coming in from the cat there to keep himself calm, and this amazing gameplay. They did everything to hunt down Sinum, which opened up the opportunity for Leviathan to try again. Crowd, are you not entertained? We're moving into game number 5 for Losers Finals.
Oh yeah,
there
that's
it is.
what
Get
I
louder,
like to
get
hear.
louder. This is a grand finals caliber set we're watching right now. Everybody on their last potential chance to keep themselves alive here. Everybody, the crowd is popping off, the cheers popping off. What an insane run for both of these teams. Whoever goes down here has done so much effort to keep themselves alive, Vicky, but last chance. Game 5, Losers Finals here at EVO 2022.
These tethers have been absolutely insane, but Void and the cat have been able to adjust by positioning themselves to actually go in for a punish just in case that save comes in. Just understanding that is so important. Meanwhile, look at that damage output coming out of the gates. Leviathan not learning his lesson, actually just trying to reposition, say, hold on, let me land real quick.
And you need to do that as quick as you possibly can. You cannot afford to get juggled anymore. I mean, what happened last game where Batman just got smothered by the double down airs from the blue team, but it is currently Nakat who's currently at 100 plus, but aggressively approaching and just smacking with that down air attempt. They're off stage now. This is the worst spot to be in against Leviathan and Sainum.
What are they going to go for, the spike, or are they going to go for the uppercut here as both Void and Nakat get to live, but they're taking a lot of that damage as Void is the one to go here first. Nakat maybe close to second here because he is nearing 160.
Finding that mark they need, but they could definitely find an answer to onto the Batman, but it's not going to be enough to dodge at the last second. Here comes the projectiles, though, to smack them away.
The way that he's able to move around here is so quickly to try to catch the cat. He gets him with the up air, or tries to get the projectile, and here comes Void to even up the score real quick to claim one of those lives.
Now 169, you're living on borrowed time right now, which is why you need to get that shield up to go ahead and push in as quickly as you can. Nakat understanding that he is in that position, so you kind of have to push a little bit to get some damage on, and they're doing exactly that, Vicky.
Love the little cheeky follow-up as well from the lasso. He's going to try to catch him with the up air, but he gets punished himself. He didn't want to go for the up special, and it's an answer back and forth between both of these teams.
Void recognizing a free position to go for a full range snipe when he wasn't paying attention and not able to do much about it. But 120 now on the Batman, putting that smoke screen up, and that did nothing. Currently match point for Nakat and Void.
Gotta talk about that little sweet spot on the lasso in general as Nakat and Void get to see victory inside soon here. But despite that, it's Void who's taking a good amount of that damage in general that he has to watch out for when it comes to Leviathan now.
And Leviathan inside who can no longer afford to take a lot of damage combos as they're getting it right now. He's gonna take it off the top. He catches Leviathan. Nakat closes it out. Void and Nakat keeping themselves alive, guaranteeing that top two finish, preventing Sainum and Leviathan from continuing in this bracket.
Sainum and Leviathan are first seeds going down to Nakat and Void. By the way, seeded fourth, by the way, for this tournament. They're going to be going back for their run-back opportunity against Rose J and Mirrorman.
Nakat and Void pointing out, y'all forgot about us. Y'all weren't paying attention to us in that position, and the look at the sweat, man. Oh my goodness, that is one of the most stressful spots. I have seen these two compete for years. For years. The looks on their faces right now, this is earned. The amount of effort that has got to this point, this is earned. And once again, real quick, shout out to Leviathan and Sainum for getting all the way to third place. And we're going to go ahead and throw it over to Sharpie to have a quick chat with Nakat and Void.
What a crazy matchup by Nakat and Void there inside of losers final. Nakat, come here. Nah, your work's not done. Someone dropped their glasses. I'm gonna get them. I appreciate you, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't need these glasses to see who won that last match. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now talk to me, because you two were actually some of the very first people to get an opportunity to play this game. Do you feel as though that has helped you at all inside of this tournament?
Definitely playing from the start helped for certain, but once a lot more people got their hands on the game, they pretty much adjusted really fast. So I don't think there's really an advantage at the moment. There's a lot of good players now.
Void, as soon as you both won, you immediately dropped to the ground in incredible excitement, almost as if the adrenaline literally overpowered you. Do you want to kind of talk about what was going through your head there?
So during my history as a competitor, I used to drink a lot of energy drinks, and I don't really do that anymore because it's pretty unhealthy. But losing in winners finals just pissed me off, if I want to be honest. So I brought out the Red Bull. I'm running on all the energy I can, and every game's taking as much as it can out of me. And that's what I want, honestly.
So what you said is you just unlocked one of your final forms for this tournament right now.
Pretty much, yeah.
Nakat, are you prepared to support this man to the death for this $100,000 here? Do you want the mic?
I'm gonna keep it a buck. This is my best friend. We've been teaming since Smash 4, before we even really knew each other. And so just being on the stage with him is enough. But I'm ready to stop the Bugs Velma meta.
Hey, yo! This team did not come to just play. They came to slay a meta. Y'all, let's get into the analysis desk and figure out exactly what that means for this tournament.
Oh man, what an immaculate interview conducted by Sharpie there to go ahead and give us some insight onto the brains of the heart of these potential champions here as they make their way into the end of the tournament. But to figure out how they got there. We're going to go ahead and take a deep dive into some replays from that last set for y'all.
Dude, we took one giant journey to get here. So let's look at this first one we got. So this is the red team. Focus on them, right? Because what they do is one of my favorite things about Sinum and Leviathan is their team synergy. Watch how they do this against one-on-one. Look how they do Nakat right here. Boom, gets him with the forward air. And you look, pay attention to where Sinum's going with the Batman down below. He's already setting himself into position to figure out how to go for this potential edge guard. Not going to go for it right away. Kind of feints it out, goes back in, and they go for the double whammy to solidify that really good ring out coming from their team.
All right, and just like that, man, of course you love to see a good edge guard sequence, especially with those spikes, burning those resources, makes it so tough to make it back to the stage. Really want to make sure you secure those ring outs.
So this one right here was really strict because this was like a judgment call coming out from Nakat, because you'll notice right here that on the left side of the stage, Void's kind of getting bullied, right? You'll also notice that Sinum's just kind of like beating up on Void, just kind of preventing him from being able to eating up a lot of his resources. Meanwhile, you're going to notice that Nakat's on the right side. He has to make a judgment call, right? Is he going to go over there to try to assist him, or is he going to try to bully Leviathan? And I think he decided, you know what, I'm going to try to go for some combo damage against him instead. You see him running over there a little bit too late. Managed to finally get over there just in not in the nick of time, but when he was already in trouble. A little bit earlier on in there, he actually had a shield ready to go, but it just wasn't ready enough to get over there to go for the save.
Yeah, and that's the tough part about 2v2s, right? Like, you have to make those judgment calls. Am I going to be able to use this offensively, or am I going to save it to assist my teammate? But here we're going to go ahead and hop over to another clip, and I believe this might be the one for the double kill. We're going to go ahead and play it forward a little bit.
Literally, if you look at Jerry on the right side, this was the strangest ring out I've ever seen, right? So you're just, Jerry's just kind of minding his own business. No big deal. Here comes the tennis ball. Going to reflect that back.
This one. Oh, man.
And right here, you'll notice there's actually a rocket heading towards Leviathan. Leviathan's completely focused on Jerry to try to, remove the mouse from the field. And while he's doing that, doesn't even see the rocket, gets caught by it. The up special from Tom ended up getting that final ring out. And that was actually like one of the most important parts of the game, because that's how Nakat and Void were able to solidify their position, beat Sinum and Leviathan, complete losers finals, and move on into grands to get a run back against Mirror Man and Rose J. But the question that on everyone's mind is, can they pull it off, or are they just going to get another 3-0? We'll have to wait and see. I'm really excited for these grand finals. I don't know about you guys, but these grand finals are about to be really hype.
Yeah, I think this is the moment everyone has been waiting for, and to go ahead and take us through the final moments of Evolution 2022. We're going to bring it back to Ajax and Vicky one last time.
All right, Vicky, we have reached the final two. The champions to be determined, but before we determine who are the final two, we have to give quick love and appreciation to the people who got us here in the first place. We talked about them before. WB Games, Player First, and Tony Nguyen, and all of the support that Player First Games have been out here. Show that crowd and all the Tony support that we have seen all tournament. Let them know the amount of love that we've had for everything that we've had. Every single one of you in the crowd, we've loved and appreciated. All of you have been sticking around. All of the viewers at home, all of you have been watching the brand new live circuit. Here they come, over on the left-hand side. Get to them. Let's see. Well, oh my goodness. All right. You know what? I applaud the effort. I am a big fan of this, but great job once again from everybody at the Player First Games team, everybody at WB Games, all of the people who've been on production for Evo. But it is now that time, Vicky, to determine who wins the entirety of Evo 2022.
I cannot wait, Ajax. Not only winning Multiversus here for Evo 2022, which, by the way, I better get one of those shirts.
Yes.
I better get one of those shirts. You got to leave that out for the rest of this
the
vlog,
rest
by
of
the
it
way.
is staying
That's
right
it.
out here.
For this entire grand finals, because it's the fight for those $10,000. The difference between first and second place is $2,000. So while you have that title kind of hanging over your head, you got to think about what's at stake here as we take a look at the bracket, taking a look at the run that some of these players have had to make.
All the competitors fighting their way all the way up to this top position, where we see only Nakat and Void and Roger and Mirrorman left. You look at that winners finals, 3-1, but before that 3-0 over Sinum and Leviathan. And then the intense Game 5 we just saw from Nakat and Void to determine who gets that run back against Roger and Mirrorman.
You heard
top
it.
2 guaranteed positions.
Ajax, you heard it from Nakat and Void in that interview with Sharpie. You heard what Nakat had to say. They want to put a stop to the Velma and Bugs meta, bringing something new to the table with the Tom and Jerry, and of course, the Wonder Woman.
Trying to say Wonder Woman supremacy around here, and we're here to support it.
I'm here for it.
Crowd, chat at home, I want to hear it. Ones in chat and support. Who do you want to see? Do you want to see Mirrorman and Roche take it? 2's in chat, and do you want to see Nakat and Void make the run back and take it here for Evo? Oh, some support still on the crowd for both sides. A little bit of love, of course, to each side, but definitely some more support from what I'm hearing to Nakat and Void trying to get that W. But all of that means nothing in the face of Mirrorman, who has proclaimed to just be afraid of absolutely no one, Vicky.
We heard it from Mirrorman. He said he doesn't care at this point. You know, he's okay with sitting here because they've been waiting in the grand finals for some time. But you know, that actually goes back to what I was thinking about before, Ajax. Waiting in grand finals sometimes makes your hands feel cold a little bit. Meanwhile, Nakat and Void just came from a very intense Game 5. What does that mean here for those that have already been waiting in the grand finals?
Some historical facts for Evo. Statistically, the team who has been on the loser side of bracket have won more championships than those who have been on the winner's side. So stats do favor Nakat and Void, but that is only one person on each of those stats. This is a team-based fight. You have to work together to come out on top. But as proclaimed, like you said a second ago, Nakat and Void reaching final form out here, trying to get that rage mode using only 0.0001% of his power. Let's see if they can find their way back through the menace that have been Mirrorman and Roche.
I'm expecting that Jerry to start carrying Tom this time around instead of the other way around. I'm going to see it right now with the way that Void was expressing how he feels in this bracket. As we're going to get started with the competition, guys. We're going to get started with the grand finals. Let's go for Multiversus.
Fist bumps out. Everybody getting prepared. Everyone at home. Everybody watching the crowd. Here we are. $100,000 first official offline grand finals.
Let's go. Nakat and Void having to come out of the loser side, having to try to make this run back and the comeback against Rose J and Mirrorman. And already off the rip, though, in Sky Arena with no platforms, you have a lot of the ability to try to jump around these projectiles, but you're going to be using your utility to do that.
That dominant stage control that you get, like you said, from that rocket and so much others, but Nakat playing to the skies, trying to chase him all the way up to the top. You have to be able to invalidate that if you are Bugs and Velma, and they do that so well.
Look at him dancing around, not just the rockets, but also the megaphone from the Velma here as well. Currently with Void putting in a lot of that damage, a lot of that pressure, you still have to worry about Mirrorman and that down air.
Hey, you talked about that tether earlier from Leviathan with that Rain Dog, but that shield very similar, lets you dive into your team and fully carrying all the way up to the side, gonna avoid that lasso of truth to go ahead and snipe out that potential life on the bottom.
Nakat understanding I'm not gonna overextend and jump off the stage in this situation because you know that Bugs down air is so powerful, but so is that Bat too.
That nair to down air, nair to up air is so consistent. It is so hard to get away from, but the anti-air up attack from Wonder Woman is going to find the first mark.
What a great way to catch a landing right there, too, with the first life being lost here away from Rose J and Mirrorman. Here comes the rocket coming all the way down again. But meanwhile, your entire teammate is off to the side, and Void and Nakat are ready to bring out the heat.
You're so focused on paying attention to Wonder Woman flying in, you forgot to pay attention to the menace that is Tom and Jerry sniping you off the side. But the up air is still not enough. But the blue team is taking a lot of damage. They cannot afford to land unsafely against Bugs right now.
There you go. Now you can see with the rocket coming out, jumping right out of it actually to try to help move around Void. They see Void in his sides. You know exactly where Rose J wants right here to try to get that spike.
And coming in with that nair, just trying to find a follow-up on a down air, but not really able to find the mark. And Bugs still missing the mark. Mirrorman and Roche having a bit of a struggle. The side air is going to be enough though, and the megaphone finds the mark as well. The damage has been done to the red team, but they even it back up.
The megaphone really showing how those words definitely hurt. It's not just the word bubbles, as you can see the lasso coming in and sneak its way, trying to hit Rose J away. Mirrorman has been doing a really good job though at helping with the repositioning with these underground tunnels that he just uses right there before actually going right back in.
Playing perfectly to what this team dynamic has been. They've been real talkative about being the best, in that megaphone being one case, and they're getting damage racked up, but only in the lower 30s. They can't afford to let Velma try and scrap too much. Roche, even though they've been able to get away with it, you're going to get caught pretty soon by a straight up air that could possibly knock you out.
Oh, especially when you get bounced up with that up air in general, having to avoid not just Void, but Nakat as well, as you see Rose losing out on that life.
Forcing him to go low because of the Cat's presence off stage. Now 126, one recovery, that could take it out. One up air could take it out. Mirrorman has to be super careful here as they're rushing him down.
That's why Mirrorman's playing right behind Rose this time around. Rose actually forced to take on the reins and playing in the front, even with that tunnel with the repositioning. Understand to hear that Mirrorman sees that he's taking a lot of this damage. He has the less cooldowns with a big head, but Void and the Cat now being able to take that. Oh my goodness, they are actually able to adapt after what happened in the winner's bracket.
And they didn't fall into the habit that could happen, chasing down someone there, taking a lot of damage in the process. Velma couldn't hit Void in the midst of that. There was no time for Roger to line up damage. He was only at 40. So if Nakat did lose his life in the middle of all of that, you were still going to be at 0 and 40 damage by comparison to Bugs still being 100 plus with everybody on the last life.
The way that Void and the Cat, though, were also not overextending on purpose, like you were mentioning before. Yes, Void was going for a lot of those spikes earlier on in the bracket, earlier on in this top 8, because Void was able to do that. But the lasso instead from the Cat to try to be the one thing that helps out with the sweet spot instead of overextending, putting themselves off stage, preventing from getting spiked by the big Bugs down here is so crucial right now in keeping your survivability up.
I think that's a big part of why we saw them go for Velma more often off stage. And then if it was Mirrorman, they kind of hesitated and went for stage control to get the knockouts off the top. Because how many times we saw those reversals coming in from Mirrorman on that down air like you were just talking about. But this is a big play. Nair to up air, and now a jump is gone. You got to be forced to make your way back in. Getting away from that down air from Velma, though, still keeping himself alive.
May get that bracket reset real soon right here when the Cat and Void holding onto that 1 point down. Going to be able to hang out on the other side of the stage. The Rocket going to be able to also cover a good amount of that space while trying to isolate the Cat.
And Vicky, this is just so crucial on the Void and the Cat if they want to keep this composure to not let them adjust. Because game 1 in Winners Finals, they were able to get a very similar victory. Game 2 and beyond, Mirrorman and Roger made all of the right decisions to make the comeback, and it never turned around from that spot.
Exactly, and Roger and Mirrorman were able to make some of those adjustments right now, but now it's a matter of having to play out of that disadvantage. Yeah, you got the buff real quick coming in from the Velma, but you can see immediately with Mirrorman just getting back into the Rocket, trying to prioritize positioning more than anything. Even trying to get a follow-up with that up air, you currently have Roger isolated over to the side in a 2v1.
Exactly, you need to isolate that target as much as possible, but they're a very similar situation. They need to do that to Tom and Jerry, but a lot of projectiles being sent off. Good recovery from Roger and stalling with the falling up air to make sure that if the Cat went out instantly for that down air, it wasn't going to find the mark.
That neutral air attack, or rather that neutral attack in general, right by the ledge, and the snipe with the lasso is going to be huge from the Cat. Here comes a spike. You have nobody to help you now. The double spike from the Cat and Void to close that life.
You can feel the energy shift sometimes, and the energy is shifting in favor of the blue team. Coming out there, going aggressive, and then the Cat instantly starting off with a 40 plus damage string on the Velma, and it hasn't stopped.
The double rockets to control even more of that space to help him with the cooldown, but the spike now coming in from Roger to take care of Void.
Good job from Roger recognizing that the Cat over jumped that edge guard, trying to go off there, and it's like, well, that's a free downer, and who was up there already? Mirrorman to cover it if you went high too early.
Yeah, it was the Cat that was off to the side right here with Void helping out with his survivability, but he needs to help out with the Cat again. They cannot lose out another life really early.
Yeah, the Cat, if the Cat went upwards, that would have been disappeared, but the Rocket in the middle of the scramble, walking away with that knockout onto Void.
Go trying to scoop them up with the up air, the lasso to pull him right back in to get the follow-up. Nice amount of damage here. Look at this, 127 onto Roger.
And look at how quickly they switched away from Roger onto Mirrorman to get a double up again. The double ups have been so much better. I feel like they feel way more comfortable in the scramble right now by comparison to that previous set.
Trying to get the follow-up again from the up air here. See 83 already onto the Cat. He's playing this so passive. He's got the lasso ready and off of cooldown before being able to snipe Roger once again.
And right after that snipe, Tom and Jerry, Void putting a dynamite over the tunnel, so no way can Mirrorman get in quick enough to go help out Roger. Match point currently for the blue team, but now match point potentially for the red team as they go all the way up top stage. Going out there though with the shield to make sure that Void would tank that hit if the up air happened.
Oh, but he's safe. He managed to make it right back to the stage, so gets sent forward again. Roger having the opportunity though. Void understanding now, trying to get some help. They don't have the shield here in general, but this is the opportunity against Mirrorman, and they do it. They go up 2 games to 0.
And went out there using that side air, forcing them to recover high, and then because the Rocket was gone, there's nothing to block you. When you see Bugs recover that way with the tail, with the ear span, that is a signification that you have no utility for that Rocket. Guess what? That's going to be a lot easier to punish you in that spot. Covering him again as soon as he saw the jumps are gone, Vicky, and the dodge. Everything you wanted to do was going to be challenged by that side air.
What a way to make these adjustments. Look at the faces though. Roger and Mirrorman trying to keep themselves composed there. We may have a bracket reset real soon here, Ajax. Match point for Nakat and Void.
A little bit of sweat finally coming off the brow of Mirrorman and Roger, forcing themselves to have to get recomposed. Remember what we said before. And those who end up on the loser side of bracket have had a greater historical winning percentage in these positions because they're warmed up, they're ready. They've been plowing through the loser side after getting knocked out in an upset, and they are here to potentially force that upset and get into this game number 2, or excuse me, get into this next game with the 3-0.
I love the immediate repositioning there between Roger and Mirrorman, not only trying to get the grab on the bugs, but the rocket too, so that way you have that projectile on the screen to control some of that extra space. But the cat being able to close in this gap has been even more crucial. Gets a downer, can he get it again? Look at the patience and the taunt in between.
Now, according to the cat, we were asking, we saw it on Twitter before, he said that those are unintentional, he's just accidentally hitting the D-pad, and if he wanted to do it, he would tactically taunt holding down the button. But that's something he hopefully doesn't come back to cost him at any point in that spot, but right now, very dead even game, Vicky.
Especially with the way that he's been able to snipe with a lot of these important lassos. It's crucial. Now that Void is off the stage, though, this is a spike opportunity for Mirrorman and Roger.
And Mirrorman trying to go out there as such and gets it down there, and they're not going to be able to walk on. It gets 2 for 1. That's exactly the type of ratio you're hoping for.
It's a shish kebab that they really wanted in that situation right here, too. As Jerry's out on the screen, here comes a barrel in the tunnel, so that way they could go in for that reposition. But they're doing a really good job at trying to isolate Nakat and Void here. That's why Void is stuck over by the other side, almost getting spiked again.
And Nakat almost finding one off the side there, but Roger getting there instantly. Nakat smartly getting away from that potential side that could have given him up a 3-life lead.
Let's see if he has that other opportunity. He's got the shield, he's got the spike in hand. He's going to be able to shield Void at the same time while he's fighting off with Mirrorman.
He's going to go ahead and tank that hit, activating the projectile block perk, which both of these teams are currently running to try and mitigate a little bit of that damage from the zoning.
Oh, look at that quick reposition with the tunnel here, too, as the safe drops down, and they're going to be able to hit it in the direction of Void.
Oh, my goodness.
Who gets hit all the way up. Can the cat land here? He needs to. They are sharking him.
He's only not gone because of attack decay. He's lucky he's still alive at that position. That safe before forcing Void into the skies. Similar spot. This could be a double up, though. Did they get him? No. They miss out on downer. The jabs, though, and they just missed because Roger gets in.
The fact that Mirrorman was able to survive that is insane as the safe comes crumbling down again. Here comes the rocket again.
Whoa.
And Void and the cat, this is a situation here. It is so close between both these players. And they did it! They get the reset! The cat was off the stage there too at 131. That could have been so detrimental.
And Void signifying in the cat to the crowd. One more set. The crowd lived up. There's the Tony support right there. All the shirts, everybody out here showing some love for this insane grand finals. An answer back in the most dominant fashion. Void in the cat getting that 3-0 to get the bracket reset.
Let's go, Void. Look at the signs coming up. Amazing artwork right there from Sid, but the crowd is going wild with this bracket reset. Are you kidding me, Ajax? The very first grand final land here for Multiversus at Evo 2022, and it's a bracket reset.
No, we've said it time and time again, but you could not have asked for a better first tournament. Watching all this action play out, Mirrorman and Roger forced to have to reconsider their approach to this game. They have cruised through literally everyone up to this point. Proclamation of fearing nobody, but that is also a frightening aspect of it itself because it is reset. Gives them a clean slate. They have beaten them before. They can beat them again. That's if they could stop this dominant adjustment from the cat and Void.
It's just crazy to see how quick it's happened. How quick Nakat and Void were able to take away what they've learned already in the winners finals, have to duke it out in a very intense close set in the losers finals, to then reverse and reset the grand finals here against 2 players that have been dominating throughout this entire bracket, seeded number 2, Roger and Mirrorman.
Who would have thought in the year 2022, one of the most intense situations we'd be looking at is Tom and Jerry scrapping with Bugs Bunny in the middle of the stage as we started off the reset of grand finals with Void and the Cat and Mirrorman and Roger.
I look at this already coming swinging. The cat hasn't even taken a lick of damage just yet.
Oh
Still
my
going, by the way.
goodness!
Oh, the pan! All right, I see what you're cooking real quick here, Void.
Using the reverse hit of Wonder Woman's up air as well to get that spike back down to the platform. 75 damage unchecked. That happened so quickly to Velma. That is a great way to establish fear in Roger, who has not been hit, but that's a free follow-up. Missing on the side air, getting the reversal up air, but they get away.
The double rockets coming in on the stage here too, but just like you mentioned, Roger's survivability has been insane, but to take that much damage, we may not be able to see the survivability so far in that first life.
And right now we're looking, he's going for the charge down attack to try and catch him, going for projectile. You can absorb those projectiles and that becomes stronger over time with that bracer. So you don't see it too often, but it is a really good call. That's safe, just missing the follow-up onto the cat over on the right.
They get the spike follow-up right afterwards. It's a trade for trade though between both of these teams.
And you take that every time you can. If you're in a spot where you were the one who was about to be spiked, your team capitalizes. 94 to 116, very even game once again here, Vicky.
Tries to use the lasso here too. You see the cat going all the way deep, but this puts you in a pretty scary opportunity, but you capitalize on that platform, finding Roger as he tries to land.
The cat's evasiveness to get away from Mirror Man in the middle of trying to get the edge guard, and here we go to follow up off the dare into the Zeri shot. That is one of the loops you see in singles, and they're pulling it off here in twos.
Oh, he almost went for the spike again onto Roger, which would have been insane. Looking at his life right now, he was only at 29% beforehand.
It is incredible to watch. The adjustments going after the chase dots up on the top, but here we go again. Mirror Man trying to get down to the ground, but Void making it difficult. Even at 121, he's still chasing.
And he's still able to stay alive. He's got that great health in general here too. He hasn't got a hit just yet. Meanwhile, Roger managed to make it right back. Here comes the rocket, so that way you can help out, get right back to center stage.
How do you touch the ground here if you're Mirror Man and try to force the initiative? You were the one who needs to take point on damage, and Velma can't really do it right now. There's the side air, finds the mark. They're going after him in disguise. They have one more point to continue this win streak they've had. Up air still not able to take out Void.
The fact that Void is still alive is insane here, while Nakat has been doing a lot of that damage here. You can currently see getting the follow-up with the up special, the rocket coming towards Nakat, actually exploding. Now the follow-up from Mirror Man to claim that life.
Mirror Man gonna get the reversal on the side air, got the wall bounce, so that's gonna lead to a knockout in 1 of 41. That's gonna get the anti-air onto Void. You have to be playing perfectly for Mirror Man. He has access to green health to try and help him out here, Vicky.
The save actually gets the follow-up for Roger right there too. Here comes the words to try to contest him as they try to forcibly land, but Void actually getting out of that situation after being sandwiched between both Roger and Mirror Man.
And now you can't. A lot of defensive resources have been used. The snipe comes in, and Void and the cat strike again. 4 games straight here in Grand Finals.
4 straight. 4 straight, and taking the first game of a set is always so important to help keep on that momentum throughout the rest of those last 2 games. If you could make it in a clean 3-0.
Can somebody please do me a favor and make fan art of Void after he takes a Red Bull and then go into the same like Shaggy Rage mode animation that happens? Because oh my goodness, we are looking at Void Reborn currently in front of us, and the cat is built quite literally different. I just don't know how to say it. His movement has gotten so much better.
No
We're
way.
gonna see the return, the original main, what Roger was known for. It's looking like the hover over might be happening. Roger originally an Arya main, and one of the best, if not the best in the game at it.
That would be crazy, but to make this adjustment now when you are down a game in this bracket reset, could be risky, but could throw them for a ride because they would not expect it. They've been so prepared for the Bugs and Velma. I guess they got what they wanted, Ajax. They wanted to take the Velma and they wanted to take the Bugs and toss it in the trash.
Well, here's the trade-off that you get as Arya. You switch up to Arya, and now you get to add that armor break, not only to yourself, but your team. You could use that special to get those free armor hits onto Wonder Woman. And you have great mobility. Trade-off, though, very light. Very easy to get knockouts on. You could get free team combos off the top with that Bugs, using the up special to teleport in, get the follow-up off of the knife, and you can teleport towards your teammate. You have to be careful with how often you overextend, though, because characters like Wonder Woman and Tom and Jerry will make you pay for it. The Arya is going to, in fact, be coming out. It has been solidified. Game number 2 here. Velma has gone. The Velma Bugs meta, has it been defeated already by Nakat?
It looks like we found a solution, Ajax. It looks like Void and Nakat have done it. We see the swap up, and you highlighted it perfectly with the downside of Arya in general, being a glass cannon, being the lightest character here in Multiversus.
And the perfect stage to do it, Batcave. This is going to lead to some early knockouts from the red team. If they can find it, chasing him all the way, this guy's about to be the first one. No, get down in there at 89. That could have easily been the first one.
But let's talk about the damage output that's already been put onto the cat. It's still climbing, almost getting that up air follow-up.
They're trying to touch the ground. It's so impossible. Batcave trying to get the re-volley off the ground, and Mirrorman and Rocher Roche are striking quick and striking fast, putting on damage onto the blue team.
See them trying to continue on a lot of this domination right here. Roche now making that swap up as he goes zooming.
Oh,
Goodbye.
no! The knife was off the side of the stage and he teleported towards it. Wasn't paying attention when the knife was stuck, and that gives them a free one. But the knife is attached to Void. Getting in the way though is using the shield to tank that hit to prevent the knockout on Void.
Letting them know, all right, you know what, you can take that real quick here after this, making this quick little swap. And the cat is actually capitalizing so hard with the ricochet off of the vehicles off to the side. You can actually do a lot of that extra damage as Wonder Woman.
Yeah, those Batmobiles are viable for everyone to get those re-volley combos. Using the fishing pole to stall. Here comes the cat to get the down air. Can they get the frying pan? No, they cover him. But here comes the side air from Mirror Man to help protect. And the lasso of truth hits him. I don't know if he's making this back.
Oh, no, he's still going, but the rocket actually helping him ricochet and actually managing to make it back.
And using that dynamite to stall as well as Void, getting that shield up at the right time. The cat getting in there in the middle of it, 1 life apiece. That could be disappearing very soon. Everybody deep in that damage meter. You can't afford to take much more as we find the first one.
He sacrificed Jerry, and it's all for a good cause in that situation. See you later. What did I say? Jerry's gonna be able to help carry Tom in this situation instead with that spine.
Tom having absolutely no remorse whatsoever for sending Jerry to the blast zone, and Jerry coming back in. Everybody off stage. This is the worst spot. Up air not connecting. Their defense against Mirror Man's up airs have been so good. Finally one finds the mark.
Here we go. Now it's tied a piece here. And the cat being at 120 is gonna be that priority right now for Rose and Mirror Man, but the way that they're trying to dance around here, despite actually getting that SD with that life here, he tries to get the follow-up with these up airs, but there's a lot of damage coming on.
Both of them trying to use this, the sneak attack underneath that smoke screen with that tunnel to try and catch some slipping. But here we go off stage, 144. That's going to be an anti-air from Void. They could get the dynamite in there. Look, looking at Arya, you could die right now. And he got them all the way on the gun. And that's going to be a 2-0 lead. Answering back here. 5 games straight, and Void once again saying it. Just one more.
One more, and you walk away with the first place $10,000 prize and the winners of the very first Multiversus tournament here at Evo 2022. But that's what it is, Ajax. It's one more. It's not guaranteed. Some adjustments have been made, but I'm thinking about the mental, because that's so important, especially in a team-based game like this. It's the mental. And even though you're making some of these swaps, you have to think about what you've been doing consistently that has given you the rewards that have put you in this grand finals in the first place.
These two are built to win as champions. The Cat and Void putting the headsets back on. Chat, crowd, everybody watching, are you not entertained? We're watching 5 games straight from the Cat and Void. Mirror Man and Roche have to do everything possible to get it back. This could be it. This could be the last game to finish Evo 2022 for Multiversus.
Let's go. Here we go. And off the rip, we're ready with that lasso, setting him up. You know that Niket always likes to use that lasso off the rip.
And that's exactly what you need to do, establish dominance early, and they've done exactly that on Batcave. Even with those early knockout potentials from the red team, it is becoming validated, because once they get rid of those Batmobiles, Vicky, it's been becoming way more difficult for them to chase them in the skies.
Exactly, because you don't have that ricochet effect. You can't get that volleyball follow-up in general, but look at the damage output. The Cat actually trying to cover a jump real quick with a high recovery. Currently, you see that Roche is desperately trying to make it back.
And the Cat stopped the follow-up from that knife as well with that lasso of truth. They're able to just control the space, and Void reading the dodge, going there with the up air. Down there comes into a volley off the bottom, into the up shield. They're controlling everything. They are facing 2 more to finish here and take it all home.
Let them know it's not a speedrun out here, all right? We know that they got that bracket reset. They know that Roche and Mirror Man have not taken a single game in this grand final so far.
Not one single drop of blood. Everything has led up to this point where 2 rockets are now on stage at the same time. Might want to dip on out of there.
You gotta avoid that. You gotta do the Slimmy Shade real quick as the upper connects and you lose out that life here. You toss out the pie and evening things up just as quick as Roche and Mirror Man.
Going off the side of the stage, getting that side air, striking back, but the double up, that's gonna almost get him. But now you have not many resources and they just sneak through Mirror Man, keeping themselves in the game.
Try to get that trade real quick here too with the rocket coming out. You can bounce off of that to get a follow-up here, but
oh, that's one! That just could be 2! You can't get away! Both of them off stage. This could be a reversal. They're looking for to get them back in the game though, and Mirror Man sneaks his way back through here momentarily.
Mirror Man is at 124. Look at Void, look at the Cat, look at the way that Mirror Man is forced to literally run away, trying to hang out on the rocket for as long as he could.
They are seeking missiles, and Void is the one trying to close it out. The Cat just missing 2. Roche doing everything in his power to keep Mirror Man alive. Mirror Man struggling to touch the ground in every way. Up air finds it, and that's gonna be it. Void and the Cat are your Evo 2022 Multiversus champions.
the raw emotion from this team to overcome a matchup that they lost in winners. They didn't give up. They made the adjustments. And look at this. Look at the way that they're feeling. So relieved, so confident. After the delivery that they had, after what Nakat said in his interview with Sharpie, in such an insane matchup.
The tears are flowing. The rivers are out. You could see it. Void feeling very happy about that one. Amazing job from the Cat and Void getting that W at the end. The crowd out there, big support. You see the Cali crowd, you see everybody putting it out. Let's hear it for the first place champs, Void and the Cat. They proclaimed it, they decided it, and they did it, Vicky. They attacked it and they shut it down. The Goliath that was the Velma and Bugs team, and they got a 6-0. You know what? That passion right there, that is deserved. Incredible job from everybody involved. Let's go ahead and get it over momentarily to Sharpie to ask everybody how they're feeling in this position.
Call to them first. Okay, everybody. So you all saw the new Evolution champions, Nakat and CLG Void, just straight up run this reset 6-0 straight. Now, last time I started with you, Nakat. So I'm gonna take it from your teammate. Come on over here. Come here, Void. Now talk to me real quick, because the very first thing you did yet again was go straight to that ground. How are you feeling? You told me that you hadn't had an energy drink for a little bit. They're not good. I get it. But right before you went to come play this, as soon as y'all got knocked down to losers, you opened up another can. How are you feeling now that you have won 6-0?
Honestly, I don't know. This might come as a surprise. I'm really happy Mirrorman said that he wasn't surprised he won, because I feel like that ignited a fire in me and Nakat to try as hard as we did. So, yeah. Absolutely. I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Let me talk to you real quick. Do not talk trash. That's all I need. Do not talk trash. That's all I need, baby. What did he say? It wasn't possible?
He said he wasn't surprised he won.
Oh, he wasn't surprised? Well, damn, I wasn't surprised for the 6-0. Damn.
Okay, so this is my last question for both of y'all. Nakat, I know you feeling spicy. Void, I know you're feeling excited and accomplished. Do y'all have any words for any other mains out there that may be thinking that these pros don't got it going on? That these Evo champions got a little bit lucky? That wasn't really skill and it was just a really good patch. What do you got to say about that, Void?
All I'm saying is this is our first twos tournament and we didn't use Bugs or Velma.
What you want to say, Nakat?
Apparently Wonder Woman sucks, but I don't know. That might have been a skill issue.
Well, everybody, a straight 6-0 from a skill issue would be the very first thing that secured these two the Evo Championship title. Congratulations. Now, as we get ready to crown our new champions, please stay tuned because we do have analysis coming straight up.
Oh man, thank you so much, Sharpie, for that. I'm still reeling down a little bit here, Ajax. Hearing Nakat, hearing Void, and hearing some of that trash talk has to be my favorite. First off, Nakat, you can't be too loud out there in the crowd. I hear Wonder Woman's getting some buffs, all right? You can't be showing what the sauce that she's got, okay? That's all I'm gonna say right now. But it's been such a fantastic time. I could be thanking everybody for everything, Ajax, but I want you to say some of your words.
Of course, it's been a phenomenal time leading all the way up to this point, and everything being showcased, of course, by Player First Games, by Warner Brothers, by them to not only give faith in all of the community, the ability to give us the shot on the mic to just throw everything, just have all of this passion. I could not have replaced it. Couldn't have asked for a better time up here with you, Vicky, with the way that all of this went down. I hope all of you enjoyed our commentary this entire time, and it has been a phenomenal time for me leading up to this point. But as we sign off our final words here, we're going to send it over really quick to hear one more time from the analysts, Flambeau and Austin.
Did you see that? Did you see that 6-0, the reverse 6-0 in grand finals?
I watched it. I watched that live and in real time.
What in the world? Bro, we were just talking about how Mirror Man and Rose J were on a tear in grand finals, and then all of a sudden Void and the Cat show up. The Cat leveled up specifically. Did you see all of those sick KOs he got?
The Cat?
We certainly got replays.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those.
I want to see them right now.
Nakat definitely, like, I don't want to say carried because Void was going wild as well, but Nakat definitely was true to Wonder Woman.
Yeah, so let's talk about Void real quick right here. What you're going to be looking at is specifically Tom. So if you watch Bugs Bunny up at the top, Mirror Man's trying to just get above him. Void's going to kind of turn it around, connect the side air, and then that tennis ball is still active that he shot previously, angles it upwards while Mirror Man's focused on the Cat. He didn't even see that ball coming his way. He was actually going to try to go for a side air right after.
Yeah, no, that was perfect coverage as well from Void. You know, of course, just placing those projectiles in some sneaky spots. We actually saw a few times throughout the set, actually, both of them, where we would see Void actually sneak a KO in either with those tennis balls or with Jerry on a rocket.
Now, this is the clip that we just saw earlier where, hold on. What are you doing there, Nakat? Nakat, what is that? What am I looking at? Is that a top mid combo? What's happening here?
Oh man, just like that. Just like that, right? Like, is this a taunt to get? No, it's actually just straight up taunt. He actually did make a tweet about it saying that, you know, that it was misinputs and that if he actually wanted to taunt, he would start hitting down on the joystick quite a bit.
It's still a funny sight to see, right?
Hilarious.
So this was actually the very pivotal moment in that first set. This is the 2-0 lead. Right after they get a knockout on Mirror Man, all of a sudden, the Cat and Void crank it up to 11.
Oh, this was wild. I love this play.
At this point, Rose J already committed to a double jump and was already running out of resources, and they just kind of followed up on it. Look at this. Side air to side air. Carrying perfect synergy. Goes for the Jerry shot right on top of him. Continuing to follow up. Bugs Bunny trying to come in and just interrupt the whole thing, and eventually Rose just falls off to their death. They even had the down airs there ready to go just in case they wanted to go for like a follow-up afterwards.
Right, because, you know, you're counting all the options. You're like, ah, did I see that second dodge? And you're placing everything respectfully to make sure that you cover any possible option that Rose J had left, but Rose J unfortunately couldn't make it back.
This is one of my favorite clips. This is all eyes on the Cat. The Wonder Woman at 146 on the left. You're gonna watch this nonsense here. Gonna dive in. Sees an opportunity, goes for the up special against Rose J's Arya. It continues to follow it up off of the top right, connects it again through the bats, and continues to follow up with a side special aerial, destroying Rose J at the very end, connecting that KO, and immediately, you know, just getting another ring out point for them.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely domination, and the amount of eliminations that we saw in the Cat accrue throughout those two sets was phenomenal. MVP.
Void put in work, but Nakat leveled up immensely in those past two sets. Showing off that Wonder Woman. I've been telling you, people are sleeping on this character. People were telling me all day, she's too honest, but she can get the job done.
No, and I'm so happy because the question throughout this entire tournament has been, will Velma and Bugs Bunny fall? Will the anti-meta teams be able to come out on top? And the answer is yes. Void and Nakat were able to seal the deal.
Congratulations one more time to Void and Nakat for taking the first $100,000 prize pool tournament here at the LAN Center. And that's going to be it for us, Flambeau. It's been an honor doing this analyst desk with you. And we're just going to toss it over real quick to the awards ceremony. So go ahead and take it away, guys.
Let me hear it from the crowd. Okay, cool. So everybody, it's been a very, very long bracket, but we have finally gotten to the key moment where we are crowning our Evo champions. Let me hear it from them. In third place, we have Leviathan and Sai Noom. In second place, we have Rose J and Mirror Man. And in first place for Evo 2022 Multiversus Champion is Nakat and Counter Logic Gaming Boy. What game are we here to play? What game is currently available free to play? And what game will we be here next year playing? That's right. Go ahead and grab the game right now for free on Steam, PlayStation, or Xbox Series. We will see you when we see you. And as always, play! I'm Sharpie and I'm out.